Technology grants are provided under two schemes: support for technology development and start-up businesses with new technologies, with necessary support for intellectual property, technology transfer, and other related needs. We support Sri Lankan scientists and technologists to present their research findings overseas through international travel grants. Provide services of high-caliber SME personnel working overseas via IPSAT and help enhance capacities of Sri Lankan scientists by providing training opportunities at centers of excellence overseas. We undertake science, technology, and innovation policy research to make recommendations for policy formulation. We conduct National Research Development and Innovation Survey annually, producing the Sri Lanka Science, Technology, and Innovation Statistical Handbook. We maintain a database of S&T personnel, strategic research equipment, and ongoing research, and investigates, collects, and secures indigenous knowledge and practices in Sri Lanka. NSF publishes 2 international and indexed journals: Journal of National Science Foundation, Sri Lankan Journal of Social Science, attracting a rapidly increasing number of quality research papers. NSF also supports publishing in reputed journals, indexed in the Science Citation Index, Science Citation Index Expanded, and Social Science Citation Index to ensure greater visibility for Sri Lankan R&D activities. NSF rewards local scientists, engineers, and technical personnel who have made outstanding contribution for the development of science and technology under different award schemes, including National Awards for Science and Technology Achievements, NSF Research Awards for Outstanding Research Performance, Support Scheme for Supervision of Research Degrees, the World Academy of Sciences National Science Foundation Young Scientist Award. Several special projects and programs are implemented by NSF to meet national needs. They include UNESCO Man and Biosphere Program, NSF Research Program on Health Science, and a special project on cinnamon in collaboration with the Ministry of Primary Industries. More and more strategic programs of the sort are lined up to achieve far-sighted goals set towards taking science and technology to the next level. NSF, with 5 decades of committed service, has contributed immensely towards economic growth and development of the nation, playing a significant role in the massive process of national development. NSF is committed as always towards exploring new avenues of development to pave the pathway of success for Sri Lanka by holding hands with scientists, engineers, and technologists.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාව විශ්මිත අනාගතයක් කරා ගෙන යාමේ අභිලාෂය පෙරදරි කරගෙන විද්‍යාව හා තාක්ෂණය හරහා දේශයේ ආර්ථිකය සහ සමාජය ඉදිරියට ගෙන යාමට ජාතික විද්‍යා පදනම අඩ සියවසක් පුරා මහඟු කර්තව්‍යයක් ඉටු කරනවා. රටේ අනාගතය බහර ගැනීමට සිටින දැයේ දුවා දරුවන් වන ඔබව විද්‍යාව හා තාක්ෂණ දැනුමින් සන්නද්ධ කරමින් නවීන ලෝකයට දායාද කිරීම සඳහා අප විසින් විශේෂ වැඩසටහන් රැසක් ක්‍රියාත්මක කරනු ලබනවා. මෙම වැඩසටහන් සමග සම්බන්ධ වීමට ඔබට විද්‍යා සමාජ හරහා අවස්ථාව උදා කර තිබෙනවා. මේ වන විට දිවයින පුරා පිහිටි පාසල් 10කට අධික සංඛ්‍යාවක් හා විශ්වවිද්‍යාල විද්‍යා සමාජ 50ක් පමණ අපත් සමග ලියාපදිංචි වී සිටිනවා. ජාතික විද්‍යා පදනම මගින් ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන වැඩසටහන් පිළිබඳව කෙටි හැඳින්වීමක් ඔබ වෙත ගෙනීමට අප දැන් සූදානම්. විද්‍යා පර්යේෂණ ව්‍යාපෘති තරඟාවලිය ඔබ සඳහා සංවිධානය කරනු ලබන ප්‍රධාන වැඩසටහන් වලින් එකක්. පාසල් තුල පර්යේෂණ සංස්කෘතියක් ඇති කිරීම සහ ඔබ තුල නවෝත්පාදන චින්තනයක් ගොඩනැගීම මෙහි ප්‍රධානතම අරමුණු වෙනවා. මෙම තරඟාවලියට සහභාගී වීම මගින් ඔබට ජාතික මෙන්ම ජාත්‍යන්තර තලයට ගමන් කිරීමට මං පෙත් සැලසෙනවා. විද්‍යා පර්යේෂණ ව්‍යාපෘති තරඟාවලියේ ජයග්‍රාහකයන්ට ජාතික මට්ටමින් සංවිධානය කරනු ලබන ශ්‍රී ලංකා විද්‍යා හා ඉංජිනේරු සංදර්ශනයට සහභාගී වීමට අවස්ථාව උදාවන අතර එම තරඟයෙන් ජය ගැනීමෙන් ඇමරිකා එක්සත් ජනපදයේ පවත්වන ජාත්‍යන්තර විද්‍යා හා ඉංජිනේරු සංදර්ශනයට සහභාගී වීමට වරම් හිමි වෙනවා. අන්තර් පාඨශාලීය විද්‍යා සමාජ තරඟාවලිය ඔබ වෙනුවෙන් සංවිධානය කරන තවත් ප්‍රධාන වැඩසටහනක්. නොවැම්බර් 10 වන දිනට යෙදෙන ලෝක විද්‍යා දිනයට සමගාමීව තෝරාගත් විද්‍යාත්මක තේමාවක් යටතේ පාසල් විද්‍යා සංගම් අතර මෙම තරඟමාලාව පවත්වනු ලබනවා. කෙටි විද්‍යා නාට්‍ය, භූමිකා රංගන, විරිදු ගායනා, ගීත ගායනා, විද්‍යා රචනා හා ඩිජිටල් කතාන්දරකරණය ආදී තරඟ මගින් ඔබව විද්‍යාව වෙත ආකර්ෂණය කර ගැනීමට අප බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. විද්‍යුත් හා මුද්‍රිත මාධ්‍ය ඔස්සේ ඔබගේ විද්‍යාත්මක දැනුම ඉහළ නැංවීමට මිහි මඩල වාර්තා වැඩසටහන හා විදුරාව විද්‍යා සංග්‍රහව අප ඔබ වෙත ගෙන එනවා. එදිනදා සමාජයට බලපාන ගැටලු පිළිබඳව විද්‍යාත්මක පසුබිම විමර්ශනයට ලක් කරමින් සිංහල, දෙමළ හා ඉංග්‍රීසි යන භාෂා ත්‍රිත්වයෙන් මිහි මඩල රූපවාහිනී වැඩසටහන විකාශනය කරනු ලබන අතර මෙම වැඩසටහන වසර ගණනාවක් මුළුල්ලේ ඔබ වෙත ගෙන ඒමට අපට හැකි වී තිබෙනවා. සිංහල, දෙමළ හා ඉංග්‍රීසි යන භාෂා ත්‍රිත්වයෙන් මුද්‍රණය වන විදුරාව විද්‍යා සංග්‍රහව පාසල් වෙත නොමිලේ බෙදා දීමට ජාතික විද්‍යා පදනම කටයුතු කරනවා. එමගින් විශාල සිසු දරුදැරියන් පිරිසක් වෙත නූතන ලෝකයේ විද්‍යාත්මක දැනුම ළඟා කරවීමට හැකියාව ලැබී තිබෙනවා. විදේශීය විද්‍යා අධ්‍යාපන මූල්‍ය යෝජනා ක්‍රමය මගින් විද්‍යා හා තාක්ෂණය පිළිබඳ නවීන දැනුම ලබා ගැනීමට හා විවිධ ජාත්‍යන්තර තරඟ සඳහා සහභාගී වීමට ඔබට අවශ්‍ය මූල්‍යමය දායකත්වය ලබා දීම අප විසින් කරනු ලබන තවත් වැදගත් සේවාවක්. මීට අමතරව විද්‍යා අධ්‍යාපන හා විද්‍යාව ප්‍රචලිත කිරීමේ මූල්‍ය යෝජනා ක්‍රමය මගින් පාසල් තුළ විද්‍යාව ප්‍රචලිත කිරීමේ වැඩසටහන් හා තරඟ පැවැත්වීමට අවශ්‍ය මූල්‍ය අනුග්‍රහය ලබා දෙනවා. විද්‍යාගාර යටිතල පහසුකම් වැඩිදියුණු කිරීමට හා විද්‍යා මධ්‍යස්ථාන හා අනෙකුත් විද්‍යා පහසුකම් ගොඩනැගීමට මූල්‍ය පහසුකම් සැපයීම මගින් ජාතික විද්‍යා පදනම ඔබට අවශ්‍ය පහසුකම් ඔබේ පාසල් තුළ ඇති කිරීමට කටයුතු සලසනවා. විද්‍යාව ප්‍රචලිත කිරීම වෙනුවෙන් පාසල් ගුරු භවතුන්, පාසල් විද්‍යා සමාජ මෙන්ම විද්‍යාර්ථයින් ඇගයීමද ජාතික විද්‍යා පදනම මගින් සිදු කරනු ලබනවා. විද්‍යා විෂය ධාරාවේ ගුරුවරුන් ඇගයීමට ගුරු සම්මානද, ජාතික විද්‍යා පදනමේ ලියාපදිංචි විද්‍යා සමාජවල ක්‍රියාකාරීත්වය ඇගයීමට තරු සම්මානද විද්‍යාව ප්‍රචලිත කිරීම වෙනුවෙන් ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය පුරවැසියන් කරනු ලබන සේවය අගයමින් මහාචාර්ය MTM ජිෆ්රි අනුස්මරණ සම්මානයේද විද්‍යාව ප්‍රචලිත කිරීම වෙනුවෙන් මාධ්‍යවේදීන් කරන සේවය අගයමින් මාධ්‍ය සම්මානද ලබා දීම සිදු කරනවා. මීට අමතරව විද්‍යා, තාක්ෂණ, ඉංජිනේරු හා ගණිතය යන විෂය ක්ෂේත්‍රයන් තුළ අධ්‍යාපන අමාත්‍යාංශය මගින් සිදු කරන ප්‍රතිපත්ති සකස් කිරීමට යෝජනා ඉදිරිපත් කිරීම මගින් අනාගත පරපුර දැනුම පදනම් කරගත් ආර්ථිකයක් කරා යොමු කිරීමට ජාතික විද්‍යා පදනම දායක වෙනවා. එබැවින් ඔබත් ඔබේ පාසලේ හෝ විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයේ විද්‍යා සමාජය අප සමග ලියාපදිංචි කර අප විසින් ක්‍රියාත්මක කරනු ලබන වැඩසටහන් වලට සහභාගී වී ජාතික හා ජාත්‍යන්තර මට්ටමින් අපේ රටට කීර්තියක් අත්කර දෙමින් විද්‍යා හා තාක්ෂණ ලෝකයේ ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය අනන්‍යතාව තහවුරු කිරීමට අපත් සමග අත්වැල් බැඳගන්න.
Sri Lanka, a tropical island with a heritage of a vibrant history, culture, and enchanting beauty, spread across nearly 65,000 square kilometers, with a multi-religious, multilingual, and multi-ethnic population of 21.4 million people. It is administratively divided into 9 provinces, 25 districts, which are divided into divisional secretariats. Each divisional secretariat is composed of several Grama-Niladhari divisions. Sri Lanka is prone to natural and man-made disasters, similar to other countries in the world, and susceptible to floods, droughts, landslides, cyclones, tornadoes, coastal erosion, biological hazards, animal attack, and storms. The catastrophic impact of the 2004 tsunami devastated 2/3 of the country's coastline. It took nearly 35,000 lives, orphaned 1,500 children, displaced over 1 million people, wiped out nearly 150,000 livelihoods, and damaged and destroyed over 100,000 houses. If Sri Lanka had a multi-hazard warning system in place, lives could have been saved. Due to the significant devastation of the tsunami, the government was compelled to set up a Parliament Select Committee in 2005 to review the country's disaster preparedness and response status, leading to enactment of the Sri Lanka Disaster Management Act number 13 of 2005. Consequently, the National Council for Disaster Management, the Disaster Management Center, DMC, and the portfolio of the Ministry of Disaster Management were established. In 2005, Sri Lanka became a signatory to the Hyogo Framework for Action. A roadmap for disaster risk management was compiled to seek donor assistance for disaster risk reduction. The Ministry of Disaster Management has compiled policy instruments and plans to give direction to its work. The DMC is mandated with the responsibility of implementing and coordinating national and sub-national level programs for reducing the risk of disasters with the participation of all relevant stakeholders. The DMC assisted the government authorities in encountering the challenges imposed by the greatest human disaster and public health emergency in the recent past, which is the COVID-19 global pandemic. Sri Lanka was able to contain the spread of this deadly virus with proactive and comprehensive system response. Disaster risk management has been devolved. A District Disaster Management Coordination Unit, DDMCU, at each district secretariat functions under the district secretary. It coordinates activities within the district by linking with divisional secretariats and Gramaniladari divisions. Lower down in the administrative hierarchy, officers of the National Disaster Relief Services Center are positioned at the district and divisional secretariats. A Central Emergency Operations Center, EOC, functions through 24 hours each day. At district level, emergency operations centers become active with early warning of probable hazard impact. The hotline 117 is accessible to the public to give and seek disaster-related information. The key activity of DMC is emergency operations and dissemination of early warning of disasters to vulnerable populations in the country with a view of mitigating risks. Multi-hazard early warning capacity has been built in collaboration with technical institutes for emergency response. Multi-hazard early warning towers have been positioned around the coastal belt. Community-level early warning has been enhanced. Evacuation drills are regularly conducted and camp management training has been provided to enhance safety of the internally displaced persons. Relevant capacity building has been carried out to prepare the communities to cope with hazard impact. The other main activities of the DMC are disaster mitigation, preparedness, and public awareness, and coordination of relief and post-disaster activities in collaboration with other key agencies. The DMC creates public awareness through competitions and the distribution of publicity material. The Desinventar database was launched to achieve the historical disaster profile, while the launching of Risk Info, Sri Lanka's risk information platforms, and Apada app, an online disaster reporting system, a very first in Sri Lanka. In 2015, Sri Lanka became a signatory to the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, SFDDR, the Paris Accord to combat climate change, and adopted the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. With the initiatives mooted by the DMC in creating a safer culture and sustainable development, Sri Lanka is focused upon mitigating and reducing losses and damages due to disasters by adopting proactive preparedness and response strategies. Therefore, Sri Lanka will be able to utilize the savings arising out of funds and resources allocated for disaster management for other economically viable and sustainable development activities, creating a prosperous nation.
Welcome to the inauguration of the National Conference on COVID-19, Impact, Mitigation, Opportunities, and Building Resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chief guest and guest of honor and the special invitees of this national conference. COVID-19 pandemic has led to a dramatic loss of human life worldwide and presents an unprecedented challenge to public health, livelihoods, and economies of many countries. We must recognize this opportunity to build back better, as noted by the United Nations Secretary General. We must be committed to pooling our expertise and experience to support our country in the crisis response measures. With that vision in mind, Professor Ranjit Senaratne, Chairman of National Science Foundation, gave leadership to organize this two-day national conference on COVID-19, Impact, Mitigation, Opportunities, and Building Resilience, under the theme From Adversity to Serendipity. We are awaiting the arrival of our guest of honor. The current health regulations have prevented us gathering in large numbers. Therefore, we are conducting this two-day conference as a hybrid event. And I would urge every one of you to follow health guidelines strictly for your safety as well as the safety of others. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us. The Honorable State Minister will be arriving shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please once welcome the guest of honor for this conference. Upholding Sri Lankan culture and tradition, symbolizing knowledge and wisdom, and bringing positive energy to this event. Let us commence the proceedings of this national conference with the traditional lighting of the oil lamp. To do the honors, I would like to invite the chief guest, Honorable Minister of Education, Professor G.L. Piris. Followed by the guest of honor, Honorable State Minister, Ministry of Skills Development, Vocational Education, Research and Innovation, Dr. Sita Arambepola. Followed by Professor Ranjit Senaratne, Chairman of National Science Foundation, Professor Janita Liyanage, representing the Board of Management of the National Science Foundation, Dr. Palita Abekon, on behalf of the steering committee of this conference, Dr. Tamara Dias, Additional Director of National Science Foundation, and finally, representing the organizing committee of this conference, Dr. Dilrukshi Ranatunga. And I now have the pleasure of inviting the following dignitaries to grace us at the head table, please. The chief guest, Honorable Minister Professor G.L. Piris. Guest of honor, Honorable State Minister Dr. Sita Arambepola, Professor Ranjit Senaratne, Chairman of NSF, and Dr. Tamara Dias, Additional Director of NSF. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats now. And now I would like to invite Professor Ranjit Senaratne, Chairman of National Science Foundation and Conference Chair, to deliver the welcome address and introductory remarks.
Good morning, Professor G.L. Piris, Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Sita Arambepola, Honorable State Minister of Skills Development, Vocational Education, Research and Innovation, Professor Malik Piris, keynote speaker of the inaugural session, and other keynote speakers from overseas, secretaries, additional secretaries, heads of institution and staff officers from public and private sector institutions, members of the Board of Management, Conference, Steering and Organizing Committees of National Science Foundation, paper presenters, distinguished invitees and participants, Dr. Tamara Dias, Additional Director and staff of National Science Foundation. On this momentous occasion, as the conference chair, it is my prime duty to welcome the distinguished guests and invitees. First and foremost, I wish to extend a most warm and cordial welcome to our chief guest, Professor G.L. Pieris, Honorable Minister of Education. Sir, in spite of your heavy responsibilities and busy schedule, you have most willingly and readily accepted our invitation. It shows your abiding interest in and profound commitment to promoting research and innovation in the country. Your presence on this occasion does great honor to the scientific fraternity of Sri Lanka. Dr. Sitaram Eppola, Honorable State Minister of Skills Development, Vocational Education, Research and Innovation, you also promptly accepted our invitation to be present with us on this important occasion in spite of your manifold duties. Your presence is a source of inspiration and strength to all of us. We extend a most warm and cordial welcome to you. A salient feature of this event is the online participation of a galaxy of top-flight Sri Lankan scientists from Asia, North America, Europe, Oceania, and Africa. It enables us to draw upon their expert knowledge and also their experience of the successes and failures in different regions of the world, thereby giving the event an international dimension. The keynote speakers of the inaugural session, Professor Malik Pieris, is one of the world's leading virologists. Your keynote address will set the tone and tempo of the conference and will enhance its intellectual ambience. Also in our midst online are Professor Shanti Mendis, former Senior Advisor to WHO from Switzerland, Professor Dilantha Fernando, Dean at the University of Manitoba, Canada, Professor Suranjit Senaviratne, Consultant in Clinical Immunology and Allergy from the UK, Professor Deepthi Jayasekar, Western University, California, and Dr. Gerard Irufernando, Director of Addiction Services and General Psychiatrist, California, USA, Professor Mahesh Nirmalan, Vice Dean, Faculty of Biology, Medicine and Health, University of Manchester, UK, and Professor Raina McIntyre, Professor of Global Biosecurity, University of South Wales, Australia. Your presence will greatly contribute to the stature of the event. We most cordially and warmly welcome you to the conference. Also present physically and virtually are many paper presenters, scientists from home and abroad, heads of institutions, chairpersons and senior officials from public and private sector institutions in the country. We greatly appreciate all of you for finding time from your pressing duties to be with us this morning. We most warmly welcome you to this event. From the inception of the conference, the members of the steering and organizing committees worked with great dedication, devotion, and distinction. I welcome you, them all with open arms. Honorable Minister and State Minister, we have gathered here not just to address COVID pandemic and get back to a pre-COVID normal. We wish to use this event as a launching pad to build a better future. Every crisis should be used as an opportunity to develop and should be seen as an impetus for introducing necessary policies and reforms for robust and resilient growth. Every dark cloud has a silver lining, and as Winston Churchill once said, a pessimist sees the difficulty in every opportunity. An optimist sees the opportunity in every difficulty. We are prudently and cautiously optimistic. Dr. Mehmet Yildiz, a technologist, says adversity is a blessing in disguise because it helps to create new neural pathways in the brain, which is an essential factor for neuroplasticity and resilience. We as a nation have missed many an opportunity in the past. However, this time we will not allow the opportunity to slip and will use it as a lever for development and progress. Honorable Minister and State Minister, it is not the crisis itself that cripples our economy, but our response to it. As scientists and professionals, we cannot leave this situation entirely to the government and stand aloof from it. In this decisive and critical hour, we scientists and professionals have an inescapable responsibility and a profound moral obligation to the nation and its people. It is in this context that the National Science Foundation, the premier national institution mandated to promote science and technology in the country, came forward and organized this event with a view to bringing together scientists, academics, professionals, economists, planners, and policymakers, as well as movers and shakers of industry to address high priority economic and social concerns in a holistic manner. Through their participation, we may seize the emerging opportunities through a transdisciplinary approach to minimizing the impact of COVID on the economy and the people of Sri Lanka and building a better future. As Shi Shung Fong, the former president of the National University of Singapore, said, it takes a shared destiny to create a nation. We know that a shared destiny is the outcome of the collective and cumulative efforts of the whole community to shape society and the nation. A shared destiny also comprises the hopes and aspirations of the people for the future, pulling them together as one to move forward through promise and peril. Sri Lanka and National Science Foundation have a shared destiny. The NSF will rise and fall with Sri Lanka. Others may come and go with the weather, but the NF is here to stay. While reaffirming our unwavering commitment to the nation in this decisive hour, I wish the conference a resounding success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on, I have the pleasure of inviting the guest of honor of this inauguration ceremony, Dr. Sita Arambepola, Honorable State Minister, Ministry of Skills Development, Vocational Education, Research and Innovation, to address this gathering. Over to you, Madam.
Very good morning to everyone. My Honorable Cabinet Minister, my Ministry Cabinet Minister, Professor G.L. Pires, Chairman, DG, and distinguished speakers, visitors, invitees, and all the staff of NSF joining today for this conference. First of all, I would like to thank the committee inviting me for this great conference and letting me to address you all in this great occasion. Also really grateful to all the academics join with us today to make this event success. Today, this national conference is about valuable, timely topic, COVID-19 impact, mitigation, opportunities, and building resilience. It is well-known topic these days and very important topic, not only to Sri Lanka, globally. Also, everyone knows a lot of details about COVID-19 and also known factor almost 90 million cases of COVID-19 have now been reported to WHO, and almost 2 million people have lost their lives so far. Science and research have played a vital role in responding to the pandemic since day one. The rapid isolation and sequencing of the virus laid the platform for the development of vaccines, which are now being rolled out globally. I'm sure that you all are hoping that 2021 will be a much happier year than 2020. And with science, I believe that this is a real possibility. And we can contribute a lot to bring that hope success. The WHO and global health organizations are actively involved in mitigating the pandemic, advising on critical interventions, distributing vital medical supplies to those in need, and are also working tirelessly to develop and deploy safe and effective vaccines. Vaccines save millions of lives each year. It is a well-known fact that vaccines work by training and preparing the body's natural defense, which is the immune system, to recognize the virus and fight against it correctly. Although a few vaccines should be available to fight COVID-19 during the year 2021, it is also vital to know that the entire global community should follow public health precautions such as social distancing measures and effective hygienic measures until COVID-19 is eradicated from the world. Even though we get the vaccines available, we should follow those practices. Otherwise, with the vaccine, we don't get that real results if you don't follow those social habits which we trained throughout the last year. On the other hand, countries and their governments, including Sri Lanka, will have to face unexpected difficulties even during 2021 until the situation is brought fully under control. Various businesses face the challenges of massive shifts in demand, supply chains, transportation, and mobility and worker protection. In this context, special attention needs to be paid to those who work on daily wage basis, non-contract workers, temporary employees, and those without social protection coverage as they become the most vulnerable. Not only are these workers struggling, but so are the consumers. As the production chains and supply chains are impaired, they are suffering too. I understand that business leaders have a lot of pressing concerns. Yet, I would like to put workers and other ordinary people at the core of your discussion today. The success of every business depends on both workers and consumer well-being. We need clear thinking and responsible solidarity to ensure that the least possible damage is done. Throughout this crisis, not only the time period, to everyone. The world will be living with this virus for months and years as the struggle to abide by health regulations continues. But we must be willing to adapt to these changes and live with those changes. And we have to find out ways to come out from these effects and pressure to success all the subjects, either business or the education or the running the country. Fundamental human rights and freedom to stay away from vaccination make it a difficult task to cope with. In other words, all the organizations will have to emphasize on the fact that all communities should be more flexible, more adaptable, more accountable, and better informed. The crisis that is unfolding due to COVID-19 is uncharted territory. Human rights guidance and laws, including the UN guiding principles on businesses and human rights, have been devised to help decision makers act responsibly and effectively in dealing with every kind of disaster and to help them build back better. It is essential and will continue to be throughout this epidemic that you identify, assesses, and address the new risks it is generating so that you can adopt and prompt relevant policies. We need more creative thinking as we continue working throughout this crisis to protect jobs, protect health, and help people cope with adversity by investing in community-led resilience and response and assisting vital social protection measures. Further, this crisis threatens prolonged economic stagnation and harm for households and workers. Many measures must be taken in restructuring, research, and development to support the recovery. Some of these measures will take time to deliver and should be initiated early in order to get the most efficient results out of them timely. As revealed and proven by various studies, investment in science, technology, and innovation, and particularly investing in research and development, is a key driver for the growth of the social and economic aspects of a country. And during times like this, it's quite necessary that we focus on effective research programs. Our objective should be to encourage the development of policy actions that support long-term economic resilience and growth and broad-based improvements in living standards of each and every person across the country, each nation, each community, each district, each person. We must strive as a community to build a future that is brighter, in which nobody is held back and which addresses the very real inequalities laid bare by the pandemic. A future where public services work for everyone, where communities celebrated and strengthened, where we strive for fair work and prosperity for everyone, every person, where our children get the best start in life and where our natural environment is cherished. This pandemic has already shown that most of the job-related activities should be fulfilled with the support of online platforms. Not only the jobs, education, other businesses, and all over the world globally, everybody understood the value of this platform. Various softwares and fast internet facilities should develop, and everyone should get access to those to accomplish those targets. This is the vision we must have as one nation. Finally, I would like to encourage you to act in such a way to uphold economic, social, civil, and political rights in the broader societies. So I think institutions like Science Foundation can do a lot and contribute a lot to those aspects, as we have the access, we have the facilities, we have the human resources, and we have the opportunities. I think this is the time if we can help to a government to broaden their aspects and there are targets to reach each and every person and improve their quality of life to gain their life goals as well as to improve their quality of life. Even though pandemic is challenging us in so many ways, we will be able to find out different ways to come out from those challenges. So at last, I would like to thank everyone to giving this opportunity to me, as also academics who join with us, National Science Foundation, to give their maximum support and contribution to success this event. At last, I will wish you all the success, and I would like to thank again all the academics who join with us today online as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, State Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, next in the agenda is the keynote address. The keynote speaker, Professor Malik Piris, is Professor and Chair in Virology at the School of Public Health at the University of Hong Kong. He is a clinical and public health virologist with a particular interest in emerging viral diseases at the animal-human interface, including influenza, coronavirus, and others. In 2003, he played a key role in the discovery that a novel coronavirus was the cause of severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS, its diagnosis and control. He has over 650 peer-reviewed research publications in international scientific journals. For his contributions, he has been recognized with numerous prestigious awards and fellowships. Now, I would like to invite Professor Malik Piris to deliver the keynote address. Professor Piris will be joining us online.
Hello. Hello, good morning. I hope you can hear me clearly. First, Honorable Ministers, Professor Ranjit Senaratne, Chairman of NSF and Organizing Committee members and colleagues. First, I'd like to thank you for this invitation for me to speak at this transdisciplinary meeting, which I think is an excellent idea because a problem like COVID-19 clearly requires a multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary response. If I can share my screen now, I will get on to the main topic of my talk, and I hope you can see the screen now. So since this is the first talk of this meeting, I thought it's good to give an overview of the virus and what it is doing and how we can prevent it. As you heard, just 1 year ago, there would have been only about 8,000. At this time in January, there would have been about 8,000 people diagnosed with COVID-19. But now you can see it's coming close to 100 million cases and over 2 million deaths. Now the virus itself, this is what it schematically looks like. So it's an RNA virus with RNA carrying the genetic material of the virus, the information that the virus uses to make its proteins and replicate itself. And it's an enveloped virus with the envelope derived from the cell in which it replicates. So because it is an enveloped virus with a lipid membrane bilayer here in the viral envelope, it is as a group of viruses, these enveloped viruses, for example, coronaviruses, influenza viruses, HIV, these are more fragile than non-enveloped viruses, such as, for example, polio. And that is why these viruses, including coronavirus, is primarily transmitted by the respiratory route rather than by the waterborne route. So viruses such as polio, enteroviruses, noroviruses, diarrhea-causing viruses can be transmitted by the fecal-oral route through, for example, food and water, but coronaviruses primarily are transmitted by the respiratory route. Now, another important point is that detection of the virus, I'm sure you know that the main diagnostic test we use to find the virus is PCR and or reverse transcriptase PCR. Now that detects the virus RNA, and it does not mean that just because you have a positive RNA signal of the virus that it means that there is infectious virus there. It means the virus has been present in that sample that you tested, but whether it is infectious or not depends on many other factors, and the only way you can really establish that is by culturing the virus in the laboratory. Now, viruses of all types replicate inside living cells, and this is a cell in which you can see these very small dots here. This is the virus replicating inside the cell and has come out and is found on the cell surface. And this is a scanning electron micrograph of a virus-infected cell. And what you see here are virus particles coming out of the cell. So unlike bacteria, which can survive in the environment by themselves, sometimes, viruses, by definition, need a living cell to infect. And in the case of coronaviruses, it is a mammalian cell. And the virus enters and replicates in the cell. And finally, from each virus that it infects, you may have hundreds or thousands of viruses that leave the infected cell. So this means that most viruses are very specific to the type of species that it can infect. And because this is an RNA virus, it has a higher mutation rate. And this, of course, will come back to this issue later in the talk, because like influenza, like HIV, coronaviruses do also undergo mutation, but to a lesser rate than, for example, influenza viruses. Now, where did this virus come from? We know, for example, in the case of SARS in 2003, so this is the SARS virus in a family tree, what is called a phylogenetic tree. And the SARS virus is very closely related to a number of bat coronaviruses. And now we know that it was a bat virus that crossed over to humans through these game animal markets to give rise to the outbreak in 2003. So very similarly to that, here we have the SARS coronavirus 2. And again, you find bat coronaviruses that are very closely related to it, not identical, but I'm quite sure that over the next few years, we will find a much closer ancestor to this COVID-19 virus or SARS coronavirus 2 in bats as well. Now, why is it that these new emerging infections keep on causing problems to us? I mean, of course, COVID-19 has been the biggest problem that we have faced in terms of infectious disease. But if we just go back over the last 10, 15 years, we had Ebola, we had Zika, we had SARS in 2003, avian flus, and so many other, and of course, the swine flu pandemic. And that is really because of course, the virus itself, the fact that virus, particularly RNA viruses, can adapt and mutate, the environment and what we do to the environment, including ecological degradation, deforestation, climate change. So, and many other human activities, I mean, our growth in our population, increased urbanization, increased travel, trade, the wild animal trade, the livestock industry. So there are so many things that we do that is increasing the probability of these viruses jumping from animals to humans. So this is something I'll come back to at the end of my talk today. Now, coming back to SARS coronavirus 2, very early on, and this is studies that we did in collaboration with colleagues in mainland China, looking at the amount of virus, the quantity of virus in the upper respiratory tract. You can see this pattern that very early after the onset of symptoms, you have the maximal amount of virus in the patient's respiratory tract. And then it quite rapidly becomes less and less. So you might have virus detectable by PCR, but the amount is much smaller. And subsequently, we have also discovered that after about day 10, the infectiousness, meaning even though it's positive by PCR, the culturability or the infectiousness of the virus is almost gone. But what this means is that it's very early after onset of symptoms that the patient is most infectious. And subsequently, it has been shown that even before the onset of symptoms, the patient can be infectious. And also epidemiological studies show the same thing. So this is a large study of patients in mainland China showing that about 40% or more than 40% of transmission takes place before the onset of clinical symptoms, before the person even knows that he or she is sick. And then the next 40 or 50% takes place within the first 4 days or 5 days after onset of clinical symptoms. So a lot of the transmission is taking place before or soon after onset of symptoms. And this is one of the reasons why it is so challenging to control the spread of this infection. Another problem, of course, in the case of COVID-19 is that although a small proportion of patients are severely ill, the majority of patients are very mild, and also maybe about 1/3 of them are completely asymptomatic, and they remain asymptomatic as well. And transmission can take place from the symptomatic patients as well as from the asymptomatic patients, although asymptomatic patients appear to be less infectious than the symptomatic patients. Now, coming to control in terms of treatment and vaccines, and again, because this is the general audience, I thought it's important to make this point that you really need very carefully designed randomized clinical trials in order to establish whether a particular treatment or a vaccine is working. And the reason is, say, if you're talking about a treatment, and if all these people who are black in color are patients with symptoms, and you give them a treatment, we know that COVID-19, the majority of patients do recover. More than 95% of them recover quite uneventfully. It's only a small proportion who develop complications and have a serious outcome. So whether the treatment is effective or not, patients are going to recover. So the only way you can establish whether a treatment is effective is by doing a randomized clinical trial. And then showing, hopefully, that more people have recovered in the treatment arm than in the control arm. Now, if you don't do this carefully, you might actually see people who are recovering, but then even if you don't give the treatment, you see have the same proportion of people recovering. So that means the treatment has no effect. On the other hand, you might even see a situation that the treatment is slowing recovery. So unless you have these careful randomized clinical trials, we cannot jump to conclusions as to the effectiveness of a particular therapeutic intervention. And indeed, there have been very good large randomized clinical trials, the ones done in the UK, the so-called recovery trials, and the ones done by WHO, the solidarity trials. Now, of course, vaccines are the focus of attention right now. And the idea of a vaccine is to generate the immune response in the person to this infection without getting infection and having the consequences of a severe disease. So traditionally, the ways of achieving vaccination has been to grow the virus in large quantity, kill it, and inject it. So those are inactivated vaccines. You can attenuate the virus, making it weaker so that it can still infect but not cause disease. And for example, the oral polio vaccine, measles vaccines, mumps, rubella, all these vaccines are live attenuated vaccines. Or you can take crucial proteins of the virus, synthesize it, manufacture it in the laboratory, and inject it. So these are the traditional ways in which vaccines have been developed. More recently, of course, the things have gone further upstream, and we have RNA vaccines. So the RNA codes for the particular protein. Rather than giving the protein as an injection, you give the RNA for that protein, and the cell makes the viral protein. So that has a number of advantages, immunologically speaking, as well. Now, it's important to realize, because again, there's a lot of misinformation in social media and other places where people say that this RNA vaccines, the RNA can get integrated into your DNA and it can alter your genetic makeup and can have quite adverse consequences. Now, this is completely untrue. I mean, it's if you know cell biology and biochemistry, you will know that RNA in the cell gets fairly quickly degraded, and RNA cannot get integrated into DNA because there is no way in the cell for the RNA to be converted back to DNA. Another option for vaccines is to use DNA itself of the protein you're interested in. And finally, you can deliver this DNA coding for your viral protein in some form of vector, some form of carrier. And for example, one of the common vectors that is being used for COVID-19 is an adenovirus as a vector. Right, so those are the basic approaches to vaccines. But in regard to COVID vaccines, what are the examples that we have? So we have Moderna and Pfizer-BioNTech, which are RNA vaccines. We have these replication incompetent vectors, adenovirus vectors, which is AstraZeneca, a Chinese vaccine, CanSino, the Russian vaccine, Johnson & Johnson, and Janssen, and also Johnson & Johnson. Then we have the traditional inactivated vaccines, the Sinopharm, Sinovac, and Bharat in India and in China, and viral protein vaccines, although none of them are still have completed phase 3 clinical trials from companies such as Novavax and Sanofi. And the idea of all of these is to elicit antibody that will bind to the virus and block its infectivity, and also secondarily to elicit a cell-mediated immune response, T cells, which will recognize and kill virus-infected cells. Now, I have just summarized some of the data from a number of the vaccines that have come to very advanced state. You can see there are some RNA vaccines, some adenovirus vectored vaccines. Here, the Sputnik and Johnson & Johnson. These are all adenovirus vectored vaccines. And then the conventional inactivated vaccines. Efficacy from clinical trials has been reported to be quite high, but I have to point out that it's quite difficult to just compare the efficacy from one trial and another, because it all depends on the population in which the trial was done and some of the readouts that have been used as endpoints. But nevertheless, overall, the efficacy of vaccines has been remarkably good. I mean, much better than we could have hoped for even 6 months ago. Then there are other issues of logistic importance. How many doses are required? So most of these vaccines require 2 doses, although the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is supposed to require only 1 dose. The cold chain is important because that determines storage and the conditions, the facilities that are required for storing the vaccine. And some of these vaccines, the RNA vaccines, require more stringent ultra-cool temperature storage, but the other vaccines, by and large, are very, very similar to conventional vaccines that we use. A number of these vaccines have been licensed or at least have received emergency use authorization. Now, of course, having said that, a lot of this data and a lot of this efficacy data is what we see in the media or reports from these companies. It's only the Pfizer-BioNTech, the Moderna, and AstraZeneca where we actually can see the published phase 3 clinical data in detail so that we can make independent assessments of the safety and the efficacy of these vaccines. So I think it's really important that these other vaccines also, we do have the published phase 3 clinical data so that we can individually assess their advantages and disadvantages. So what are the knowledge gaps? So these, as I said, the vaccines have been remarkably effective, at least on the basis of the reports from different organizations. Now, one of the things we don't know is the duration of protection. How long will the vaccine protect you for? Because most of these clinical trials have been done for over a very short period of time since the injection of the 2 doses of the vaccine, and the patients have been followed up for a few months. And we see good protection, but what will happen 1 year, 2 years down the line? So that remains to be seen. And then another important consideration that we have to keep in mind is that the endpoints that these vaccine trials have measured is protection from disease, protection from symptomatic disease, not prevention of transmission. So we cannot assume that even though some of these vaccines which have shown to be able to reduce clinical disease, whether it will reduce virus transmission to a comparable degree. And one of the reasons why you cannot necessarily assume this is that if you imagine somebody who gets natural infection, the virus enters through the upper respiratory tract, and then if it progresses to more serious disease, it can infect the lungs. And of course, because of that, the person, when he or she recovers, will have immunity both in the nasopharynx, particularly mucosal IgA immunity, and in the lungs, which includes systemic antibody in the blood. So he will be protected both from infection and from disease. But when we have vaccines that are injected into the arm, they do not, or they may not necessarily make good immune responses in the nasopharynx. So that means the nasopharynx may be still susceptible to infection. And if that is the case, the virus can infect and potentially transmit. Now, we don't know whether that is the case. I suspect that there will be some protection also in the nasopharynx, but until we have more data, we cannot be sure. So we cannot at the moment assume that these vaccines are going to be, say, 90% efficacy means 90% protection from transmission. And of course, this has implications for the so-called population immunity or herd immunity. And then, of course, we also have another very topical issue, these questions of virus mutations and variants. And I'll talk about that in a minute. We also have major problems in terms of misinformation and fake news regarding vaccines. Now, of course, you have these types of demonstrations which any reasonable person might see as being rubbish. But we also have things like this. I mean, there's a recent YouTube video that I saw. So you have somebody in a bow tie looking very impressive and calling himself Dr. Martin. And a lot of the things he was saying is total rubbish. But nevertheless, it looks very credible. And to the average person, it might be completely believable. So we have to deal with this type of fake news, not just about vaccines, about many aspects of life in general, but also about the pandemic. So we really have to deal with this misinformation as professionals to try to respond to that. Now, coming back to this, I told you that when the virus replicates in the cell, and particularly being an RNA virus, the virus can make errors in its replication, that is mutations. And these mutations, of course, most of them are disadvantageous, which will lead to the virus essentially dying. But some of them, a very small proportion of them, could be well, a big proportion of them don't have an advantage or a disadvantage to the virus. So from our point of view, it doesn't matter. But a small proportion of them may actually confer advantages to the virus. And from the virus's point of view, the main advantage it is selecting for is transmission. Not necessarily causing severe disease, because that doesn't help the virus from its drive, the evolutionary drive, to propagate its genome. So transmission is the primary driver that is selected for as the virus mutates. And so here, again, you have the cell here, and you have the virus membrane here. And the initial interaction between the spike protein of the virus and the receptor on the cell, which is the ACE2 molecule. So clearly, the spike protein is a very crucial target for our attention, particularly in terms of viruses that may be able to transmit better because this interaction may be improved, and also in terms of evading vaccine immunity, because antibodies will bind here to the spike protein and block this interaction. So this is the spike protein it's a trimer. It's 3 proteins in one conformation, if you like. And these are showing some of the mutations on the spike protein that have been seen. So very quickly, and I realize that these nomenclatures and the numbers and things are very confusing, but this particular variant called B117 was first detected in the UK. It has a number of mutations, but it has one important mutation here on the spike protein, which potentially could be biologically important. And indeed, this has very rapidly taken over, is now dominating the virus population in the United Kingdom, more or less proving that this virus has a selection advantage over the non-mutated viruses. So the UK public health authorities estimate that it is 50 to 70% more transmissible. It's not very clear whether it has an effect on mortality or not, but recently there is some suggestion it may be increasing severity as well. But the good news is that this particular virus can be neutralized by the vaccine and also by people who have recovered from the infection. So there is no escape because of this mutation from vaccine. Then there's another mutation first described in South Africa. And this now, in addition to this same 501 mutation, has an additional mutation here called 484 at position 484. And you can see very rapidly, this is the yellow bar is the mutated virus. So you can see the proportion of this mutation from nothing just in the middle of last year, very rapidly from October to December, it is now the dominant virus circulating in South Africa. Again, illustrating very likely that this virus has a selection and transmission advantage. But from the South African data, there doesn't seem to be any change in severity of disease, but the virus is less neutralized by the blood of patients who have recovered from COVID-19. And I will show you some data on this in a minute. Then we have a third virus of concern, which is first detected in Brazil. And again, you can see that it shares some of the mutations of the UK and the South African viruses, and particularly this 484 mutation. Now, these are not the same virus that is spreading from UK to South Africa to South America. These mutations are independently arising, the same mutations in different parts of the world. So presumably, these are having an advantage for the virus. So a crucial question is, what would this imply? What would this mean for vaccines? So this is the UK virus. I mean, it's not good to use geographical or country names, but I'm sure you'll find it difficult to remember these B117. So this is the virus first detected in the UK. And you can see that whether it's the old virus or this mutated virus, the antibody titers to this particular vaccine, the Moderna vaccine, is not affected. So that's good news. But then this is the virus first detected in South Africa. And you can see that for the vaccinated individuals, the antibody titers with the normal virus is here. And then the same serum tested with this mutated virus, you can see is reduced. Not disappeared, not zero, but it is reduced. So this particular mutation does have some impairment on potential vaccine protection. But it's important to keep in mind this is not complete loss of vaccine protection. And the virus that I mentioned that is found first in Brazil also has, as I told you, one of the same mutations, the 464 mutation, as the South African virus. And we probably have to also expect that will also behave in the same way. Now, of course, control of COVID is not just a matter of viruses, virology, and vaccines and antiviral drugs. We really have, as I think the State Minister mentioned in the opening remarks, we really need to have a whole of population response. And it requires communication about threats, good leadership, trying to balance communication well, understanding social contexts. So we really have to deal with a number of factors in responding well to a pandemic. Now, in my last one or two slides, I just want to go beyond this pandemic. And I showed you this slide before, where I showed these different human activities that are actually promoting the emergence of these new infections. And I'm afraid this won't be the last epidemic or pandemic that we have to deal with. So I think it is time that we did take account of changing some of these high-risk behaviors. So for example, in the case of COVID-19, in particular, these wild game animal food markets. But then I would also, in my last slide, like to go beyond pandemics. And I think this is a French philosopher and microbiologist, René Dubos, who said many years ago that I think at that time he was talking about vaccines and viruses being controlled and antibiotics and bacteria being controlled, that he said that at some unpredictable time and in some unforeseeable manner, nature will strike back. And indeed, you can see from COVID-19 an example of nature striking back. But I think we also have to remember it's not only infectious diseases. We are, as a species, really degrading our environment. We are changing our climate, acidifying our oceans, chemical pollution, biodiversity loss. So we are really pushing the boundaries of sustainable environment. And I think, as we can see, the lessons that, in terms of the change of climates, in terms of environmental pollution, we are really having a major problem in our hands, which I submit is potentially even worse than the pandemic. So I think COVID-19, as professionals, we should take it as an opportunity to educate the general public that we really have to change our ways, not just about emerging infectious diseases, but about how we deal with our environment in a general sense. So let me just summarize what I was covering in regard to COVID-19. As I told you, the infectiousness is before the onset of symptoms and soon after symptom onset. I mentioned that PCR detects virus RNA. It doesn't necessarily mean infectivity. And I mentioned safe and effective vaccines have become available. They protect from disease. The extent of protection from transmission is still under investigation. We talked about the viral variants, and we talked about convergent evolution, the same mutations arising separately, suggesting advantage for the virus. We need to monitor these mutations worldwide. Now, at the moment, it's only a relatively few number of countries that are doing intensive sequencing of the viruses. So the UK is one of them, and South Africa has been another one. So the very fact that these mutations were detected in the UK and South Africa doesn't necessarily mean it started there. And these could be present in many other parts of the world as well, particularly because of these particular variants, which have increased transmissibility, and also possibly some compromise of vaccine efficacy. I think we have to pay attention to avoiding new introductions of viruses to the country from outside. But we have to keep in mind, of course, that even though these variants may be more transmissible, they are still susceptible to the same public health measures we have used so far. But because they are more transmissible, we just have to work harder. And we talked about the impact on vaccines. But I want to emphasize that none of this is an argument not to take the vaccine. As long as the vaccines are safe and effective, which a number of these vaccines appear to be, I think these vaccines are going to be an important tool in controlling the COVID-19 outbreak. It will not be the only tool. It's not that we can forget about all these other control measures, but it will be an essential and crucial tool, and we should roll out the vaccines and convince our populations to take the vaccines. Right, and I also mentioned the importance of effective communication to rebut misinformation. And at a more general level, I was talking about the fact that these novel viruses continue to reemerge from the environment, and we need to modify our behavior to reduce the risk of these continuing to arise. And we need better preparedness to confront these types of events. And as I said, finally, we need to pay attention to other more insidious threats, such as climate change and environmental pollution. So with that, I thank you for your attention, and thank you again for this invitation.
Thank you, sir, for giving a very clear overview of the problem we are currently facing, COVID-19, and setting the tone for this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege of inviting the chief guest of this national conference on COVID-19, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Education, Professor G.L. Peiris, to address the audience.
Professor Ranjit Senaratne, Chairman of the National Science Foundation, my colleague, the Honorable Sita Arabepola, Professor Malik Peiris, one of the world's distinguished virologists who has brought great honor and prestige to our country, Dr. Palitha Abeyakon, who has similarly put our country on the map recently by being appointed by the Director General of the World Health Organization as his representative in Southeast Asia, distinguished panelists and participants. May I first congratulate Professor Ranjit Senaratne and his colleagues on organizing what I consider to be a very opportune and beneficial interaction at this time. As Professor Malik Peiris just told us, if we are to respond to this crisis in a productive and meaningful manner, one of the essential prerequisites is that we must adopt what he called a multidisciplinary or a transdisciplinary approach. He also emphasized the unpredictability of this. None of us, no country was prepared for this because there was no previous experience to appeal to. So Professor Malik Peiris quoted the French philosopher René Dubois, who said that nature is going to strike back at an unpredictable time in an unforeseeable manner. Now that's exactly what has happened. Not just Sri Lanka, but the world has been taken unawares. This crisis was upon us. We had to respond to it swiftly and effectively. We did not quite know how. There was no certainty. So we have to innovate. We are in uncharted waters. That is the essence of the challenge. Now, the one thing that we need to respond in an appropriate manner is courage. We must have courage. We must have faith in ourselves. Now, I will illustrate that to you from the experience of my own ministry, the Ministry of Education, which had to make some excruciatingly difficult decisions in this regard. Of course, not only with regard to COVID-19, but in life generally, there are two alternatives, two different ways of reacting to a crisis. The easiest is to follow the line of least resistance, to procrastinate, to put everything off, because things can go wrong. Obviously they can. There is a risk. There's no guarantee. So if you're nervous about criticism, and if you are constantly worried about the possibility which always exists of things going wrong, then the temptation is great to put off decisions and to do nothing. The other alternative is to grasp the nettle, knowing that we are vulnerable, no assurance that the decisions we make are the right decisions, but to take the bull by the horns, to make the decisions that are necessary and to forge ahead. Now take the education system of our country. Now your theme is impact. Impact is pretty obvious. It has horrendously transformed all aspects of our lives. But mitigation is the immediate requirement. There's no complete solution to the problem, but how do you deal with it in such a way as to alleviate hardships and enable life to go on? Now, as an illustration, let me take the decisions, a whole series of decisions that we had to make in the education sector. Everything had broken down. Schools were closed, universities were closed. So we had to figure out a way of resuming. How do you get the system going again? What are the opportunities? Where do you start? That was the most critical issue. Start at the right place. So we thought about it. We were assisted by medical specialists, by others who knew much more about the subject than we did, some of whom are present in this hall today. So we figured out that the pragmatic, the sensible approach would be to start with students who had completed their courses, didn't have to hold classes. They were ready to sit for examinations. Let's start there. If we hold the advanced level examination, for example, release the results in time, enable these students to be admitted to our universities this year, then like a flowing river, the system will go on with minimal disruption. So that's what we decided to do, to hold the A-level examination. This was done on the 23rd of November last year. Of course, there were the prophets of doom. There were those who told us, this is an irresponsible decision. This is foolhardy. And you will be responsible for the consequences if children begin to fall ill. And as Professor Malik Piris told us, they're asymptomatic, many of them, their immune system is strong because they are young. They go home, infect their parents, certainly their grandparents, and you will be held responsible. So the temptation is very great to withdraw and for the moment to do nothing. We did not do that. We decided in the interest of children, there was extreme pressure from parents who said, our children are at home. There's a friend of mine who told me that when he's asked what his age is, he's going to deduct 1 year because we are not really living. We are living only 20%. So that shows the mindset of adults. How much greater would be the trauma for school children? I believe that the psychological damage is pretty considerable. So strong pressure from parents. Whatever the odds or the difficulties may be, you make the decision, have the courage, we're with you, we'll support you. Get the system going again. There were 362,000 students who sat for the advanced level examination in 2,900 centers across the country. That examination went on for 22 days, and 58 children sat for the examination in quarantine. But we did that. That is not the achievement of one single individual or one single ministry. It was a collaborative effort. People forgot their usual turf issues, which are unfortunately a feature of our lives. They forgot their political differences. They all came together. The education sector, the health sector, the local authorities, the media, medical specialists, everybody wholeheartedly cooperated to make a success of the endeavor to hold the A-level examinations. So what I'm telling you is now that enables you to get the system flowing. We held the examination with the fullest cooperation of our officials in the examinations department. We are confident that we will be able to release those results in the first week of April, which means that these children will be able to gain admission to the universities of the country in September this year. They do not lose a year. So that's how we decided to commence our responses to this situation. Then, all right, you hold examinations, but you also have to start classes. How do you do that? Again, the priorities, the sequencing is very important. Where do you start? Obviously not with these youngest children, because social distancing is very difficult. So we did not start with the primary classes, grades 1 to 5, or the preschools. We postponed that for the time being, but we started with grades 6 to 11, where logistically the problems are relatively less difficult to handle. So that is the age of the children and the relative ease or difficulty of compliance with health norms. You must reinvigorate the education system, but obviously you must do so in full compliance with health imperatives. Then the geographical regions of the country cannot do everything at once. That would be a hazardous exercise, fraught with grave danger. So you have to make sensible decisions with regard to the geographical regions of the country. The worst affected was the Western Province, the districts of Colombo, Gampaha, and Kalutara. So that was postponed for the time being, not forgotten about, but we started with the other areas. Why should parents of children in those parts of the country where the risk is minimal be told that their children must indefinitely be at home because of a more serious problem in other parts of the country? That does not appear to me to be equitable. So we started elsewhere. And the Western Province was taken up last. Now we are dealing with the Western Province, and it is our intention to open about 2/3 of the schools in the Western Province. There are about 1,550 schools in the Western Province. We are confident that we'll be able to open about 907 of them, rigorously complying with health guidelines. Now, how do you do this? Governance is important. Cross-cutting teams, what Professor Malik Pires referred to as multidisciplinary inputs. It would be a horrendous error to try to deal with everything from Isrupaya, the Ministry of Education. That is not the way to set about it. Decentralization, sharing of responsibility, empowerment of those on the ground who are best able to make decisions that are appropriate for the particular circumstances of the area and of the individual school. Now that's exactly what we did. You empower the principals of schools, you establish school committees consisting of representatives of alumni associations, parents, health officials, the MOH, the OIC of the area. You share responsibility. Don't try to do everything yourself. Then we formulated a series of detailed guidelines to parents, to teachers, to children. And before the schools were opened, we took time to send this material in profuse detail to schools up and down the country, and we invited parents to meet the school principals and the school committees and to point out what they considered to be deficiencies, shortcomings, gaps in the instructions and the guidelines which have been sent by the Ministry of Education to schools in different parts of the country. So engagement, involvement, that's very necessary. Parents must have the ultimate responsibility for the children belongs to the parents. So they will come, interact with the principal and the school committees and say, you have suggested this, but isn't there a lacuna here? Shouldn't you address that problem? It is after opportunity was provided for the fullest consultation between the school authorities and the parents that the schools were opened, obviously after taking measures like cleaning the environment, sanitizing, and all of that. And it turned out to be very successful. So you have a set of guidelines. The core advice would be the same, but its application, the nuances would vary from place to place. Then you would have to ensure that there is proper supervision at different levels. The zonal director, finally the governor of the area. Then now take a problem like transport. Those are the challenges, the opportunities. Now there again, government is there to help. We make facilities available. We talk to the Sri Lanka Transport Board, Ceylon Government Railways, the private vans. But again, all the time recognizing that the views of the parents are of paramount importance. So this is important, that to stress that these are matters for the community at large. Every member of the community. There is no question of transferring responsibility in toto to the government and saying, you look after us, we are in your hands. There must be active involvement on the part of the community as a whole. Then resilience. We are all genuinely proud of the performance of the private sector in this country. The economy took a drastic hit. There's no question about that, because Sri Lanka derives her foreign exchange principally from three sources. One is our exports, in particular our garment exports, tea, and so on. The second is tourism. The third is remittances from Sri Lankans working abroad and sending back their savings to the Sri Lankan exchequer. So that is the throbbing heart of Sri Lanka's economy. These are the three major avenues. All of them were affected. But now consider for a moment how the apparel sector responded. It is really a magnificent achievement when you compare export earnings year on year. Say if you compare, for instance, September 2020 with September 2019, there was actually an increase. How did this happen? Given the enormity, the magnitude of the challenge, how was it possible for Sri Lankan companies to perform at a level which enabled them to not only to retain their level of performance, but actually marginally to earn a little more than they did in the previous year, notwithstanding COVID-19? How did this become possible? It became possible because of resilience, adaptability, and innovation. What our large companies did was they changed the products that they were turning out into the market. The traditional products were for niche markets. Sri Lanka had made the decision early on that we can't compete on considerations of scale with other countries. If we produce, shirts, pants, that kind of thing is not possible. Countries like Bangladesh are far better poised in terms of population and other considerations. So our companies made the strategic decision that they would go into other areas. Swimwear, sportswear, for niche markets, expensive items for selected markets. So companies like Victoria's Secret, world leaders in the United States, Tesco, Marks and Spencer in the United Kingdom, these were our buyers. And Sri Lanka's apparel companies were among the best performances in the world. But when COVID-19 hit them, there was no market for swimwear, sportswear, and so on. The market became depressed overnight without any warning. What did they do? They changed dramatically the kind of thing that they were producing. They went into personal protection equipment, PPEs. They received huge orders from the NHS in the United Kingdom, from the United States, huge orders. They couldn't cope with those orders. And the large companies like Brandix, MAS Holdings, Omega Line, and so on, they passed on some of these orders to the smaller companies. That enabled retrenchment to be reduced to a minimum. Employees could still be retained. If there were 10 production lines, it became possible to keep about 6 or 7 of them operational. That is because of the resilience. Yeah, you're talking of resilience, building resilience. What better example of resilience? That had nothing to do with government. Those were prudent, strategic decisions by the business sector adapting to an unprecedentedly difficult situation and performing at optimal levels despite the crisis which they had to deal with. So they were able to do that. And that was a singular contribution to the vibrancy of Sri Lanka's economy. So our exports did not suffer very much. In some sectors, as I said, the performance was actually improved. Of course, the worst affected was tourism. That is beyond, but there again, mitigation. Mitigation becomes important with regard to that sector. So moratorium, concessionary loans, other modes of assistance were thought of as a means of extenuation or mitigation of the problems that inevitably arose in the tourism sector. Then with regard to Sri Lankans who were working abroad and sending money here, see, the immediate reaction was they all wanted to come back. That's a natural feeling. When you have a problem like that, you want to go home, you want to be with your people, you feel comfortable in your congenial, accustomed environment. So as many as possible were brought back to the country. But now some of them are saying, upon reflection, this is a problem that we are going to have to live with for some time, even after vaccines arrive. So we have to take a realistic view of our situation, take stock in a practical way. And some of them are now telling the government, we would like to go back and get on with our lives. So that is the situation there. Now I want to say a word about building resilience. Professor Malik Piris, that was, in my view, a very valuable observation. He said it's not just a matter of getting a vaccine, getting well, ensuring that you don't infect others and you don't fall ill yourself, but we have to take a broader view of this crisis and transform our modes of living. There have to be fundamental changes in our lives because nature has hit back. So this is why when we reopen schools, now again, I will take my own sector as an example, because that is what I'm most familiar with at this time. When children come back to school, of course, we have to tell them about social distancing, about washing hands, sanitizing, all of that. But we want to go a little further and talk to them about nutrition. And at this time, I'm sure there will be very vigorous interest on the part of the parents also. Look at the child's well-being holistically. Not just a matter of protecting the child's health that day in that classroom. Nutrition, management of stress, Now, there was tremendous pressure on us to allow tuition classes to begin. So that also, if we are holding examinations, that has to be done. But isn't it a great pity? I mean, considering how much stress there is in our lives today, the only part of our lives that we really enjoy is childhood. But today, we are imposing so much trauma and stress on children. Even their childhood, we don't allow them to enjoy. That is because of acute competition, a rat race, and not among the children themselves, but really among the parents. See how much the competition there is to get 1 mark more in the grade 5 scholarship examination. So much depends upon it. So management of stress, these are all matters that we would like to deal with in a serious way. As children come back to school after a long period of hibernation, it would be important to stimulate the interest of parents also in new horizons, in new vistas of opportunity, and the transformation of lifestyles very much on the lines that was so persuasively recommended by Professor Malik Piris, Professor and Chair of Virology in the University of Hong Kong. So these things, I think we have to take a far broader view of this, not deal with it ad hoc. Then finally, this is my final observation, we're all looking forward to the arrival of the first consignment of the vaccine tomorrow afternoon. The first consignment will arrive in Sri Lanka tomorrow afternoon. As Professor Malik Piri said, there is a great deal of misinformation. That's a pity. Because to make right decisions, you need right information and right direction. Now, the vaccine will do a lot of good. It is not a complete panacea. It's not going to sort out the problem once and for all. So it would be a great mistake for us to lower the guard and to feel that we can now relax and not take meticulous precautions because we are protected by the vaccine. That would be a calamity. At the same time, I do think that the mindset of the public will change in a positive and refreshing way because of the arrival of the vaccine, because the public will feel now we have a weapon to fight back. That will dispel the mood of despondency. We are helpless. What can we do? We are all victims of COVID-19. Now, we have a potent weapon to fight back with. So that will give us a certain degree of courage, resilience. And I think that will be an element of singular value as the government and the people of Sri Lanka deal with this crisis in the days to come. So let me conclude on this note. Let me congratulate again Professor Ranjit Senaratne and his colleagues for this very timely event. It has been well organized. There are about 80 participants from overseas who are joining online. And once again, I think the principal ingredient of success in this endeavor will be all of us together. Not just the government of Sri Lanka, not just doctors, not just politicians. The media has a very critical role to play. The media has a very critical role to play in dispelling illusions and misinformation. And that, to a large extent, has been done by the media. So all of us together, if we all recognize that this is a crisis, but it can be overcome. We are not helpless. So in that spirit, which has been amply manifested in Sri Lanka's response to the crisis so far, if we forge ahead on those lines, I have every hope and expectation that we shall be able to prevail. So thank you again for organizing this seminar. Thank you for inviting me to share these thoughts with you. I wish your deliberations every success. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Your commitment to overcome the difficulties in the education sector presented by this pandemic is encouraging in the country's mitigation measures. Organizing a conference of this magnitude could not be achieved without the contribution of many parties. Therefore, I would now like to invite Dr. Tamara F. Dias, Additional Director of National Science Foundation, to propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister of Education, Professor G.L. Piris, Honorable State Minister of Skills Development, Vocational Education, Research and Innovation, Dr. Sita Arambepola, Professor Ranjit Senaratne, Chairman of the National Science Foundation, members of the Board of Management of the NSF, the keynote speaker, Professor Malik Piris, distinguished speakers, session chairs, panelists, and moderators, state officials and invitees, and the staff of the National Science Foundation. Feeling thankfulness and not expressing it is like wrapping a gift and not giving it. It's a big day in the history of this country. The NSF, in keeping with its mandate, has been instrumental to host the biggest conference on a topic internationally important theme, COVID-19, from adversity to serendipity, which will proceed today and tomorrow. So I believe this is the most exciting momentum of the day when the candles are lit and the cake is cut, and token of appreciation is to be shared, marking the success of the contributors of this great event. I deem it a great privilege and feel extremely proud to have the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of the National Science Foundation and the entire organizing team in and out, and on my behalf. So let me call it fraternity of devotees in building resilience. So I take this opportunity to put all our gratitude into words. First and foremost, we wish to express our profound gratitude to His Excellency Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, for his gracious patronage. Professor G.L. Piris, Honorable Minister of Education, our chief guest, and Dr. Sita Arambepola, Honorable State Minister of Skills Development, Vocational Education, Research and Innovation, the guest of honor. Despite your heavy preoccupation and busy schedules, you are here with us today. Your very presence reflects the importance that is attached to the commitment to quality augmentation of the National Science Foundation and its services. So we believe that you feel the same as we do. So our hearty vote of thanks goes to you on behalf of the chairman and the entire staff of the National Science Foundation. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. It requires meticulous planning, conceptualizing, strategizing, preparing, and getting the wheels rolling started way back in April 2020. The chairman of the NSF, Professor Ranjit Senaratne, was instrumental to all of this. I believe he had no sleep until now and was behind and pushing the entire team in Sri Lanka and abroad very enthusiastically until things moved to his satisfaction. So let us congratulate the chairman NSF, Professor Ranjit Senaratne, for his thought and making it a reality to hold this historical event with a round of big applause. As you all know, organizing this conference is a result of close cooperation among several academics, expatriates, and institutions spread around the world. On behalf of the chairman NSF, it's my great pleasure to acknowledge and express a deep appreciation for the technical support and encouragement given by all of them. The distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Malik Piris, my deep appreciation goes to you first for your excellent keynote speech. Please accept our warmth and sincere gratitude for sharing your expert views on the theme. The distinguished regional speakers, Professor Shanti Mendis, Europe, Professor Dilantha Fernando, North America, Professor Raina McIntyre, Oceania, and Dr. Mahesh Nirmalan, Africa. Let me thank you all too for sharing your expert knowledge and experience on failures and successes in other countries in combating COVID-19. The members of the steering committee, Dr. Palita Abekon, Emeritus Professor Siri Hettige, Emeritus Professor Sarat Kotagama, Professor Atula Sumatipala, Professor Dilanti Amratunga, Professor Ajanta S. Dharmasri, Professor Saroj Jayasinghe, Professor Ajit Alvis, and Dr. Nishan Dimel. I will be failing in my duty if I do not underline a very important role played by you to drive this conference towards success. So my heartfelt gratitude goes to you, all of you, for advice, guidance, and directive provided by you. And my special thanks go to Professor Dilanthi Amratunga, Head Global Disaster Resilience Center, University of Huddersfield, United Kingdom, for the financial support given to us partnering with the University of Huddersfield. And the World Health Organization Postgraduate Institute of Management and Disaster Management Center also must be mentioned here for providing partial support in organizing the event. Thanks to all. The National Operations Center for Prevention of COVID-19 outbreak and its staff have been very helpful in obtaining requisite information timely. General Kamal Gunaratne, Secretary to the Ministry of Defense, and General Shavendra Silva, Chief of Defense Staff and Commander of the Sri Lankan Army, were active in facilitating this task. We were very much delighted with the assistance provided by them, so our great sense of appreciation goes to both of them. Thank you very much. I must also underline the very important role to be played by our session chairpersons, panelists, moderators, and rapporteurs whose names are too numerous to be individually listed. You have blessed us with your contributions. I express my heartfelt thanks to all of you and wish you every success and pleased to see you accomplishing this great job in the next few hours and tomorrow. A total of about 90 presentations involving over 200 scientists and professionals have contributed to this conference despite the pandemic and its associated difficulties. Their contribution under these trying circumstances is truly commendable and remarkable. This is a huge success itself. So on behalf of the National Science Foundation, I express my appreciation to all of you. Enabling this conference to be conducted smoothly in hybrid mode is not an easy task. Mr. Malan Jesudasan, Director Bling, with his competent technical staff, is actively engaged in this with their state-of-the-art technology. Mr. Malan, we greatly appreciate your IT support. Thank you very much. Well, our deep appreciation is yet unsettled to Dr. Dilrukshi Ranatunga, Chair of the Organizing Committee, Ms. Nadija Vikramarachi, Co-Chair, Ms. Dushanti Vijayasuriya, and other members of the Organizing Committee. They worked with great dedication and devotion, contributing in no small measure to the success of this conference. And from the inception to the end of the conference, Dr. Duvini Padukage, Scientific Secretary cum Coordinator, worked persistently, putting her heart and soul into the event. And we are very much grateful to you, Duvini, for your unremitting efforts. We are also grateful to Mr. Chamira Randil, a freelancer, and Ms. Nilusha Pereira, Management Assistant, and Ms. Chamatka Dias, Graphic Design Assistant of the NSF, for their attractive and creative designs of the conference flyers, the book of abstracts, and conference proceedings too. We greatly appreciate your valuable support, so let us put our hands together to praise all of them with a big applause. Thank you very much. The list has been too long, and thank you for bearing with me, but we cannot drop anyone who have been paramount to organize this big event. And finally, thanking the hospitality partner, BMICH, and once again, thanking everyone for making this conference a success. I conclude my vote of thanks, and thank you very much, and a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Dias. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the inauguration ceremony. I would like to invite all of you to join us throughout the 2 days, since we have a very impressive lineup of presentations in plenary sessions, technical sessions, panel discussions, etc. The participants here are invited
We are now about to start the first plenary session for the conference. I would be grateful if you all can take a seat and join us with the plenary sessions. We are now commencing plenary session 1 on strategies and interventions for building a resilient health sector. We have 4 plenary presentations aligned for this session. I would like to cordially invite Senior Professor of Pediatrics at General Sir John Kothalavala Defence University and former Vice Chancellor of the University of Sri Jayawardenepura, Professor Narada Varnasurya, to the head table to chair this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I think this is the first plenary session. So without further delay, let's get on with it. As you all know, this session, the topic is Strategies and Interventions for Building a Resilient Health Sector. And we have 4 speakers. You want me to start again or what? You want to start? Okay. This is a hybrid session, so we have to be tally with them. So I'll start again. This is the first plenary session, and the topic is Strategies and Interventions for Building a Resilient Health Sector. And we have 4 speakers, all of whom are actually very, very active key players in the interventions by the health sector. So the plan of the session is like this. Each presenter will talk for 15 minutes on the allotted topic. And at the end of all 4 presentations, we will have 20 minutes for questions and answers. The questions can be directed verbally or to the chat box or via the chat box for people who are joining in by Zoom. And they'll be sent to me here and I will direct it to the particular speaker. So that's the arrangement. So let us get on with the session. The first speaker today is Dr. Hemantha Herath. He's the Deputy Director General of Public Health Services 1 in the Ministry of Health. I know that he's a very key player in many interventions, especially in special situations. I remembered him clearly in the post-war period as the coordinator of the health services at the camps in Vaunia. I would now invite Hemantha to speak on From Vulnerability to Resilience, Journey of the Sri Lankan Health Sector Through and Beyond the COVID-19 Pandemic. Over to you, Hemantha. 15 minutes. Right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Although I have been entrusted with the task of discussing the vulnerability to resilience, or the story from vulnerability to resilience, I think within this very short period, I'll be trying my best to give very brief message, that is how the system in the health sector especially transformed from a very vulnerable situation to a very resilient and also very competent organization to face a calamity of this nature which was unprecedented in the history of the world, in fact. And we know that these kind of epidemics have been in Sri Lanka and in any other parts of the world. And to start with, we know that the SARS epidemic, when it came to Sri Lanka, not it came, but when we were discussing and we were anticipating a kind of cases in Sri Lanka, if you can remember those days, I happened to be the port health officer of the Colombo port at that time, and there was a case, suspected SARS case, admitted to the National Hospital, and there was totally chaos in the OPD, in the ward, and that patient was later transferred to then IDH at that time. And it was told, I don't know, but the story goes that all the staff would leave and vanish. But it may not be the truth, but that was the scenario that was evident at that time because of our level of preparedness at that time was not as expected. I'm not telling that everything was not in full good condition at that time, but the readiness of our staff especially was very, very poor at that time. But over the past probably the 18 years or so, we have come to a very good situation, and we will just briefly see how we have come. But I do not want to again go into the details of what really happened in this COVID epidemic. We know that it is a public health emergency of international concern, a pandemic, and there are transboundary health security issues and public health burden and the economic impacts. And this is the statistics. Again, I do not want to go into details, but we know that at present, the so-called epidemic R is around 1, and that is why we are not getting exponential rise or rapid decline of cases. And this is how it has spread, and we can see that almost all parts of the country, except for these yellow areas where not a single case so far have been reported, has reported cases from different parts of the country. And compared to other parts of the world, we can see that Sri Lanka is the case number is relatively low compared to the many other countries. This is again just to compare. We have put only 1 or 2 countries. Some are having better statistics and others not. And when it comes to the case fatality rate, again, we can see where Sri Lanka stands, and that is also another important aspect that we need to take into consideration. In Sri Lanka, especially the health sector, how we prepared for a disaster. Under the Disaster Management Act of Sri Lanka, it is mandatory to each ministry to have its own disaster management system established. And Health Ministry, under this mandate, established its health sector emergency preparedness and response system in 2005 itself, and it consists of all these areas, and main pivotal point is the Disaster Preparedness and Response Division, which coordinates all activities related to the implementation of disaster-related activities in the Ministry of Health as well as in general in the health sector. And this unit coordinates the activities among the health sector, within the health sector, among other sectors, as well as we collect information, generate situational reports, and we run an emergency operations room at the time of any other emergencies when it happens. But in most of other occasions, we do our preparedness activities. We do our district level preparedness plans and other activities, hospital preparedness, capacity building among the health staff, and we do risk assessment. From time to time, we identify the risk, and just before forgetting probably, I just want to say the risk that we assessed in 2019 was a biological hazard that can come, especially even before the April incident. We were planning to have CBR and related activities and also getting ready for any type of epidemic like Ebola or a similar pandemic or outbreaks of communicable disease. And as a result, we did many training programs, capacity building activities, especially aimed at the NIID, together with the support of the staff at like Dr. Ananda Vijayvikram and all were supporting us. We had a drill on epidemic, if you can remember, Ananda, in 2019, and from 2017 onward, we provided personal protection equipment to NIID and also other hospitals and major strategically located health institutions, and the training of people was done. And as part of, in addition to that, we had a joint evaluation under the international health regulations also. That's a routine activity that we do it, where we do a self-assessment and annual reporting, and also we conducted in 2017-18 joint external evaluation to see our position where in respect of disaster preparedness and also international health regulation, and in the event of a public health event of international concern. And we did many capacity building programs, especially to establish the subnational emergency operation centers, especially the aiming at radio, nuclear and emergency preparedness in Kandy, Anuradhapura, Batticaloa and Badulla hospitals. And also we wanted to make sure our hospitals are safe from disasters. And also, as a result, we had another program called Safe Hospital Initiative, especially supported by the University of Moratuwa. And therefore, we got the structural engineers and other kind of engineering professionals to evaluate our level of readiness to face disasters of these health institutions. And also training of health staff and also other related staff, including Triforces, especially Army, Navy, Air Force and Police, and other related staff in different government and non-governmental organizations. We provided the training, we provided the personal protective equipment, we provided the other necessary facilities, and we had a very good, very close relationship with the Triforces and also the Suasaria program. And we had a very comprehensive training program in 2017 and 2018 in respect of this CBRN related activities. And 2019 October, we had a massive training program for medical officers of the health department and the universities and Triforces and the police, where the almost over 120 doctors were trained with using international trainers coming from United States of America, Israel, India, and Russia. And this was a very successful program, which was a very important aspect to ensure that we were ready to face a kind of disasters that we are going to face in the future, which although we were not expecting this epidemic as such. And these are some of the drills that we have carried out. And this is although almost all districts are having their district plans, the disaster preparedness unit has already developed a system where uniform district health plans are prepared, and these green marked districts are currently completed their uniform district planning, and we have subnational emergency operation centers developed in these green districts. And also this year there will be 26 emergency subnational emergency operation units in all 26 health districts in Sri Lanka. And this middle map shows the places where disaster management or disaster related drills conducted in health institutions. Basically, the green ones are where at least one drill has been completed, and yellow one are more than one drills have been completed. So the health sector emergency situation, usually we have the only, I think, apart from the Triforces and the Disaster Management Center, health sector is the one having emergency operations center running 24 hours throughout the year. But this is the one that coordinate all the response activities at present, also in related to the COVID-related activities, and a large number of human resources is mobilized for this activity, and they carry out the information collection and display them. This is the dashboard of the operational room where all this information is collected, and situation reports are generated and disseminated among the high-level officials so that they can take the management decisions. And about the capacity of the health sector, we can see that this orange line is the hospital bed capacity compared to the number of cases reported over the past many months, and also how these hospitals or the treatment centers are distributed given in this map. And this red bars are the level of occupation, and green lines are the vacant beds in different hospitals. And we are having over 1,000 beds at any moment to accommodate any number of new cases that are detected in the island. And PCR testing wise, again, you can see that the level has gone over 15,000 thanks to the laboratories that we are doing a very difficult job by with all the restricted conditions. So over 15,000 tests are being now conducted in most occasions. And generally, you can see that cumulative tests have gone over 1.6 million up to now. And also, the number of tests need to be done to detect one case. We are relatively in a better position compared to many other countries. What they say is, according to the information, at least you need to make sure that you at about 10 cases tests need to be conducted. That means to detect one case. If it is more and more tests that can be done, that say that is better. And we are still, compared to many developed countries, we are in a better position. And we are having many other problems that I do not want to discuss, but problems in the sense the readiness of the health sector. We have already developed a system where especially the IDH and all other major hospitals, there are staff trained and ready to face this situation. Public health staff was ready to face the situation, but there are so many, compared to the larger proportion of the health sector is still not that much ready to face this kind of situation. So we need to mentally and physically probably develop them, encourage them, motivate them to face this kind of situation, because that is the key to the success, as far as we are the frontliners who will be battling this war. And we have our own strengths also. We have a group of doctors trained for disaster management. Thanks to the PGIM, we have over 150 doctors having a diploma in disaster management. We started a few years back, and they can be mobilized for all those activities, and they are working in different places for this kind of activities. And finally, we know that human resources are the major problem. Information communication is the other things that we need to think about, and we need your support also. And we are getting support from many universities and other places to develop our capacity, and also the support from the non-medical resource groups for the related activities. We are working with engineering faculties, we are working with the sociology or arts faculties, and so many other professions to start these activities. And there are many other things that we need to carry out, but I hope we will be able to face this. Even if this thing goes at this level, or if it goes to a worse scenario, we are ready to develop our strategies and go forward. Thank you very much.
into your time. Now we have the second presenter. That's Professor Neelika Malavige, who is one of the outstanding molecular biologists in our country at present. She's going to talk to us about the pandemic. She is the professor in microbiology at the University of Jawaharlal and the director of the Center for Dengue Research, which, as you know, has been in the forefront in especially identifying the genetic variants of this virus. She's going to talk to us about the pandemic, molecular epidemiology and research.
Inviting me to talk about our research findings and why molecular epidemiology is important. I think this is the first time perhaps that the world is actively engaging in sequencing to trace the virus and to understand what is going on in the world right now. And as all of you know, even when a variant is found, it is now news headlines. So this is how much the general public are aware of different viral variants and even about sequencing. Now, just to understand why we need to do sequencing and why does the WHO recommend sequencing and what we can achieve. And of course, earlier, when we started SARS-CoV-2 spreading everywhere in the world, it was because of to understand the origin of the virus. So if you got a strain in Sri Lanka, okay, where did it come from? Who came from where? That sort of thing could be identified. That was when countries had their borders open. And of course, with time now, this is an RNA virus, and people didn't know how fast this virus was mutating. So certain viruses, RNA viruses, mutate very fast. Certain RNA viruses mutate slower. And as far as the SARS-CoV-2 goes, it is a relatively stable virus, but it still mutates around 2 mutations per month. So you can understand how long the virus, a particular virus has been around as well. And the other thing is to understand how you are controlling an outbreak or a pandemic. Now, in a community, when a virus is spreading, when more and more people are getting infected, more and more viral variants emerge. So this is why we are seeing these various types of variants emerging in the UK, emerging in the South Africa. So if we talk about the South African strain to start with, about 50% of the population in those very sort of socioeconomically deprived areas were seropositive, in other words, had the infection. So the virus needs to infect more people, which means it needs to mutate in order to infect possibly the ones who have already got infection. So when you're not controlling epidemic properly, when more people are getting infections, you get more viral variants emerging. And also with time, the virus wants to spread faster, so it devises methods or the mutations that are associated with faster spread, more rapid spread, emerge. And this is why we see certain types of mutations, viruses with faster spread emerging in UK and so many other countries. And so all of you just saw this curve, and I'm sure you are very familiar with it. Just seeing if I can get a point out. Okay, never mind. Now, everything was very under control until all of us experienced this second wave, which is still ongoing, which was detected early October. But of course, there is evidence that people had symptoms of illness from mid-September. So we wanted to see, so the question was, for everybody, where did this virus come? And it became, it was discussed even in the parliament. So it became a political issue where this virus came. Was it the virus that was there, like for instance, the Kandakadu virus that had mutated and somehow re-emerged, or where did this virus come from? Okay, so this is just, I'm showing you, I'm showing you the relationship between the current viral strain spreading everywhere, which is on the top, in relation to the Kandakadu virus. Now, I'm sure most of you don't understand what this means, but this is sort of a family tree. You know, like in school, you draw father, mother, and their kids like related to each other. So this is what is known as a family tree. And as you can see, the Kandakadu strain and the current viral strain don't seem to be from the same parents. It looks like very different parents, as you can see, because they are very far apart, which sort of gave us evidence to say that it is unlikely to be the Kandakadu strain, but some other strain emerged from elsewhere. And in order to make it easier to understand where strains come from, and this pangolin website, so this is the global lineages of different viruses, and so you have names to different variants. So based on, and the viruses are put in different, given different names or different names of the variant, so it's easier for people to track where the virus comes from. And when you say, like for instance, the UK variant, B.1.1.7, people understand, okay, this is this particular variant with these particular mutations, and this has this type of infectivity and this site of disease severity, whether it evades vaccine or not. So by giving the variant a name, you understand all the things that associate with it: infectivity, any diagnostic problems, whether it affects vaccine efficacy. So now I'm happy to say, so we have been sequencing throughout, but currently, very recently, our strain was given a new name. In other words, we have our own unique strain. So if you can just see right at the bottom, Sri Lanka 100%. So this strain is exclusively seen in Sri Lanka. This our strain that emerged in early October is not seen, or late September, is not seen anywhere else, because the mutation seen and the other characteristics of the viral variant seen in Sri Lanka is unique to Sri Lanka, and it has been given this name of B.1.411. When we did a little bit of viral sequencing, they were not convinced whether it was a different variant or not. But when we did more sequencing and we submitted the data to the GIS aid, then because of the unique characteristics of our viral variant, we have a special name to our Sri Lankan variant. And you can see in the second here, I mean, unfortunately, I can't show you, the most common country is Sri Lanka, 100%. Okay, so it is only strain in Sri Lanka, and we have now got a variant. And if you look at this map, this the green is only highlighted in Sri Lanka, because this lineage is Sri Lanka, is seen in Sri Lanka and not anywhere else. So we have not exported our strain as well. And so this is the sequencing we have done so far in different parts of the country. So we only started with Colombo initially, but when the need came up, we have a sequence from Avisavella, Kalutara, Gampaha, and Matale and Vaunia. And as you can see from this family tree, all of these viruses, even in Matale, Vaunia, Kalutara, Gampaha, are children of the same parents. Okay, so and are of this viral strain. So with this, we know that it is the same viral strain, which is our viral strain, that has spread everywhere in Sri Lanka. But it's also important to do mutation analysis because certain mutations have no significance. Most mutations have no significance at all, but certain mutations increase the transmissibility of a virus and may increase the virulence of a virus. And now we know that actually if these mutations affect where the neutralizing antibodies bind to, they may affect vaccine efficacy. So we have been looking at our viral strains. And one of the mutations that emerged very early, around April globally, was this D614G mutation, which was subsequently seen in Sri Lankan strains. And this mutation was associated with higher transmissibility. And of course, the higher transmissibility virus would replace the virus which is less fit to transmit. So that is just natural evolution. And with time, of course, the UK B.1.17 virus has a different mutation, which is more transmissible, which is also seen in the so-called South African strain, the so-called Brazilian strain. And so, so the current viruses are even more fit than this D614G virus variant to spread. In our strain, we have this unique mutation, H1159 mutation, which is in the spike protein, but is insignificant because it's just in a particular region of the spike protein, doesn't affect anything. So you don't really need to worry about our viral variants at all. Then with time, we have seen some new intruders. We saw the UK viral strain, but that was in just one person. But recently we detected this, I think it was in news yesterday for some reason, this strain which was identified in a quarantine camp in Vaunia. So 44 individuals who came from a particular country had this variant. As you can see, the red ones are the 3 viruses we sequenced. So they are of this particular B.1.258 variant, which is seen in Denmark, Switzerland, Germany, those countries. It is not very bad, but it does have one more particular mutation which increases spread. So, but it is in individuals in this quarantine facility, and we did not detect it in the community. So now, just to understand the implications of this, all this, so the current community strain which we are seeing doesn't seem to be a bad strain. It is unique to Sri Lanka. And either it was introduced, some virus was introduced to Sri Lanka, I don't know, August or September and mutated, and we have this our own strain, or whether it was some other strain which was hidden in the community and subsequently mutated, that we have our own strain now, and that led to rapid spread, we don't know. So far, based on our sequencing data, we have sequenced viruses from various parts of the country until 3rd week of January. And this is what we see. We do see certain mutations emerging in our own strains. So as long as we keep the epidemic under control in Sri Lanka, we will not see nasty strains emerging. And so far, our strains do not have any mutations that would affect vaccine efficacy. So I would like to thank everybody. I mean, although I just talked about this, so many other people contribute to all the work we are doing. And for the sequencing, it's the WHO who funded all the sequencing and have committed to fund our sequencing, which we are supposed to do throughout the year, especially with the opening of the airports. We might see nasty intruders coming into the country. Okay, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nilika, for that very lucid presentation of a very complex subject. We have finished nearly 3.5 minutes early, so we'll have more discussion time. Can I now invite the 3rd speaker? That's Dr. Jude Jahama, who is a consultant virologist at the Department of Virology in the Medical Research Institute. As you know, the Medical Research Institute is the benchmark for diagnostics in the Ministry of Health, and in this pandemic also, their lab has been serving in that capacity. And I'm glad to ask Jude to talk about testing, national laboratories and their role.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, organizers. There's actually a base, and of course I look like a tower, I guess. Doesn't matter. So, yeah, okay, thank you very much. So this is my outline. Thank you very much for organizing all these multi-sectorial ones, because I think WHO has one policy, and of course all the forces need to join against this this threat pandemic. So basically this is my outline. Try to finish also within 11 minutes. So today, actually I was telling Anand also, today 27th, exactly 1 year, Chair, 1 year back, we detected the first Chinese tourist from Wuhan. So at that time, a Medical Research Institute as well as the ministry was a bit ahead of this particular one. So this is actually the timeline we actually have warned in the global context, but there was so much concerns, and because history repeats itself as well as we actually have shared this with the Family Health Bureau as well as the Health Education Bureau as well. So there were many challenges. This is the brief outline, because at that time, of course, now Dr. Herat was actually mentioning about the SARS and of course MERS. So we had, because this, when we got the so-called positive control, the positive control was not there, but we actually dissected it and we bought the particular genes, because at that time, these permits were very difficult to obtain, and the Chinese New Year was also there. So just, I'm not going to do the timeline as such, but because of the preparedness that Dr. Herat mentioned, the laboratory sector also. The MERS coronavirus was there in 2014-15. At that time, it was actually mentioned that 2+ facility was there, but we didn't have as 2+ facility, but we had the 2+ the practices of a 3. In the MERS coronavirus, we have diagnosed, not diagnosed, of course, we have detected so many patients. And then, of course, the avian influenza, H5, H7, H9, the capacity was there. So it gives some sort of a confidence, because at that time, we were also really worried, and especially our staff was really worried. As Dr. mentioned, Herat mentioned, even we give the assurance as such. So we were actually the first in the region, because the Nepal actually detected this 5 days later at the Hong Kong. This is actually more famous picture as well. So, and of course, the second part, of course, after the establishment, the training of the other staff was actually needed. And this was an opportunity, because actually Sri Lanka have done even in the past also, this actually keeping with the theme. This was an opportunity to explore what we can do. So our laboratory, actually, even though the topic says national laboratories, I like to broaden it, the laboratories. So laboratories, we help the health ministry, the DDG laboratory services and the other staff, as well as the universities. They help to design and training staff and obtain to disseminate the controls, because at the initial phases, controls, because there was a lag period after the first patient and our own Sri Lankan patient, which was, I think, 7th of March. There was a lag period. So we had obtaining real positive controls as such. And we had visits and, of course, equipment sharing and other things. And of course, MRI, Kandy, Anuradhapura, Karapeti, and Sri Jayawardenepura university labs help their sister laboratories, and of course, increase the surge capacity. Very recently, the NHSL lab was ceremonially open, and itself now in the laboratory, the hospital setup, these laboratories have functions. So I must actually thank, especially now, some people, of course, when the initial stages were there, they had the attitudes were not correct. But as the disease progressed, I must actually thank all the healthcare staff, especially the laboratory consultants and the laboratory staff. They were willing. I should not mention particular names, but for instance, Ratnapura Laboratory, in the initial phases, around April, they actually went to Sabaragama University, and the university was so kind enough to give their biosafety cabinet as well as the PCR machine to the Ratnapura Laboratory. So, and of course, the PCR, PCR is actually done in a particular setup. But of course, for instance, now Badulla, they set up the laboratory in a container. So it is really good, that attitude, because the real setup, the so-called 4 rooms or uniflow and all that, that setup is there. Somehow with the basic minimal facilities to improve it. So that is a very good attitude. And of course, the quality, we have actually now PCR, the major challenge is contamination, and ministry and all the laboratories have come to quality, basic quality manual. And of course, time to time quality audits were also performed, and every run and every extensive quality controls were there. And initially, of course, the quality panel was not there, but WHO actually introduced in June. So the 4 main laboratories obtained nearly 100%. The WHO with the RCP Path Australia, they bought another comprehensive panel, and it was distributed. We are awaiting the results, and we were told that most laboratories have performed really well. So that is a very good thing, because in this very audience also, and of course in the news, they have mentioned certain laboratories are not, or maybe some reports are false when they repeat. So the quality really matters. And for the conformity testing was done by our MRI at the directive of DG. And another key role performed by laboratories are actually kit evaluation. Now, of course, we are not in a luxury, or actually it should not be also be monopolized for a particular thing. So that kit evaluation, and time to time, of course, new kits come, and of course, the different detection strategies, like especially the antigen, rapid antigen test, and now, of course, at the verge of vaccine introduction, and of course, the seroprevalence studies, antibody was done by universities, and of course, we are getting certain donations from donor agencies, novel machines, be it a PCR machine or be it actually a biosafety cabinet. So our laboratories are requested to do these things, and to make it transparency, we have proposed, and of course now it is adopted, at least minimum three laboratories need to evaluate a particular kit or a particular machine to have the transparency and maybe eliminate bias. So purchasing also, laboratories play a key role with MSD and SPC. And of course, the serology also. The serology, again, I have touched it. Certain laboratories have the capacity, and they have increased the capacity, and certain automatic platforms are also donated, as well as sometimes they are purchased. So as I mentioned previously, seroprevalence studies, doubtful cases, and when the vaccine rollout, these are really important. And very recently, discharge criteria was also meant, the particular antibody was included, but there is actually a doubt whether, because still we are in the early process of really understanding the antibody development and of course the significance. And the biosafety, because I briefly touched about the biosafety, even though we actually, now of course we collect the sample in a lysis buffer, but still for all, biosafety as well as chemical safety, paramount importance in our laboratory. So laboratories play a key role, assessing. So now we are in the formulation of a accreditation, our own accreditation process with the Sri Lanka Accreditation Board. So near future, they will come visit us, and then of course they will have a broader category document, and then they will be visiting other laboratories for further improvement. And of course, advocacy. As guidelines, many guidelines, several sectors guidelines are made, and laboratories also give key inputs into the activities. And of course, changing policies, of course, and issues also. Now, very hotly debated one is bariatric cremation. We actually participated giving our own data. And of course, when it comes to policy, discharge policy, or 2 consecutive negative PCR, laboratories share their data and took our own decisions rather than waiting for international guidelines. So data sharing is another important one. WHO is actually at this particular time helping, as Dr. Hemantha mentioned, daily data. There are several platforms. The Ministry of Health, every night they formulate a report, and the Family Health Bureau also, and there are nice dashboards. I think they're in the open domain, so they can anyone can have access. The research also, there are novel techniques, of course, the LAMP techniques being one, and where other new genes or maybe new techniques, the certain laboratories have assessed, and the antibody response also. And previously mentioned about in the abstract book, there are other therapies. Now we actually joined hand with the tea research expert and Professor Malik Piris and look into the 4 ingredients of black tea, and we coordinated that research. So the surge capacity is so important. The reagents, equipment, all these are limited because as you can see, the second one, previous slides, second wave was magnitude was much more than the first wave. Limited staff, and of course, particular lockdowns had the transport issues and what do you call staff issues for their food and other logistics. And of course, the exhaustion. I was speaking with Dr. Palita Abdulkon today morning about the exhaustion of not only the laboratory sector, but the other sectors as well. So what we are going to do about that. So really appreciate the many hospital laboratories willing, they're coming, and of course the research laboratories, even the University of Veterinary Research as well as plant research. During the lockdown, they have actually offered their PCR machines to the university, the Peradeniya, as well as to the hospital. That's a very encouraging one. And of course, the challenges. The last slides would be the different PCR kits and consumables. Do they come without, in the sense, even though they should be evaluated, sometimes the donations suddenly comes and we are actually in a difficult position to implement those or to get it into the thing. And of course, erratic supply chain. And the new equipments, especially the PCR machines, are donated. We find it challenge to incorporate it into the system. And of course, the automation, automation in good faith, Rotary International and others have actually donated, but the sustainability and the cost, increasing cost, and of course, sometimes because of the machine is actually used round the clock, there are certain breakdowns. And the continuation of routine tests, especially Candy, MRI, and Karapatya, we do cater other tests like transplant and hepatitis B and other tests also that. And of course, influenza has been badly hit because we are not in a position to test simultaneously until the multiplex PCRs, they do come. And of course, the lab information system is actually is not optimum our own. And of course, the Suraksha is also launched, and we hope, and it was mentioned that it was a promising application. And in summary, our lab has actually play in key several aspects, and many labs have joined and universities have joined forces against mitigating this pandemic, and many technical and non-technical issues have arisen, and the biosafety aspects are continuing need to be checked, and many challenges in surge capacity and others are there. I wish to thank all the categories of healthcare. This is our laboratory who actually collect the yellow bags and continuously putting into the incinerator. So from the top to bottom and bottom to top, we really appreciate all healthcare personnel contribution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Jude, for a very clear presentation done well on time. Now I'll invite the fourth speaker. That's Dr. Ananda Vijay Vikrama, who is a senior visiting physician, consultant physician at the National Institute of Infectious Diseases, formerly known as the IDH. He's also the president of the College of Physicians of Sri Lanka. I think his yeoman service is well known to all Sri Lankans. He's going to talk to us about challenges in patient management.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Good morning. And first, I would like to thank for giving me this opportunity. Yesterday was a historic day. The world recorded 100,000 cases, 100 million cases of COVID yesterday. These are the figures by the midnight yesterday. And you can see in many countries, as you know, this is spreading rapidly. Make it worse, the number of deaths are also increasing. If you take the Sri Lankan situation also, we see the curve which was shown previously by Dr. Herattu shows that our numbers are also increasing. So in this context, the mortality related to this and the high infectivity rate caused a lot of worries. The initial figures showed the mortality rate of around 3 to 6% in China. However, the more concern was the mortality rate in admitted hospital admissions, which amounted to about 15% in China. When you look at the mortality rate reported in clinical trials also, that showed a quite high mortality rate. In the recovery trial done in the UK, the mortality rate of both the control arm and the drug arm, both were more than 20%. In remdesivir study, again, it was around 10% mortality rate. With this, thousands are getting infected, thousands are dying, and hospitals are overflowing in many countries. And then in some countries, necessary protective equipments were running out of stock. And to make it worse, the health staff was getting infected. This created the fear, which was the biggest challenge in the management of these clinical management of these patients. This article was published in the BBC, which quite nicely described the process. Went on to say, really has the threat of disease occupied so much of our thinking. For weeks, almost every newspaper had stories about the coronavirus pandemic on its front page. Radio and TV programs have back-to-back coverage on the latest death tolls. And depending on who you follow, social media platforms are filled with frightening statistics, practical advices, or gallows of humor. And the writer continues to say, this constant bombardment can result in heightened anxiety with immediate effect on our mental health. But the constant feeling of threat may have other more insidious effect on our psychology. Due to some deeply evolved responses to disease, fears of contagion led us to become more conformist and tribalistic and less accepting of eccentricity. Our moral judgments became harsher and our social attitudes more conservative. The effects of these were many. The patients or the positive people were criminalized by the society and in health facilities. And many factories, offices are closed down, movements are restricted. There was economic recession worldwide. And this fear in the health sector resulted in refusal to see suspected patients, refusal to attend to patients until a negative PCR is available, and then unnecessary use of personal protective equipments, employing measures to distance the patient from healthcare worker like partitioning ward, using robotic trolleys to distribute food, etc., and then producing equipment for distant care. Because of this fear and as a result of the indications, you can see the ventilator production in the US, which was generally 700 per week, went up to 7,000 per week by April 2020. Still, the death rate was quite high. These are the figures from the US, and this is what is happening in the UK. And again, it was a historic day, unfortunate historic day in the UK. They recorded 100,000 deaths by yesterday. The next biggest challenge was the lack of treatment. This led to number of clinical trials being conducted. Within 6 weeks of detection or 8 weeks of detection of the illness, more than 300 clinical trials have been going on, looking for a drug. By end of or latter part of December last year, more than 4,000 clinical trials, some have been concluded, some are still going on, worldwide going on, looking for a medicine or a cure. Antivirals, antibacterials, antimalarials, antiparasitics, non-specific anti-inflammatory drugs, monoclonal antibodies, many drugs have been tested. And then, to make it worse, the pathogenesis of this illness is still not fully understood. We see mainly pulmonary complications leading to hypoxia and respiratory failure. And if a CT scan or a chest X-ray is done, that will show multiple shadows. However, the pathogenesis is not still fully understood on this. And this resulted in attempting various modes of ventilation, more ICU beds with ventilators and producing ICU ventilators and so on. This is one of our patient's chest X-ray, and after 3 days, this is how it got worse. This is another patient who came with hypoxia, whose oxygen saturation was low, and again in 3 days, the X-ray was like this. So it was a rapid development of involvement of lungs. And with that, the question is, with what to treat? This is the therapeutic guidelines, living guideline produced by World Health Organization. I had the privilege of being one of the members of the committee, and Shalini Ranganathan from University of Colombo too was a member of the committee of this. So in summary, what is said is, there's no evidence for hydroxychloroquine, no adequate evidence to show any benefit. And they goes on to say, there is a conditional recommendation against remdesivir in hospitalized patients because there is no evidence to show a clear benefit. The only drug they were recommending is the steroid, and again for severe and critically ill patients only. And they recommend against using steroids in patients with non-severe illness. So, in other words, there's no medicine to prevent a patient from going into non-severe to severe illness. Even with steroids or dexamethasone, the preliminary report is only available, and again, it is recommended by the NIH too. However, the results showed even in the drug group or the dexamethasone group, there had been a mortality of 22%, 22.9%, whereas the control group had 25%, 0.7% mortality. So there was a significant reduction of deaths with dexamethasone, but still, more than 1/5 of patients in the dexamethasone group also died. So probably we'll have to have a subgroup analysis to see in which group it is actually effective. But we see, even though there was a benefit, it's not effective in all. And there are a lot of talks about vitamin D, but it's not recommended. So basically, we are at a loss with what to treat. There had been some evidence to show venous thromboembolism plays a significant role in pathogenesis of these patients. So therefore, now there's some recommendation, even though there are no clinical trials and evidence, to use some low molecular weight heparin, and mainly for the prevention and also as a treatment both. Then the ventilator strategy is trained dramatically. We use prone ventilation in these patients. Again, these are treatment for severe cases only. And we try to use non-invasive ventilation using high flow nasal oxygen for these patients unless they really require positive pressure ventilation or invasive ventilation. In addition to these problems with treatment, there are other challenges. One big challenge is maintaining the safety of healthcare worker. This Lancet article highlights the importance of having the healthcare worker safety, and that has to be the first priority. However, the general measures needed are simple. Unfortunately, many of these are not practiced, like hand washing, practicing cough etiquettes, maintaining physical distancing, and minimizing touching surfaces and wearing PPE properly. And these are one of our nurses, and they wear PPE properly and attend to these patients. And this photo from our ICU, they are attending a patient. Then another challenge we had was preparing wards for COVID positive patients. In our hospital, actually, we didn't modify any wards. We are showing as they are the old wards with good half walls, with good ventilation. And then we talk to these patients just across the ward while wearing a face mask only. And we haven't had any problems. On the other hand, if you go in to see these patients, so this is actually based on evidence. There is evidence to show that having good ventilatory settings reduces or minimizes the transmission of the illness, compared to closed space with air conditioning and so on. So I think we have to seriously think of this not only in the health sector, in other sectors also, having things where good ventilation is available, not like air conditioned spaces like this. Care of COVID patients is another challenge. Well-being of these patients is very important. What we advocate is to have frequent interactions with healthcare team, frequent monitoring, close monitoring and treatment for patients who develop hypoxia, and having good ventilation and so on. So while taking precautionary measures, we take necessary care of these patients. This is we are doing a pleural aspiration of this COVID patient. On the other hand, we allow them those who are not ill, we allow them to come out of those wards, have some sunlight, to do some exercises. And not only that, we try to look after their mental well-being also. This is the birthday party we have organized for a COVID positive small girl in the middle. And then in our hospital, we organize a SIL, this thing. And this, an old lady recovered and went home from the hospital. So in summary, the high infectivity rate and high number of deaths have created a fear which has become a big challenge in the healthcare sector, affecting the management of these patients. And we have a little knowledge still, in spite of having it for a year, of the pathogenesis of COVID. Still no proven treatment, and many trials are still underway. I must say that we are doing a trial on Ayurvedic preparation at the moment. So we try those. We should do studies on those things too. And the safety of healthcare workers should be the priority, which is again is a challenge. And proper care can be provided while taking precautions, which again has become a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again for a very lucid presentation done well on time. Now we have come to the question time. So I would like to invite all 4 speakers to come on stage, although the distancing here is not optimal. So please continue to wear your mask and keep the maximum distance we can between us, and let's start. Already quite a few questions have come in through the chat system. They are with me now. I will direct them to the particular speaker. One more chair is needed. First question is for Dr. Neelika. Professor Neelika, isn't it virus, isn't it, I'm reading the question as given, isn't it that viruses go through mutation during its replication inside the host cells? This is a continuous process and some mutants fail to survive, while there could be mutants that could be more virulent than the originally detected one. I'm not sure what the question is. These, right, okay.
So that's a statement that has been made, that the viruses mutate in the host of, and then they can be more virulent. So this is they can be more virulent or less virulent. Both can occur. So this is why it's important to monitor the sequences in any country. And actually, there was one patient from Kalubowila who got better, went home, had another 2 weeks of home quarantine as those days, and then a week later came to Kalubowila and with severe dyspnea and died, and the antigen test was positive and died within 3 hours. So in that case, so the sample was sent to us because at that moment when the patient was dying, the patient had very high viral loads. The CT values were very low. So this is 5 weeks after initial detection. And we did sequence that virus recently, and that patient had a lot of mutations in the virus, although it was the same strain that we had. So during 5 weeks, the virus really rapidly mutated in that particular person. Yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, the next one is also not a question, it's a statement. You can respond if you want to. One good approach could be to identify the mutation landscape that allows virus to be more virulent, and then to think about the potential changes that we should make to vaccines or other therapeutic approaches. There is no question in that. You want to respond?
Yeah, so about identifying the mutation landscape, exactly that's what we are doing. So the epidemiologist is sending us samples from all over Sri Lanka so that we will detect any such nasty mutations that would be coming up. And then, of course, you have to do relevant studies to see whether it affects vaccine efficacy or not.
Audience questions. I think we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Yes, I think. Yeah, Nadira.
My question is to Neelika. Neelika, what do you think are the implications of identifying this unique Sri Lankan strain? For example, in other organisms, like when you look for genetic identity of a particular one in a specific area, you tend to think that it has been, the transmission has been sustained for a long time above a certain threshold. So do you think that can be related to the viral transmission as well? I'm thinking of other organisms trying to relate it to.
So I don't think so, madam, because we actually know that I mean, I don't know whether 1 or 2 people were infected and had in the community in July or August and early September, but we know that we didn't see a lot of cases in the community. Sri Lanka was pretty quiet during that time. So suddenly this strain emerged in, I don't know from where, but it does have, it is different to the other variants elsewhere. So that is why Sri Lanka has got their own unique lineage now.
Yes. Yeah, you can ask the question.
I know it's a very controversial question, so I'm going to ask it in a way so that you all can answer it. There is a huge problem with the burials and cremation. Now, is there any scientific basis which is for burials or not? Because there are various arguments. So what is the science? I'm not asking you to give a decision, because I know it's a very controversial one. It's not fair to put you up on a forum.
That's a very important and a fair question, and we'll ask Dr. Hemantha to speak first.
Thank you, sir. Basically, this is handled by a specific group of experts who have been appointed by the Secretary Health to review at regular intervals and make their recommendations in this regard. And as far as Health Ministry is concerned, this committee meets at regular intervals and they review the available evidence and provide recommendations to the Director General of Health Services to make or either to update or to keep the available circular intact or not. So at present, the committee is of the opinion that the current regulations imposed at this moment need not be changed. But that doesn't mean that it is not going to be changed. The committee is continuously at regular intervals reviewing, and there can be changes or not. But currently, the ministry is taking the decision based on the recommendation of that specific committee.
I want to know, has the composition of this committee and their credentials being made public?
Yes, it is published. Secretary Health has already appointed by an official letter, and it is available. And available in the sense that now very recently we got a right to information request to make it publish, and we also provided that information. But if it is not publicly available, I think with the permission of the Secretary Health, we should be able to put it in the website.
Has there been an alternative committee also within the Ministry of Health? Or
No,
is that false information?
It's a false information. What is really happened was initially they appointed in May a committee and they added few more experts into the existing committee later in November, if I can remember.
Okay. Any counter questions on that? Right. I think we'll ask this gentleman.
Actually, my question is basically goes to Professor Nilika and Dr. Jude. This is actually related to the latest discharge guideline issued by DGHS, I think, a couple of days back. Right now, the biggest burden what we face in our sector is to isolate 14 days in intermediate care centers who detected positive in real-time PCR or rapid antigen. But in that particular guideline, it was clearly said that if the antibody is positive at the time of identification, there's no need of any further isolation. So can't we, revert or take this retrospectively in the field of laboratory testing in the case of asymptomatic, especially the asymptomatic cases, which we need to investigate in a setup of quarantine center or confined setups, can't we go ahead and do the antibody first? So in case there is no more burden of isolating them without any purpose, because most of the cases which we came across were forced to, we forced to keep them rather than releasing for a home or for their working place. And I think with my belief, because we had faced a very worst outbreak in somewhere on March and April in Sri Lanka Navy, we had nearly about 1,000 cases, and in the second, in parallel to the second phase also, now our number is somewhere around 400, 500. But I have a feeling that most of those patients, sometimes we have detected cases which reported as PCR positive, we already became positive in the first outbreak. So with that experience, I feel that sometimes because of some viral shedding or some reasons, scientifically understandable reasons, sometimes they had their infection sometimes ago, but still the PCR become positive. So ultimate effect or the burden will come to the limited resource of isolation or intermediate care. So can't we revert to some separate protocol investigation system to in parallel to that latest guideline of DGHS? This is just a question as well as some sort of a proposal from my side. So
yeah, thank you very much for the question. First of all, the very basics of antibody. I think my colleague Nilika will also add now. We have followed up certain individuals and found out that there are certain individuals, we had actually something like nearly 100 odd out of the baseline of 1,000, where even in the day 14, because we cannot be doing each and every day. So there's a particular group, we do not know whether they have not mounted an antibody response. One thing. And we actually have certain ELISAs. We have manual ELISAs, and of course there are certain automation platforms where when we actually perform, they are not actually neutralizing antibody. So what we have is actually N protein and S protein. This is actually this audience as well as the international audience. Actually, the many people are looking SARS-CoV-2 IgG or IgA. There's another component called IgA. They are not actually just like measles antibody or hepatitis B antibody. One thing, of course, whether by looking at the antibody conclusively, you cannot mention whether it's a recent exposure or not. If so, we need to have a titer. And IgM, just for the audience, just recapitulating, there are certain groups of antibodies. IgM, M for mango, denotes recent infection. But up to date, there are no commercial or validated ELISA. There are certain ELISAs that using in the research setup. So very famously, one of the famous consultant physicians, he was in the TV and he was saying that his antibody is not detected. So one thing, of course, there are scientific limitations for antibody. And if so, antibody detection. And for instance, we cannot actually do bulk antibody as such. Now, for instance, PCR, we collect certain things and we do. You are absolutely correct, because certain PCR, some individuals, they are up to 5 weeks, 6 weeks, where they discriminate in their nasal things. But there's a rough guide where we can see from the cycle threshold, we call CT value. But that is not an absolute value like full blood count as a. So just to summarize, if I actually had confused you, all people, unlike hepatitis B or measles, you cannot say conclusively all will mount an immune response. And even if so, we had a lengthy discussion with Professor Malik Piris also in late December before incorporating this, especially when certain people take antibody tests and they are asking, can we come to Sri Lanka or can we go to a certain facility saying that it is positive. So it is not neutralizing, you cannot give a assurance as such. Even in that positive, now you saw a certain graph, there could be positive which they have contacted. So again, from solitary antibody, you cannot conclusively say. But if you follow up a certain people like Shanties or maybe now we, for instance, I think Professor Medical Lab also they have, we have pre-pandemic sera and those who are sent for hepatitis B and dengue. So we have done certain analysis and found in a cohort, not an individual. So before implementing individually, we need more data, more reliable and of course to do it in wide scale. That's why. So antibody mainly those rapid kits are not reliable at all, unlike the antigen test. Either ELISA or chemiluminescence, they are the technology. But before going to the technology, we need to understand the science behind that. That is a major limitation. But you have a point. But we do have antibody, as I mentioned in my slide, difficult cases where previous slide available, previous sera available, or in a larger cohort, either in a hospital cohort, whether they are exposure, and I think there's an abstract also in this book where Kotalawala Defense Academy has done certain healthcare people who are exposed. So we need those data, not a blanket coverage as such. I think I did some justice to your question.
We have to start another session. I think, do you want to add anything, Neelika, to that? No. Okay, I think we have been told that our time is up now, so we'll have to wind up. There is one comment, I think, which is relevant to this, which is like a question. PCR kits should not be a big difference if the manual is read carefully and understood. Our experience is that PCR kits do not make a big difference in reproducing or detecting negative positive outcomes, but it is the handling that makes the difference between trustworthy and untrustworthy results.
I disagree with that, because the thing is now PCR they do have, because we have actually already we have evaluated nearly 61 kits, and we had a problem with the April where a very famous company gave a donation, and we did in almost 5 labs. I'm not at a liberty, and of course it's not nice today. It was 60% sensitivity. Then of course they actually it's actually a very famous company in Asia. They what do you call realign the targets. So it has, because to begin with, we need to have a good design, but definitely it's actually the contamination, other things. Laboratory also has a huge role to play.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. I think we have come to the end of a very good session. I'm sorry we have exceeded our time a little bit. So I will thank again all the 4 speakers who could do so. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Narada Varnasurya, for chairing this session. And thank you very much, the distinguished speakers, for your contribution to the COVID conference. We have received many questions, and the rest of the questions shall be answered by the NSF after this session. Ladies and gentlemen, the poster session will now commence at this location, parallel to the lunch break. The poster session will be co-chaired by Chairman of the Industrial Technology Institute and Senior Lecturer and Head of the Department of Basic Sciences and Social Science, University of Colombo, Dr. G.A.S. Premakumara, and Professor in Sociology and former Head of the Department of Sociology, University of Colombo, Professor Chandani Liengay. All participants are cordially invited to collect their lunch, which is served at the lobby outside. You can commence as soon as the poster session is over. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon. We are now starting the poster session of this important COVID-19 national conference. And this is the first technical session of this important conference. And we have 12 posters to be presented, but we are about half an hour behind. So we will have to, we plan to give five minutes for each presentation, but I think we'll have to reduce a little. So the presenters will present their posters now. And so most probably it will be about 3 minute presentation. Maybe it varies a little, but I think we'll have to stick to 3 minutes as much as possible. So let me call the first presentation. My co-chair, Professor Chandani Lianage, will call the first presentation now.
Okay, thank you. The first presentation today, health needs and strategies used by the general public during the lockdown period to COVID-19. The poster presentation will be by Komalage M and Komalage S.
This study is about healthcare need and the strategies used by general public during lockdown period. As we all know, with the first wave of the COVID in 2020, March, April, we had a curfew throughout the country. So due to this curfew period, people were unable to meet doctor or collect medicine from pharmacy due to the severe restriction. And we conduct online survey for 2 weeks, started from 4th April 2020. It's an online survey, and we place the invitation to survey in social media like WhatsApp group, Viber group, and Facebook, and so on. And 109 responded to the survey. From them, 66% had requirement to meet a doctor or get a medicine from pharmacy. Among these requirements, 45% had the acute requirement. That means sort of quick requirement. They need to meet a doctor, and 55% of them the routine requirement, like routine follow-up clinic attendance, collecting drugs that they get to use for some time. Even though there is a requirement, 76 were unable to meet a doctor. As an alternative method, they use get medicine directly from the pharmacy. Just go to the pharmacy and request for some other way, get directly drugs from pharmacy. And 30% had to contact the doctor or call the doctor. And 14 receive advice from other person, non-medical persons about their healthcare requirements. So that is normal. That's not a normal thing. And 5% had to admitted to hospital. So usually they will get from drugs, or they will meet doctor, general practitioner, or somehow some other way. But now they had to admit to hospital for this healthcare requirement. So they use WhatsApp or telephone to contact the doctor. And those who use WhatsApp had the higher satisfaction than the ordinary telephone call. And about collecting drugs, 68 participants were unable to visit pharmacy, even though they need to collect drugs from the pharmacy. They had to do something else, and they were unable to visit the pharmacy. So as a conclusion, we can see considerable number of patients had the severe difficulty regarding their healthcare need during this lockdown period, and they had to use some alternative method for their healthcare need, and some of them like getting advice from non-medical people.
Okay, thank you for your excellent presentation. We'll move to the second presentation that will be on knowledge, attitudes, and practices on COVID-19 among medical students in Sri Lanka. Padmasiri, Darshani, and Matish.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Navoda Dharani, one of the co-authors of this study. Our study topic is Knowledge, Attitudes and Practices on COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Navoda Dharani, one of the co-authors of this study. Our study topic is Knowledge, Attitudes and Practices on COVID-19 among medical students in Sri Lanka. As you know, the recent coronavirus infection, COVID-19, pandemic is associated with increase in morbidity and mortality and has impacted the global population. Human behavior and knowledge assessment during the crisis are critical in the overall efforts to contain the outbreak. This study was carried out to assess knowledge, attitude, and practices toward COVID-19 among medical students in Sri Lanka. The frontline healthcare professionals have been performing an outstanding role in the treatment of COVID. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Navoda Dharani, one of the co-authors of this study. Our study topic is Knowledge, Attitudes and Practices on COVID-19 among medical students in Sri Lanka. As you know, the recent coronavirus infection, COVID-19 pandemic is associated with increase in morbidity and mortality and has impacted the global population. Human behavior and knowledge assessment during the crisis are critical in the overall efforts to contain the outbreak. This study was carried out to assess knowledge, attitude, and practices toward COVID-19 among medical students in Sri Lanka. The frontline healthcare professionals have been performing an outstanding role in the treatment of COVID. So medical students are a source of information to the public and their families, and some even have volunteered to serve in front of the line at the peak of the pandemic. Therefore, they are a vital source of information to the general public, and they will soon serve as first contact doctors in the hospitals. So assessing the knowledge, attitudes, and practices would benefit to future endeavors to contain pandemic successfully. So our study is a cross-sectional descriptive study conducted between April to June 2020. Participants were students enrolled at Faculty of Medical Sciences, University of Sri Javadhanpura. A questionnaire posted on online platforms was used for data collection. The questionnaire consisted of three main sections: knowledge, attitudes, and practices regarding COVID-19. So our results was out of 650 given questionnaire, 523 completed it. So response rate was quite good, 80.4%. Among them, 73.9% had overall good knowledge about COVID. The knowledge score from first year to final year was respectively increasing in trend, and the pre-interns were 7.41%. There was a statistically significant difference in knowledge scores between the different academic years. So p-value is less than 0.001%. As the academic year advanced, the knowledge score was higher. So majority were lacking knowledge in the areas such as specimen storage and transportation, with only 244, which is just only 46.6%, and only 16.4% showing the good knowledge on those areas. So 51.1% believe that they have chance to get infected with COVID-19, and they were worried of social stigmatization of their family members. So 512, which is 97.8%, are willing to accept the isolation in healthcare facility in case of COVID-19. Relatively low knowledge in sequence followed, wherein personal protective equipment, which is PPE, and removal of the use mask with correct response rate of 59.91%, and 53.05% respectively. But the majority shows good overall practice score. So our conclusion was medical students showed expected knowledge of attitudes about the COVID-19 virus, but required more training about using PPEs and mask hygiene. So measures should be taken to address about the social stigmatization of healthcare professionals and their family members. So thank you for your kind attention. This is our end of our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Let us move to the other presentation that is on SARS-CoV-2 specific IgM and Ig response among quarantined health workers followed exposure to COVID-19, confirmed co-workers in a university hospital, Sri Lanka. The presentation will be made by Govinda Pala, Nakavita, Senaviratna, Jayasena, Jayasekara, Navaratna, Abegunavardhana, Gamage, and De Silva.
Our study is on SARS-CoV-2 specific IgM and IgG response among quarantine healthcare workers in a university hospital in Sri Lanka. Since the beginning of this COVID-19 pandemic, nosocomial transmission of SARS-CoV-2 is recognized. In some case reports, this has accounted for 12 to 29% of cases. Hence, frontline healthcare workers are at high risk of exposure to the virus, and healthcare workers who have unprotected exposures to confirmed COVID-19 patients need to be quarantined for a period of 14 days. This is an unprecedented burden on an already overstretched health system in a middle-income country like Sri Lanka. Therefore, it is important for us to understand the risk factors of SARS-CoV-2 infection in the hospital setting in order to mitigate the hospital transmission of this disease. So, we studied a group of healthcare workers who were quarantined following exposure to 2 co-workers with confirmed COVID-19 at the University Hospital KDU in March 2020. This study was conducted as a descriptive cross-sectional study. The objectives were to describe the socio-demographic profile, exposure characteristics, development of symptoms, and to determine the seroprevalence of SARS-CoV-2 specific IgM and IgG antibodies among the quarantine healthcare workers. Out of the 34 quarantine healthcare workers, 26 consented to participate in this study, and the study group consisted of 17 nursing officers, 6 medical officers, and 3 healthcare assistants. 14 healthcare workers developed symptoms suggestive of COVID-19 during the quarantine period. However, due to the limited testing capacity at that time, only 6 were tested with RT-PCR and all were found to be negative. At 6 weeks after their last exposure, only 3 had SARS-CoV-2 specific IgG antibodies, and IgM antibodies were not detected among any of the quarantine healthcare workers. There was no statistically significant association between any type of exposure and the development of symptoms or the IgG response. So, what we have observed is the overall use of personal protective equipment, including medical masks, were low in this study group. However, the low seroprevalence of IgG at 6 weeks indicate lack of transmission of the disease in the study setting. This could be due to the low infectivity of the index cases or differences in antibody response among study participants, or maybe due to the detection limits of the ELISA kit that we have used. Therefore, we recommend follow-up on this study with a large cohort to understand SARS-CoV-2 spread in the Sri Lankan hospital setting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Let us move to the other presentation that is on establishment of healthcare facilities at Iranavilla for COVID-19 patients in Sri Lanka. The presentation will be made by Dharmaratna, Mallavarachi, Ponveera, and Fernando.
1,423 returnees from Italy by 19th of March 2020 in Putlam district. The abandoned ex-Voice of America building at Iranavilla was selected for establishing a hospital to manage COVID-19 patients. This was the first ever effort to convert a non-health facility to a COVID-19 hospital in the country. The objective was to refurbish this building to a hospital with 40 beds to manage suspected COVID-19 patients. Methodology. The Director General of Health Services took over the building on 20th of March 2020. The project was planned to complete by 7th of April 2020. There were many issues such as no electrical supply, blocked drainage systems, and non-functioning of tube well. Moreover, removal of unwanted structures and new partitioning of the isolation cubicles were needed. The project was designed by a team of medical professionals and architects, local politicians, provincial health authorities, and government agents and district authorities extended their fullest support. Army personnel completed the civil construction 24/7. Religious priests in the neighborhood provided valuable donations. Findings. Electricity was supplied with a new transformer, a generator and water pump was repaired, air conditioning system was renovated, the building was refurbished with proper isolation facilities. Trobo-operated drug dispensing system and autoclaving facilities were established. A medical officer in charge was assigned with 2 consultant physicians. Doctors and nursing staff were mobilized from the Puntland district. An ambulance was provided. This project was completed within 14 days and declared open by the Honorable Minister of Health. Conclusion. The project review was conducted after 4 months. Number of admissions was 144 and 341 PCR sample was taken for testing. This hospital has contributed to manage COVID-19 patients up to now. It is considered as a benchmark hospital. It ensures health worker safety. Recommendations. It is a very well coordinated project managing triple constraints, cost, quality and time, and recommended as an exemplary model for many other COVID-19 hospitals in Sri Lanka. Later, a lot of intermediate care centers developed by the Sri Lanka using this model.
Okay, thank you very much. Let us move to the other presentation that is on use of artificial intelligence in prevention and mitigation of COVID-19, a review by Ratnayaka, Dharmaratna, Ekanayaka, Godaliyadda, Herath, and Ekanayaka JB.
Use of artificial intelligence in prevention and mitigation of COVID-19, a review. Presented by Dr. S.B. Anuruddhika S.N. Ratnayaka of Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, Colombo, Sri Lanka. Introduction. Use of outdated and obsolete classical methods in disease control caused delay in combating the pandemic prevention at every stage. Artificial intelligence has been widely recognized as a potential enabler technology to combat COVID-19 pandemic as well as future similar epidemics. In this work, we conducted a review on the use of AI in prevention and mitigation of COVID-19. Methodology. PubMed and Google Scholar search engines were utilized to identify relevant studies that have been published in 2019 and 2020 on the uses of artificial intelligence in prevention and mitigation of COVID-19. The search terms used were COVID-19 and artificial intelligence with the operator N along with any or of the following terms, prevention and mitigation. 285 studies were identified from the search, of which 21 articles were selected from them by applying the inclusion criteria, prevention and mitigation COVID-19 with the use of artificial intelligence. We excluded articles other than peer-reviewed full papers. Results. AI has been used in many applications for the prevention and mitigation of COVID-19, such as early detection and tracking of suspected cases of COVID-19. Large-scale screening, information gathering and integration, resource allocation, disease prediction, modeling, and simulation. Furthermore, the use of AI in medical quarantine and isolation was also seen. In addition, branches of artificial intelligence such as machine learning and robotics were used in prevention and mitigation of COVID-19. Discussion. The potential of AI towards pandemics such as COVID-19 is enormous. There are many attempts to harness its strengths for the betterment of the people embattled with the pandemic of COVID-19. However, further studies are needed to improve the understanding of the use of AI in COVID-19 interaction with the experimental therapies, management strategies, policy decisions, as well as the use of AI for medical quarantine and patient isolation. As most research of these approaches has been from engineering experts, multi-sectoral collaboration involving medical and engineering experts is essential to harness the full potential of AI in medical application and developing related policy towards addressing disease prevention, control, and mitigation. AI should be steered to be trusted-based and human-centric while ensuring quick and early adaptation. Investment in the field is needed for rapid response during the current pandemic and may be an important factor in saving lives globally. Conclusion. Application of AI are developing with time, and it shows promising application in the prevention and mitigation of pandemic in the future. AI can be used to plan and enrich the public health intervention in preventing and mitigating of COVID-19. I would like to thank National Conference of COVID-19 organized by National Science Foundation, Sri Lanka, for giving us the opportunity to present our work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your excellent presentation. So our next presentation will be learning and mental well-being challenges faced by the physical science undergraduates of the Faculty of Science, University of Kelaniya during the COVID-19 pandemic. The presentation will be done by Chandrasekhara, Veerasinghe and Basnayaka.
Title of our study is Learning and Mental Wellbeing Challenges Faced by the Physical Science Undergraduates of the Faculty of Science, University of Kelaniya during the COVID-19 pandemic. You all know that all the people around the world is facing a pandemic situation at the moment due to the coronavirus. So we have identified only few previous studies relating to the issues of the COVID-19 pandemic. The main objective of our study is to identify the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on the learning and mental health of the physical science undergraduates of the Faculty of Science, University of Kelaniya. We have developed a questionnaire and distributed the questionnaire among a sample of students where we use the stratified sampling technique to select the sample. Figure 1 illustrates how we select the sample for the study. When we focus on our findings, we found that after introducing the online learning platform, it was taken 1 week's time for students to adapt to the new learning environment. Only for first-year students, they have taken 2 weeks' time to adapt to the new environment. And it was found that Zoom lectures and screen recordings are their preferred techniques for online teaching and learning process. And we observed a lower attendance percentage for second-year undergraduates compared to other years. And the reasons were poor connection, unavailability of the internet facilities, and engaged in some essential activities. And further, we found that only few students were imposed on medically influenced quarantine and few of them were experiencing dengue disease during this pandemic situation. And further, the students have informed their concerns, their difficulties to the academic staff of the faculty. And it's noteworthy that 93.67% of problems were addressed by the academic staff. And when we focus on the mental well-being of the undergraduates, we found that they have experienced difficulties in concentration on studies and they had frustrated feelings. We found that 58.9% of students have thoughts of giving up the university education, while 14.2% undergraduates had suicidal thoughts during the pandemic. And also we found some students have to engage in a job due to some financial difficulties of their families, especially due to loss of jobs of their parents. However, as the recommendation or the conclusion, we can say there is a huge impact from the COVID-19 pandemic on undergraduates when we consider the learning and mental well-being aspects. And we can identify that they are in their youth, and it's fair to have some frustrated feelings when they are staying alone at their homes. And also, as a final remark, we can say this is an implication to say that it's safe to reopen the universities by adhering to safety measures. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your excellent presentation.
Our next presentation, poster presentation, is on mitigating the shadow pandemic of COVID-19, a project by undergraduate of a university in Sri Lanka. The poster will be presented by Soisa, Vijayasena, Iqbal, Gunasekara, Randambage, Nias, Upeka, Fernando, Fonseca, and Ranasingh.
Mitigating the shadow pandemic of COVID-19. With COVID-19 on the rise, island-wide curfew was in action to flatten the curve. However, this resulted in an increase in domestic violence against women being reported all over Sri Lanka. This was the shadow pandemic that intensified amidst the COVID-19 crisis. In order to get a step closer to ending violence against women, the project was carried out with the aim of raising awareness and increasing knowledge. Because an increased awareness would lead to a society that is more willing to change their attitudes and behavior to end violence against women. She Deserves Better was a social awareness campaign carried out for 1 month. Various social media platforms such as WhatsApp and Viber groups and Facebook were used to disseminate a series of creative and informational posts and videos in Sinhala, Tamil, and English. The content of the posts were broken down into 4 main topics: statistics and different forms of violence against women, how the victim can reach for help and what family and friends can do to help, masculine norms and breaking toxic masculine norms, and finally, legal advice to women. Sumitrayo, Shantimagam, Women's Education and Research Center, Mass Factories, Family Planning Association, and networks of community nurses and hospital nurses are some of the modes that were used to reach potentially vulnerable population. The project received comments from the public along with the feedback from non-governmental organizations. One such stakeholder shared the importance of empowering women and shifting burden to perpetrators and stated that there was a need to get these messages out and empower the country as a whole to stand behind these vulnerable women. The project gained attention from the youth, including university students, which resulted in online conversations on the topic. Many shared the idea that violence against women is unacceptable. In its reach only on the Golden Sea Club Facebook page, all the videos posted had a total of over 14,000 views, and each post had a combined total reach of over 73,000. The project was able to improve sensitivity and awareness in young people, potential victims and perpetrators, witnesses of violence against women, due to wide-ranging modes of dissemination through varied stakeholders involved in the project.
Thank you for that interesting presentation. Our next presentation is on lived experiences of Sri Lankans hospitalized with COVID-19, a mixed method study. The poster will be presented by Jabir, Jayavira, Disanayaka, Edrivira, Virasingha, Jayasingha, Abhayasingha, Lukugamheva, Vijay Vikrama, Hemamalage, Fernando, Kumarendran, Liyanage Vikramasinghe, Abesinghe, Vijayamuni, Agampodi, Makuladuwa, and Sumatipala.
Hello everyone, I'm Samiha Jabir from the Institute for Research and Development. So, COVID-19 has been the most discussed topic since around March 2020 when this new and unknown infectious disease started spreading all around the world within a matter of just 2 to 3 months. And it is of no doubt that the bereavement, isolation, fear, and stigma surrounding the COVID 19 infection will bring about a range of psychological issues like anxiety and depression among the infected individuals. Therefore, this study was undertaken with the main aim of exploring the mental health outcomes and to describe the lived experiences of the people hospitalized with suspected COVID 19 since March 8, 2020. So, the ethical approval for this study was obtained from the Ethics Review Committee of the University of Rajarata, and the study sample consisted of adults aged 18 years or above who were treated as COVID 19 infected individuals in Sri Lankan hospitals since March 8, 2020. And this study used a mixed method approach, meaning that it had both a qualitative as well as a quantitative component. So the qualitative data was collected through in-depth semi-structured interviews, whereas quantitative data was collected through self-administered survey questionnaires. And the study sample consisted of 3 unique cohorts, namely local citizens from lay communities, local returnees from other countries, as well as military personnel. So the data collection for this study is still ongoing. Therefore, this abstract presents preliminary findings based on 52 questionnaires and 6 in-depth interviews. And from the current participants, 14.3% had moderate to severe depression, 84% received high perceived social support, 96.2% had moderate to high resilience, and none of the participants reported suicidal ideation. And the main themes that emerge from the qualitative analysis include fear, stigma, and ways of coping. And all the infected individuals and their families reported that they experienced discrimination and social stigma after being infected with COVID 19. Therefore, these preliminary findings can conclude or indicate that the high rate of resilience seen among the participants reaffirms the fact that the Sri Lankan nation is resilient and also that Sri Lankans receive very high levels of perceived social support from their loved ones.
Thank you for that interesting presentation. Our next presentation is on impact of COVID-19 global pandemic on the psychological and behavioral patterns of a group of youth and young adults repatriated back to Sri Lanka from the UK. A qualitative study by Abesinghe, Veerasinghe, Disanayaka, Karunaratna, Jayasinghe, Hewamulla, Guruge, and Sumatipala.
Hello everyone, I'm Navodya Veerasinghe from Institute for Research and Development, and I'm going to present you one of the qualitative studies we did based on the impact of COVID-19 global pandemic on the psychological and behavioral patterns of a group of young adults who were repatriated back to Sri Lanka from the UK and were quarantined at a quarantine center in Sri Lanka. COVID-19 has been affecting the whole world in many ways, and it is important to see how young adults face this pandemic situation and what behavioral and psychological changes they experience due to the pandemic. 3 researchers from this study were also in this repatriated group, and the study was conducted based on their first-hand lived experiences. Aim of our study was to explore the behavioral and psychological patterns of students during the lockdown period in the UK, repatriation process, and quarantine. This is a qualitative study informed by ethnographic approach. We conducted the study with a group of young adults who were studying in the UK and were repatriated back to Sri Lanka due to COVID-19 pandemic. We mainly used reflective journals of 3 members who were repatriated. In addition, in phase 1, we used Generalized Anxiety Disorder 7 questionnaire and questionnaires to obtain demographic information. During phase 2, we used objective observations, GAD 7, and semi-structured interviews. During phase 3, we used GAD7 and ways of coping checklist revised to collect data. Data was analyzed using thematic analysis. We received expedite ethical approval from Faculty of Medical and Allied Sciences of Rajat University. Findings show both positive and negative psychological and behavioral patterns as well as coping mechanisms. We developed 3 themes. 1. Fear, worry, and anxiety. 2. Adherence to precautions. 3. Irritability and agitation. We also found that negative psychological and behavioral patterns and coping strategies were common during the lockdown period in the UK. Example, fear, worry, anxiety, irritability, overeating, oversleeping, increased screen time and gaming, smoking or alcohol use. Also, adherence to precautions were reported best during the lockdown period in the UK and during repatriation. Adherence was reduced when they returned to Sri Lanka. Based on our findings, we think that it is needful to consider age-specific psychological and educational needs and coping strategies of youth when developing guidelines to manage similar situations and in the long-term management of COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you for that interesting presentation. Our next presentation is on socio-economic impact of COVID-19 on ornamental fish farmers in Sri Lanka by Sharma, Hirimutugoda, Pereira, and Rajapaksha.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Usha Sharma. Today I'm here to present my research findings on the socio-economic impact of COVID-19 on ornamental fish farmers in Sri Lanka. To begin with, ornamental fish breeding in Sri Lanka and the world is one of the oldest hobbies. Today, it has expanded to become a valuable foreign exchange earner, assuring employment opportunities in foreign exchange earnings. In reference to the industry in Sri Lanka, 18 registered aquarium fish exporters are presently involved in the business and currently contribute approximately 1% of the world's demand for ornamental fish. The objectives of this study was to evaluate the socio-economic impact of COVID-19 on ornamental fish farmers in Sri Lanka. Moving on to the methodology. 30 ornamental fish farmers were selected using the purposive sampling method island-wide, and data was collected using a pre-structured questionnaire using on-site and over-the-phone interview. Data was analyzed using descriptive analysis of MS Excel 2014. Now let's move on to the most important part of our research, the results and discussion. With regard to the selected participants, 20% of them were aquarists and were involved in fish keeping business as their main source of income, while the other 80% were involved as a secondary source of income. With the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic, a majority of the farmers witnessed a plummet in their average income, with only the 20% having it as a primary source of income were able to manage with very low fluctuations in the income source. Although ornamental fish farming has expanded its market to the global platform with an increase in demand for such fish, a significant majority of fish farmers in Sri Lanka do not prefer their next generation joining the business, speculating low income, low self-esteem, and social status and risk in the demand and supply chain. The impact of ornamental fish farming on socio-economic development is highly underrated with unseen potential in Sri Lanka. Can ornamental fish farming eliminate poverty? Accordingly, a majority of 64% participants agree on the fact that it can eliminate poverty, and 96% agree that it can increase the average income of a person. But, in contrary, with regard to the fifth graph, although 64% agree that this business can improve lifestyle, 96% completely disagree that fish farming is capable of raising socio-economic standards of farmers in comparison to any other. So in conclusion, the consequences of COVID-19 has hit the fish farmers hardly by reducing the market demand and to travel bans and low income of consumers. They emphasize that they should receive some compensation in monetary values to balance the current situation from the government. Although COVID-19 has no direct effect on the production of fish, travel bans and physical distancing rules and regulations have led to change of demand. So it can be concluded that although ornamental fish industry holds great potential to expand itself and has a strong hold in the international market, small-scale farmers are struggling to make it big with certain financial, technological, and logistical barriers that has to be addressed at large by the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that interesting presentation. Our next presentation is on mobile survey on utilization of services for medicine distribution for the patients with non-communicable diseases during the COVID-19 outbreak in Sri Lanka 2020 by Vikramasinghe, Kumarapeli, Senaratna, Abegunatilaka, Song, and Pereira.
Mobile survey on utilization of services for medicine distribution for the patients with non-communicable diseases during COVID-19 outbreak in Sri Lanka 2020. During the recent COVID-19 outbreak, to ensure continuous supply of medicines to patients followed up in the government and private sector, Ministry of Health introduced a mechanism to deliver medicines to the doorsteps of these patients. As this was the first time such an initiative was taken, it was identified as an important task to assess the response of these patients about the newly introduced service. So this survey was planned with the objective to assess the utilization and performance of medicine distribution systems implemented by the Ministry of Health for patients diagnosed with NCDs or non-communicable diseases during COVID-19 outbreak in Sri Lanka. Study was conducted as a mobile survey as a community-based cross-sectional study covering all Sri Lankans with access to mobile phones. So total of 4,736 people completed the survey, and majority of them were males. And out of the people who completed the survey, most, that is 4,110, complete the entire questionnaire in Sinhala. And out of the total participants, 1,136 has requested medicines during the COVID-19 period. And most of them needed these drugs for acute illnesses. Out of the respondents who requested medicine, only 4% were not aware about the online system we introduced. And about 6.8% had not received until the date we conduct the interview the drugs they have ordered. And majority, that is 93.7%, say drugs bill was reasonable, and 50.5% say transport charges are also reasonable. In private sector, 68.8% ordered medicines using WhatsApp and email, and 17.3% had not received up to the date of interview, and were about 18.5% of people were held by government officers to paste the order. These officers are included public health inspectors, public health midwives, and even Ramaniladaris. And about 42.8% received medicines on the same day they have ordered, and another 46.5% received their order within 7 days. And interestingly, about 44.2% have received their medicines without any additional charge for transport. And in conclusion, awareness of the public were high about the mechanism introduced, and private sector played a major role in delivering and conducting this mechanism. And people's perception were positive about the drug delivery mechanism we have introduced during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you very much for that interesting presentation. So our last poster presentation for this session is on rapid sequencing of SARS-CoV-2 virus strains in Sri Lanka by Jeevandara, Jayatilaka, Ariyaratna, Ranasinghe, Vijay Vikrama, Karunaratna, Og, and Malavige.
My name is Dinokari Ratna. I'm from the Center for Dengue Research, University of Sri Jawatanpura. My poster presentation is on the rapid sequencing of SARS-CoV-2 virus strains in Sri Lanka. As we know, SARS-CoV-2 virus emerged late 2019 from Wuhan, China, and has subsequently spread around the world to create a pandemic. Sri Lanka recorded its first case in a Chinese tourist in January 2020, and the first local case by March 2020. It then became apparent to us at CDR that we also needed to start sequencing the samples that we were processing for PCR testing. So we started sequencing samples that were collected from March to April 2020 initially. And these were mostly from individuals who had either returned from abroad or those who had had contact with returnees. And these samples were sequenced using a shotgun metagenomics approach using the NextSeq 550. By August, we had more clusters emerging locally, including the Kandakadu cluster. And for the next lot, we decided to use a more targeted approach using specific primers in the iSeq 100 platform. For all the sequencing, we used a bioinformatics pipeline, which started with the Illumina Online Sequencing Hub base space, utilizing tools available there, such as Dragon and Kraken. And we use them for different analyses. We also did lineage assignment through Pangolin, and all these sequences have been deposited in GISAID and NextTrain and are freely available online. What we noticed after analysis was that the initial samples that were sequenced in March had varying origins, which is reflective of the different countries that these cases were imported from. But the local clusters that started emerging towards August, such as the Kandakadu cluster, showed a common pangolin lineage of B.1, which pointed to a common origin. And also we noticed that the different clusters showed different mutations, including the D2G mutation at the 6.1.14 position. So all of this data points to the importance in continuing to sequence samples as much as possible, because this is possibly the only way we can track emerging mutations, especially with widespread infection now in our communities. Also, rapid sequencing can also be a way of tracking the origin of clusters that newly emerge. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that interesting presentation. Now we have come to the end of this poster presentation session. And we have 56 participants online, and there are 11 questions for Q&A session. Unfortunately, we are not in a position to entertain the questions that you all have sent, but I'm sure the organizers will attend to those questions and will communicate to you during the course of the day also. So now let me call Professor Chandani Lienegate to make the final remarks, if any, and close the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We had a very good session with number of poster presentations that covered vast area, including we started talking health needs and strategies used by general public, and then knowledge, attitudes and practices with regard to COVID-19, then experience of healthcare workers, establishment of healthcare facilities, use of artificial intelligence in prevention and mitigation of COVID-19 pandemic. Then we move into mental health issues, mental well-being challenges, mitigating shadow pandemic, focusing on undergraduate students, then lived experience of hospitalized patients during pandemic, and also impacts of COVID on psychological and behavioral patterns of lay people, socioeconomic implications of COVID-19, utilization issues, utilization of services related issues during pandemic, and also rapid sequencing of SARS virus 2 virus strains in Sri Lanka and so on. So considering all the presentations, the findings of all these studies raise and highlighted number of issues and challenges with regard to pandemic. Those findings would help the policymakers and also intervention designers and service providers to come out with very collaborative interventions and improve quality of services for betterment of lay people. So findings suggest that there are some issues that need to focus on with regard to the mental well-being related issues, behavior related issues, and the lived experience of hospitalized patients. All these areas suggest that a collaborative approach is required to address COVID pandemic in a holistic manner. So we would like to conclude our session, and we would like to congratulate all the presenters who make excellent presentation in this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Premakumara and Professor Lianage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to begin the second plenary session under the theme Global Experiences, Successes and Failures in Combating COVID-19, which will be chaired by Dr. Palitha Abekon. Dr. Palitha Abekon is a specialist medical educationist. He has held many high positions in Sri Lanka, including the president of the Sri Lanka Medical Association. At present, he is a senior advisor to the Ministry of Health Sri Lanka, and recently he has been appointed to represent Southeast Asia at the World Health Organization's Special Envoy of Director General of WHO to coordinate the COVID-19 response. And now I am pleased to hand over to Dr. Abekon to chair the second plenary session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot to the NSF, Professor Ranjit Senratne and these great colleagues for giving me this opportunity and privilege. Since we are a little behind time, I'm told by the organizers, we will not spend much time on any formalities, but let me first of all say good afternoon to all of you, and good evening, good morning to our international participants who are spread out across the world. In this particular session, which is plenary 2, we'll have 4 presenters and 4 presentations. One of the presenters is a very well-known expert in this field from Sri Lanka. Other 3 are presenting virtually, but one of them is a Sri Lankan who is in Sri Lanka, and Dr. Olivia Neveres, who will be presenting from home. So without spending any more time, let me first of all invite Dr. Samita Ginige, who is the consultant epidemiologist in the epidemiology unit of the Ministry of Health Sri Lanka, one of the real frontline experts who's been involved not only in this, but has been involved in many similar epidemics, probably not as big as this one, who's been carrying a large burden of the work with regard to the epidemiology during the last year, and has a lot of experience. And I think we are going to gain a lot from listening to Professor Samita Ginige. You know the time and things like that. No, you'll all present senior people who have experience, so I don't have to work over time. Please, Dr. Samita Ginige. Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir, for your kind introduction. I think next 20 minutes I will brief you all about the COVID epidemiology in the country and our experience in surveillance, rapid response, and case investigation and quarantine process. First, start with the epidemiology. I think today is exactly 1 year ago, we identified the reported first case of COVID in Sri Lanka, 27th of January 20, Chinese national, and first local case reported in 11th of March 2020. Now, during this 1 year period, we have reported 58,000 cases with 287 deaths, being the case fatality rate of 0.48 and cure rate of 86%. But time to time during this year, we have reported many clusters at different locations with the various intensity, and country was free from local COVID-19 cases from 2 months period from 2nd of August to 4th of October, free of local cases, but still even during that period, few cases reported among foreign returnees. Then 4th of October is a turning point for the start. The second wave started with that major cluster reported in Minuangoda Brandex cluster, followed with the Paliagoda fish market cluster. If we divided our total caseload, out of this 58,000, 1,960 reported among imported cases. Among these, it means it gave the 3.4%. In these imported cases, about first, because when the outbreak started in the early March, our main strategy was to home quarantine all the foreign returnees. At that time, many returnees came from Italy, and among them, first 2 weeks, we have reported 45 cases. All of them reported in the community as they are under home quarantine. Then next 2 weeks time, country has changed that strategy to make it mandatory institutional quarantine for all foreign returnees. As a result, during that 1 year period, we have reported another 1,770. All those cases were reported within the quarantine centers. It means that they have a minimum of zero impact for the community. Then another 148 foreign nationals were reported. All of them were from quarantine centers. Then other than that, 57,467 total cases. This consists of the major clusters. Navy cluster consists of 950. Then followed by the Kandakadu Rehabilitation Center cluster, 651. Then Minuangoda cluster in the garment factory, 3,000. Then Paliagoda cluster, the biggest cluster, still it's continuing with many sub-clusters, reported 47,000 cases. Prison cluster reported 4,000 cases. If we identify in the details about the cluster, first cluster we started in the Italy returnees. That cluster consists of 43 cases that lasted for nearly 3 weeks. At that time, we were followed the concept that home quarantine, all the institutional quarantine, all the contacts during that period. Then followed by one cluster reported among the pilgrims who visited many countries in the world and returned. But that's one example of the good contact tracing, because only one patient present. But with that, I think through a extensive contact tracing, we were able to identify 29 patients. I mean, there are 11 were participants plus their family members. They were scattered all over the country. With the help of intelligence and the security forces, health sector were able to identify all of them, and that we were able to contain up to a reasonable level. Then other cluster appeared among the drug addicts, because that's also very challenging task, because drug addicts have a different, I mean, it's very difficult to locate their relationships and things. But anyway, we have a vast spread of the disease because they have relationships in different parts. Then that cluster also we were able to mitigate, but all of them were quarantined during that period. Then through that, they are linked. We identified the Keselwatta cluster. It's a urban area, Colombo urban area. That cluster, we think that's starting from the Suduella, that drug addicts, we have some known relationship with this said area. But during that cluster, we have identified 83 cases. That cluster lasted nearly 1 month. But during that period also, all the contacts were evacuated from their homes and provided institutional quarantine. Then started with the Navy cluster with 950 cases, followed by foreign returnees, because government has decided to get down our employed in the foreign countries. With that, I think still it's continuing that number of cases getting reported. But all of them have very minimum impact to the community, because as all of them were subject on their return, all of them were subjected to institutional quarantine. With that, another cluster appeared in the Kandakadu Rehabilitation Center. That's also, I mean, it's a different experience, because all of them within the center. Other than that, the working people who travel from community has reported few cases among them. With that, we have a very lull period during the 2nd of August till October 4th. I think only few cases reported, though all of them were foreign returnees. With that, the turning point started in the 4th of October, where we have detected single case in the Brandex garment factory. With that, I think next day we have able to identify, screen all the workers in that factory. Out of these 1,600 employees, within a single day, we were able to identify nearly 750 cases. That's the starting point of another massive outbreak. With that, when we are investigation that cluster lasted nearly 2 months. But during the initial investigation, we found a certain number of their family members, positive members, have some link to the main fish market in Sri Lanka, central fish market, Paliagoda. This is the turning point of this whole outbreak, because that's a main supply chain for the country, because all the fishing vendors used to come to that place, and all the fishing harbors have a link to that. In that, next day, we were able to screen all the vendors in that center, and within 1 day, we were identified nearly 800 cases. With that, we identified, risk communities as all the fishing harbors and the fish vendors in the country. Next few weeks, we screen all of them. Through that, we have identified massive subclusters in the different parts scattered all over the country. With that, that spread to the other market settings where like main economic centers, and like that, still that impact of that outbreak is continuing. To give some idea about the extensive contact tracing, we have that the initial outbreak, which I explained you all about among pilgrims, altogether 29 cases, but those 29 cases scattered in 6 MOH areas. But we were able to identify them and quarantine them and able to mitigate it. Next is the Navy cluster. Then out of 950 cases, 120 cases reported in the community. They are family members and others. But those 120 cases scattered in 66 MOH area. That's also where with the mitigation measures and prompt action, we were able to mitigate it without going to the massive clusters in that community level. But if at that time we have a privilege because country is locked down. I mean, that's an additional advantage we had compared to today's context. Because of that, the movements were anyway restricted. But with the Kandakadu cluster, at that time, country was not locked down totally. But that's also 53 cases reported in 29 MOH areas. With a total characteristics of the total cases reported up to now, it's a clear male predominance with the 64% were males, and 62% of the reported cases were asymptomatic, but age distribution still we have a luxury, but above 60 category is less than 10% of the reported cases belongs to above 60. I think that's the advantage we are having because purely, not purely, but one of the main reason of our low mortality rates reported is that because still our disease is not going to the vast scale into the community level. That's why still less than 10% reported in above 60 age group. Majority of the nearly more than 60 to 70% of the cases are economically active group. Then it's the other controversial thing. I think there are some concerns about the testing, whether testing is adequate or not. But if you think about that, at the time when we started this Kandakadu cluster, Paliagoda cluster, our testing capacity was 3,000, average 3,000 to PCR tests per day. Within last 4 months, our capacity has increased in a massive way. Because now for last 2 months, average 12,500 or above, even some days 18,000 to 19,000, our testing capacity has increased. But you can see still our positivity rate remains some or the other stable, where somewhere around 400 to 600 cases. It's fluctuating among that range. It gives some indication because most of the countries is well-established community transmission. What we see is that when we increase the number of testing proportionately, numbers positivity also tend to increase. But our positivity rate somewhere remaining 4 to 5%. Even the adequacy of the testing is another controversial issue. But according to WHO, they said if you can maintain the testing level that 10 negative tests to the 1 positive case, they consider as it's a proxy measure, the testing is adequate. But throughout even this latter part of this massive outbreak, we were able to maintain about 20 negatives per 1 positive case. Our average 26 negatives per 1 positive case. But some instances, it go up to even a 30. Then about the number of deaths, I think up to now 287 deaths reported. Among them, again male predominance with 63%. 82% have some form of a comorbidity reported. And age distribution, you can see 70% of our deaths were reported among over 60 population. Other thing is about the surveillance. That's our backbone of our whatever the preventive measures. The excellent surveillance system, the national focal point for the surveillance, the epidemiology unit. All the during this exercise, all the positive cases were reported to epidemiology unit by laboratories immediately. Then we have a mechanism to convey that message immediately to the regional epidemiology, the district level officials, through them to the divisional level officials, and through them to the public health staff at the ground level. Because Sri Lanka is the country have a luxury of having an excellent public health system. Each and every 10,000 population is covered by one public health inspector regarding the control and preventive activities. Through that, immediately we were able to each and every case to locate the patient house and inform them and make arrangements, send them to the treatment centers, and contact tracing and the home quarantine process started. Similarly, we share this information with the National Intelligence Services also. We are getting excellent support about the facilitating contact tracing, because they have facilities that they are using the modern technology to identify all the relationships they have during last 14 days, and they convey that information with us, and that's a collaborative effort. Then these are the key public health strategies we are using, because one thing is, as I explained time to time, is the extensive contact tracing is the one thing, and all contacts were subjected to strict house quarantine or institutional quarantine. All the first line contacts were identified. All of them were subjected to either, initially we practiced extensively institutional quarantine, but due to logistic reasons and some form of a resistance came from the public considering those things, now we are mainly practicing strict home quarantine, but certain instances still we are practicing difficult situations, institutional quarantine. The other thing is the screening of all high-risk close contact with the PCR testing. That's happening. Before we finish their quarantine period, all of them were subjected to PCR testing, and positive cases were taken, and again started another, it's a cascade effect. Then I identify the close contacts of the second person, like that it's continuing. Other difference is compared to some countries, we are having the mechanism for all symptomatic and asymptomatic patients were provided with the institutional care, because that's the main concept, is to minimize the source of infection at the community level. By doing that, we were able to maintain some control over the outbreak. Then each individual positive case is investigated at the two levels, at the central level as well as the institutional level. Why we are doing at the central level at the epidemiology unit, then and there each case is investigated. By doing that, we were able to identify all of their macro level contacts. I mean, they may have some relationship with other institutions, other organizations. That way, we can have extensive identification of the possible contacts at that level, because field level investigation mainly limited to that particular locality. Then each individual positive cases is regular screening of the high-risk population. Based on the epidemiology, we always regularly identify high-risk population and regularly conduct screening among them. All the subjects with the signs and symptoms suggestive of COVID admitted to the isolation units. All over the country, they have established isolation units. All the people with suggestive of signs and symptoms are supposed to admitted to those isolation units, and all of them were subjected to the PCR testing. Then I think is that we have established the hospital-based sentinel surveillance system. Even we started in the April onwards, because we have a system in a representative manner. Major hospitals were selected. All the patients present into the OPD with the signs and symptoms suggestive of COVID, flu-like illness actually. All of them, out of that, every day 10 samples were taken and did PCR testing. That way, that's how we've identified first case of Brandex cluster, the massive Miniwangoda cluster identified thanks to Gampa Hospital, that mechanism. But otherwise, if they are not notice of that outbreak intensity may be more worse than that identified. In that way, we were able to identify many small clusters through that hospital-based surveillance system. Other than that, we have employed 1% of the employees or per day or 5% per week from the BOI factories, because most of the outbreaks, because they are most of the garment factories have very conducive environment to spread the outbreak. Because of that, we are routinely do that. That way, most instances, we are able to identify relatively early identification is possible. Then adopt lockdown strategies to identify earlier. During the second wave, we are not going for the massive lockdown. We identify based on the epidemiology, special locality, and through that locality, the movement restrictions carried out and testing do that strategy work reasonably well. Then public awareness on preventing and adopt selected strategies to discourage the border crossing. Then our enable factors are the well-established public health infrastructure covering the whole country is the key to our whatever the achievements we have achieved. Because bottom top we have a very well-established public health infrastructure. Then high standards of our curative and laboratory sectors and the free health service, because thanks to that we were able to provide equitable service to them, and because of that we were able to send all the patients even with the mild symptoms for the treatment center. The other thing is the Prevention and Quarantine of Disease Ordinance, 120 years old act. I think it's the backbone of our success in private sector, because most of the countries are now facing the problem with lack of legal backing for carry out preventive measures. But this is 120 years old act still have all the provisions to carry out effective control and preventive measures. I think the health seeking behavior, high level of government commitment from top level is a very effective in the containment of this type of outbreak, and close collaboration between the health sector and the military sector. I think it's a role example for that. I think how we mitigate and contact tracing and the quarantine process happen in the collaborative manner. Then relevant subject specialists were consulted during the key decision making and evidence-based decision making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ginige. In fact, you finished before your scheduled time. Thank you very much. But still, not only was it an interesting and extremely informative presentation, but you also did justice to a wide variety of subjects, this whole spectrum of, because surveillance and epidemiology covers, as you know, such a range of subjects and topics, and you covered and touched all of them and gave us a very seminal presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. There'll be some questions at the end. We are not going to take questions immediately. We'll present the other presenters and then have the questions at one time. Thank you very much once again. I think we should give him a good hand. Yeah. Now it's my pleasure to invite a close friend of mine, my colleague in the WHO here, Dr. Olivia Nivaras, who is the Public Health Administrator of the World Health Organization Country Office in Sri Lanka, who will be talking on the global initiative for COVID-19 vaccines. And I think it's very timely because Sri Lanka, as well as all the other countries around us, are all now gung-ho on the vaccine. And I think it's very appropriate that a person like Olivia, who's very close to this kind of work, is going to share with us her knowledge and expertise on the global initiative of vaccines. Can I please invite Dr. Olivia?
Hello, sir. I'm just sharing my screen.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Olivia. Yeah, we are here.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for this opportunity, and I would like to thank the National Science Foundation for organizing this, and to you, Dr. Palita, the pride of Sri Lanka, for being the WHO special envoy to coordinate the COVID response in South Asia. Before I start, I would like to say that as of 25 January, there have been 98 million confirmed cases of COVID-19. And last week, we have reached the grim milestone of 2 million deaths. And nearly 5 million cases and over 94,000 deaths which is the highest reported so far. Last week was reported. And according to projection, deaths could reach 100,000 per week. So as this is an evolving situation, I would like to say that I would only be talking about what we know and what we do not know, so that we have some kind of how do you say, certainty about each piece of information that I will be sharing. But we will be updated as we learn more. So today, I would like to share with you an overview and the state of vaccines globally, the status of COVID-19 vaccination across countries. I would like to share the global initiative on vaccine, which is the ACT Accelerator and COVAX, how the COVAX facility is functioning and supporting countries, and some vaccine updates that may be interesting to you. All right. Before I start, I would like to share what is WHO's global strategy for combating COVID-19. So there are three main goals. One is to suppress transmission. Second is to protect the vulnerable. And finally, to save lives. And this is enshrined in strategic preparedness and response plan guidance that we have shared with all countries early on in the pandemic. So the strategies to achieve these goals are indicated in the vertical in the columns. Across all these pillars of the strategy, WHO supports in coordination and planning, operational support and logistics, and in terms of accelerating research and innovation. I would like to talk a little bit about Sri Lanka. For Sri Lanka, the government has developed its Sri Lankan preparedness and response plan based on the level of transmission. So that was done in April, and we are now currently reviewing it so that we can tailor the approaches based on the country situation. And as Dr. Samita has rightly said, a lot of efforts have been done by the country, and we will consider all of this in coming up with the new strategic preparedness and response plan. WHO has supported the government in implementing the SPRP, and it has actually provided a lot of logistic and operational support on top of improving laboratory services from one laboratory service to now we have about 26. We have also supported the hardware for surveillance system, epidemiological surveillance, collaborated with the government, with the Health Promotion Bureau and UNICEF in risk communication and community engagement, and also with Sarvodaya. We have supported the assessment of the 133 hospitals for clinical management and provided some medical equipment, training for infection prevention control, and in general, through our work plan in maintaining essential health services. WHO is actively engaged with the Ministry of Health, UN agencies, and under one UN approach, we collaborate and coordinate our support. We also leverage the support from WHO headquarters, from CRO, and development partners such as the Australian government, the European Union, USAID, DFID, Germany, Japan, and CSOs like Sarvodaya and other stakeholders in providing timely and evidence-based advice. In fact, WHO has mobilized more than 7.3 million USD for COVID response in the past year. So for the vaccine, we are actively coordinating with World Bank, ADB, and UNICEF at country level. Okay, now on to vaccine development. As we all know, vaccines save millions of lives each year, and the development and approval of safe and effective vaccines take years to do traditionally. But with this emergency, global efforts across the world to accelerate the COVID-19 development was undertaken, and steps were taken in parallel. so that we can fast track and without cutting the process, without cutting corners, we have successfully fast track the development process as shown in this table. All usual safety and efficacy monitoring mechanisms remain in place, such as adverse event surveillance, safety data monitoring, and long-term follow-up. And of course, phase 4, post-marketing surveillance will also be undertaken. So let me now share with you a little bit on global status of vaccination. So the first vaccination program started 51 days ago as of today. And as of 18 January, there are 40 million doses of vaccines that have been administered. But it is of a sad note to say that 25% of these 40 million doses have been administered only in top 10 countries, which are the wealthiest countries. And they have used various platforms. And the number of countries include 40 high-income countries, 8 upper middle income, 1 LMIC, and 1 low-income country. The use of a specific vaccine is the decision of the country, but I would just like to show you in this slide that 44 of the countries are using the Pfizer-BioNTech, which is already WHO pre-qualified. The rest are ongoing. The assessment for the rest of these vaccines are ongoing, and we hope to receive some good news in the coming weeks. Okay, now let me discuss about the ACT Accelerator. The ACT Accelerator is a groundbreaking global collaboration to accelerate the development production of COVID-19 tests, treatments, and vaccines. So this ACT Accelerator has 3 components, and COVAX is one of the components, which is the vaccines pillar. It is co-led by Gavi, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, and WHO. And it aims to accelerate the manufacture of COVID-19 vaccines and to guarantee that equitable access for every country in the world will be there. So for the objectives, the main objective is to end acute phase of the pandemic by end of 2021. And to do this, the COVAX facility is mobilizing resources to deliver 2 billion doses by end of 2021 to encourage research and to support manufacturers to like these vaccine candidates to do their vaccines to submit for assessment and to guarantee the equitable access to vaccines for all. So at the heart of guaranteeing equitable access for vaccines is the fair allocation framework that was developed by the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts on Immunization. And as of now, the key recommendations in this by this advisory group includes 3 priority groups: frontline workers in health and social care settings, people over the age of 65, and people under the age of 65 but who have underlying health conditions. Okay, so we know that the COVAX facility is in a strong position to vaccinate, and with the aim of initiating deliveries in February. So currently we have 2 billion doses secured and signed with those signed deals, as well as this preliminary negotiations with manufacturers. And we have 6 products, 5 producers, and greater than 1 billion options. So like it's an additional doses that would be available once the negotiations are finished. And we also encourage countries which are having bilateral deals and has the capacity to pay for vaccines to donate to other low-income countries. Just in this slide, I would like to highlight the crucial importance of expediting the regulatory review of COVAX portfolio. The DGWHO has encouraged all countries or all manufacturers to submit their dossiers so that we can facilitate and fast track the approval for EUL. And so the aim actually for the first quarter is to focus on the low-income countries to deliver doses for the most needed, for countries that most need the vaccine. And in quarter 3 and 4, we are focused on delivering large volumes for participants. And hopefully by end of 2021, we will be able to meet the need, the 20% commitment to low-income countries. Okay, so this is just to show that the 20% that is promised will not come all at once in one tranche, but more of in a staggered basis. So we have 2 billion doses that's more or less committed at the moment. In terms of preparedness of countries, COVAX is also actively engaging with member states in developing their vaccine requests and development of deployment plans. So now we have 88 of the 92 advanced market commitment countries who have submitted vaccine requests. 124 have conducted country readiness assessments. Regulatory pathways with NRAs are also being fast-tracked, and the indemnification and liability for vaccine, which is a requirement for the AMCs, is also ongoing. Sri Lanka has submitted this in the past month. So yeah. Now, what are the crucial actions to support the COVAX facility rollout, which is planned in February 2021? First is to fast-track the regulatory review. A lot of these candidate vaccines in clinical phase 3 trial have been in contact with WHO for the assessment. They have submitted those shares. And I will show you later in the tracker the status of each of the vaccine candidate. For the COVAX portfolio, there is a need to immediately expand to include mRNA vaccines and to explore potential early supply from other advanced candidates. And we also encourage those sharings from key countries with bilateral deals and to support country readiness. In terms of country readiness, we have some funding from World Bank for countries to strengthen their health system to prepare for the vaccine rollout, and some money for procurement of vaccines for low-income countries, and other vaccination support that are needed. Okay, so now for us to accelerate the COVID-19 vaccine rollout globally, countries with bilateral deals are urged to be transparent, to prioritize COVAX rather than having all these bilateral deals. From what I know, there are about more than 50 bilateral deals, and we do not necessarily encourage this because it drives, it makes countries compete for the vaccine and it drives the prices of vaccines. Producers are urged to rapidly provide full regulatory data, and countries introducing vaccines are urged to only use products that meet the rigorous international standards for safety, efficacy, and quality. And donors are also urged to fully finance the COVAX procurement and delivery and R&D to optimize products and address variants. Okay, so I would like to share with you a little bit on vaccine updates. As you have seen maybe in newspapers that there is an advanced purchase agreement of up to 40 million doses with Pfizer, and that we can also exercise the optional procurement from AstraZeneca, which is anticipated to be approved soon. We have the COVID-19 explainer on Pfizer vaccine. It's called, the name is, the brand name is Comirnaty, and this Comirnaty is actually shown to be effective in clinical trials and has approximately estimated to have 95% efficacy based on medium follow-up after 2 months. The European Medicines Agency has authorized an extra dose from vials of Comirnaty, because before they say it's 5 doses per vial, but now there's a possibility to have 6 doses if a certain kind of syringe will be utilized. Updates from the global, updates from the, sorry about that. Updates from the Global Advisory Committee on Vaccine Safety. You might have seen also in the news about the high number of elderly who passed away in Norway. And an investigation was conducted by the Global Advisory Committee on Vaccine Safety. The conclusion was, after looking at all the data and the documents that were submitted, the conclusion is that the Comirnaty or the Pfizer vaccine remains favorable in the elderly at this moment. There are also some open WHO courses, including COVID vaccination training course for health workers in the WHO websites that countries can avail of to train their health workers. There is an operational tool for efficient release of COVID-19 vaccines, because as you know, each batch of vaccine that would be received has to be approved for release. And we need to ensure that this release will not hinder the rapid rollout of the vaccine. So at least in the guidelines, should be at least only 2 days to for the release to be conducted. Okay, the status of vaccines, I will show you later in the tracker. You can access real-time status for the various vaccine candidates in the WHO website. There is also a research event that was convened globally with more than 2,800 scientists from 130 countries to identify knowledge gaps and research priorities for vaccines. The agreement during this global forum is to establish a platform for global sharing, so that even those studies that have not been published can be shared with other researchers for the collective understanding of the virus. The 6th meeting on IHR, Emergency Committee, has recommended that countries do not require proof of vaccination from incoming travelers. We need to prioritize the population, the health workers, and those who are having high risk for mortality, rather than use the preliminary supply of the vaccines for travelers. The WHO Virus Evolution Working Group is also working to assess the significance of COVID variants in terms of transmissibility, clinical presentation, or severity. And the results will be shared as soon as available. Landscape tracker, that's what I said. And then, yeah, so this is to show you the update that is available in the WHO website in terms of the COVID-19 vaccines. We have some good news from AstraZeneca and the Gamaleya Institute, because they have, I think, submitted all their documents, and we would soon know what are from WHO the result of the assessment. This is the landscape tracker that's also available in the WHO website, which provides the summary tables for COVID-19 vaccine candidates, and it tracks the progress of each of these candidates in clinical trial phase 3. Okay, so I would like to end in a nice note that the development of vaccine is a stunning scientific achievement and a much needed source of hope for all of us. We have to be more, in terms of vaccine equity, we need to call on countries and manufacturers to prioritize COVAX deals rather than having bilateral deals. And we call on all countries to introduce vaccines only that meet rigorous international standards for safety, efficacy, and quality to accelerate readiness for deployment. And it will take time to vaccinate everyone against COVID-19, and that we must continue to follow still the tried and tested measures that keep all of us safe. So thank you very much. We are into this situation together. So we take heart, take hope, and take action. So here, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Over
Olivia,
to you, Dr.
for that excellent presentation. You covered the whole subject very comprehensively. Please stay online, although we know you're within stone's throw from here. Please stay online because there'll be some questions at the end. Dr. Olivia is close by, but she's on self-quarantine after having arrived from Philippines just a week ago. So please stay online till the end. We will probably have some questions for you, Olivia. Thank you very much once again.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Let's moving on. Our next presentation is on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic in Europe. And this presentation will be made by Professor Shanti Mendis, who does not need an introduction to a Sri Lankan audience, although she is now presently in Geneva at this moment. She was the professor of medicine at Peradeniya, person who has been doing a lot of research in different subjects of medicine, and till recently she was the senior advisor in the WHO headquarters in Geneva, and her main subject there was non-communicable diseases, but now she does a lot of work on COVID-19 also. She'll be talking about the pandemic in Europe. Is Shanti online? Shanti, it's your turn.
I'm online, but they decided to go with the recorded video, Palita.
So, Chairman,
yeah, that's fine.
Distinguished colleagues,
you
ladies and
online,
gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Very much.
It's a great pleasure to participate in this national conference on the COVID-19 pandemic. I wish to thank the steering committee for inviting me to make this presentation on the COVID-19 pandemic in Europe. I will present the magnitude, impact, the response, and the lessons learned. This is a map of the WHO European region showing 51 countries. Only 27 are in the European Union. Countries like Norway, Switzerland, Iceland, they are not. And there are countries which belong to the former Soviet Union, which are also not in the European Union. This is the COVID-19 situation in the 6 regions of WHO. These data are for the 8th of January, and already they have gone up to nearly 100 million cases and nearly 2 million deaths. And you can see that America has performed badly, the whole region of the Americas. And it's particularly sad that the United States, which has 4% of the world population, has contributed 25% of cases to the pandemic. And that is, of course, because of weak political leadership and accountability, and even a callous lack of regard for science of the former President Donald Trump. The situation, fortunately, has changed now. And if you look at Europe, in the countries of the European region has contributed 33% of cases and 33% of deaths. So Europe has been hit hard. The situation is stable only in 6 countries of the region, and in 25 countries, the epidemiological situation is labeled as serious by the Center for Disease Control because of high case notification and high mortality rates. The data are scanty from the former Soviet Union countries of the region. If you look at the WHO dashboard, Turkmenistan has not reported a single case. and Uzbekistan has reported 1 death. I had the privilege of working in some of these countries, and they have fragile health systems and authoritarian regimes, and it's clear that these can't be the real numbers, and people are suffering due to the pandemic. How deadly has the pandemic been? The case fatality rate of the European countries have been quite high. France 18%, the United Kingdom 16%, Belgium 15%, and so on. In Germany, which is not shown here, the fatality rate has been low, less than 2%, and this has been attributed to the swift and decisive actions of Chancellor Angela Merkel at the beginning of the outbreak. That's not the only reason why the case fatality rates are high in the region. Most of the people affected by the virus are over the age of 70 years. And these are the people who are most vulnerable to infection as well as poor outcomes. And 75% of deaths are from older adults. And also those with comorbidities, particularly cardiovascular disease. And in this region, there is a high prevalence of cardiovascular disease, and risk factors like diabetes and obesity prevalence is as high as 59%, increasing the vulnerability of people to be infected by the virus. And they also then have a worse outcome. What has been the health impact? Devastating. The virus affects mainly the lungs and the heart. Most people recover, but some require intensive care because of complications. And the routine health services have also become interrupted, including the supply of medicines for long-term conditions. And there have been delays in treating heart attacks and strokes and other acute conditions during curfews and lockdowns with long-term consequences. Surveys have shown that the rates of anxiety, depression, stress, suicide, alcohol and drug abuse, and even domestic violence, that these rates have gone up. And of course, this is due to a combination of factors: lack of financial security, loss of jobs and loved ones, and the stress of lockdowns and curfews, etc. And attention to mental health conditions is a priority now and will remain so during the recovery period as well. Across the board, health systems were overwhelmed by the pandemic. There was a shortage of intensive care units, community health facilities, medical equipment, ventilators, as well as personal protective equipment, particularly at the beginning of the outbreaks in the countries, and health workers were very adversely affected and, of course, continue to be overburdened by the pandemic. France, for example, had to transfer severe patients by military planes, helicopters, air ambulances, and high-speed trains to intensive care units in Germany, Switzerland, and Austria during the second wave. In general, they have used triage systems, most of the countries, treating severe patients in hospitals and less severe ones in community facilities or at home. What has been the general response? Countries have implemented a range of measures: social distancing measures, mask wearing mandates, hand washing, testing, tracking, quarantine, and isolation, as well as lockdowns, curfews, and they have closed businesses, schools, bars, and restaurants from time to time. Countries that took swift action in general experienced better epidemiological outcomes. How well did Europe handle the pandemic? The initial response was fragmented and lethargic until March. And as a result of weak political leadership in the region, Europe became the epicenter. And then the European Commission stepped in and agreed on a joint approach and published a roadmap in April, identifying 4 priorities: limiting spread, provision of medical equipment, promoting research, including vaccines, and tackling socio-economic consequences. Countries introduced control measures to address these priorities, but they failed to work together. Some countries wanted autonomy in operating their health systems. Others had legal concerns regarding data sharing and exchange of information. Despite the European legislative framework for joint procurement of personal protective equipment, some countries even introduced limits on the export of this equipment, like masks. In general, they failed to work together, even on exit strategies, and they reopened their borders in June to find that the virus continued to spread during summer, and as a result, variants emerged. New variants identified in the United Kingdom, South Africa, and Brazil are responsible for the rapid spread of the disease, particularly in England, Germany, and France. And in mid-2020, a mink virus variant from farmed minks were isolated in 12 human cases in Denmark, and Denmark had to cull more than 17 million farmed minks in order to get the situation under control. All this show the importance of public health measures to contain the spread of the virus, because the virus mutates as it spreads. Countries of the European region has been hit by second and third waves. Relaxation of lockdowns and public health measures with the arrival of cold weather and the new variants of the virus brought in a second wave in October. Then countries introduced again lockdowns and curfews. And they also brought in a 4-tier system to better match restrictions with the epidemiological situation. The Swedish national strategy is worth mentioning. They adopted the concept of herd immunity from the beginning, but now they have realized that it has failed, and Prime Minister of Sweden has publicly acknowledged that that strategy to depend on herd immunity has failed. And Sweden, in fact, has performed worse than all Nordic countries. And as we speak, the third wave has hit Europe, and many countries have again brought various measures to restrict the spread, including lockdowns, and they have closed ski resorts, which is a big loss. It has crushed the winter tourism, which brings in revenue to the tune of many billions. So what is the economic impact? There is a severe economic crisis in Europe. Countries in the region have suffered an average GDP loss of nearly 10% or more, and no country has suffered a loss less than 6%. 55% of small and medium businesses, which account for more than 2/3 of the workforce, were compelled to close down last year. To protect the EU economy from the pandemic, several measures have been unveiled. In July, the 750 billion Recovery and Resilience Fund was set up by the European Commission to help all European Union countries. And in November, Catherine Lagarde, the president of the European Central Bank, unveiled a pandemic emergency purchase program to the tune of 1.35 trillion euros to stabilize financial markets. The final recovery will, of course, depends on vaccination programs in countries. And the United Kingdom was the first to start vaccination and has already vaccinated 6 million people, targeting high-risk groups. And they are hoping to double this number in a month. And high-risk groups, the older people, the more vulnerable ones with comorbidities, health workers, social workers, they account for 88% of COVID deaths, and that's why that group is being targeted first. France also is hoping to cover the adult population by August. Russia is administering the Russian Sputnik vaccine to its citizens, and the European Commission has granted a marketing authorization to Pfizer vaccine. So European Union countries are rolling out their vaccination programs. However, there's no clarity on when vaccines will reach the non-EU countries in the European region, and this is a concern. And you may know that President Joe Biden, after the inauguration, signed an executive order to join the COVAX partnership to distribute and to improve the access of vaccines for all the countries in the world. And that is most welcome because it is important that all countries have equitable distribution of the vaccine. This graph shows you how the outbreak started in December, gathered momentum, and spiraled out of control. And the yellow part of the graph represents the region of the Americas, and the green represents the region of Europe. And both have done very badly. And recently, WHO appointed an independent panel co-chaired by the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Helen Clark, to look into the failure of handling the pandemic, the reasons. And they have come out with an interim report, and that concludes that the global pandemic alert system is not fit for purpose, and that major reform of global health structures and mechanisms are required to avoid future public health disasters of this nature. So what are the lessons and opportunities created by this pandemic? Pandemic has shown the critical importance of political leadership and accountability in handling public health crises. And it has underscored the importance of revamping public health infrastructure and pandemic preparedness and response plans in all countries. And the need to reform public health policy making and implementation processes for swift action against outbreaks. And of course, the need to increase investment in health and health systems, in research and development have become very clear as a result of the pandemic. And it is a wake-up call that investment in health has to increase. So in summary, 1/3 of global cases and 1/3 of global deaths have come from the region of Europe. European countries have demonstrated high case fatality because the infection affected older adults and also because the region has a high burden of non-communicable diseases and risk factors like obesity. Health systems have failed and have been overwhelmed. Major shortcomings in public health infrastructure have been exposed. And the European Commission has unveiled a massive relief package to ease the economic crisis. But returning to a new normal will depend on effective vaccine programs not only in the European Union countries, but beyond, in all countries of the region and also all countries of the world, because no one is safe until everyone is safe. And I'd like to conclude by saying that in order to overcome the social, health, and economic crises of this public health disaster, we need strong national, regional, and global solidarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shanti. Thank you very much. You made a very broad sweep of the highlights of the response in the European region. And when I was listening to your presentation, I couldn't help contrasting and comparing with the Sri Lankan experience that Dr. Samita Ginike presented earlier. And one thing that struck me, I'm sure it struck most of us who were listening, is the contrast you made of the public health system or the public health infrastructure of Sri Lanka in contrast to what happens in most of the European countries, and how that really helped us during the worst days of the pandemic. Thank you very much once again. Shanti, I hope you will be online because there'll be some questions to come at the end. Thank you.
Yes.
Our last presenter for this this afternoon is Professor Mahesh Nirmalan, who is the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Biology, Medicine and Health, University of Manchester, who is a consultant in critical care medicine at the Royal Infirmary in Manchester. Professor Nirmalan is also no stranger to Sri Lanka. He has been participating in many conferences and webinars over the past few years. And let me very kindly invite Professor Nirmalan to speak to us on the broader impact of COVID-19. Does sub-Saharan Africa need special attention? Professor Nirmalan, please.
Thank you, Dr.
Are you okay, Professor Nirmalan? Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me? Dr. Abirkun, thank you very much.
Please, yeah, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please, fine. Yeah, please carry on, please. Yeah, thank you.
Let me start by thanking the National Science Foundation for this forum and this opportunity. As I speak to you all from Manchester today, I'm very, very mindful of the tragic milestone that was passed here in the UK. Yesterday, we had 100,000 deaths. That milestone was passed yesterday. Now, the fact that I do some work in Africa with some eminent partners does not by any stretch of imagination make me an expert in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm very much a practicing clinician. And what I hope to do today is share some of the generic experiences that we can draw from Africa, and along with that, share some personal thoughts that I thought may be of interest to this audience. As we stand as of 12th of December, this is the situation across the world. I've just highlighted some countries for total case numbers and deaths, so some countries that I've been involved with. And I think we can, looking at this, we can draw two very generic messages. And that is the size of the health budget or the sophistication of...
Professor,
yes.
Sorry to disturb you. You have not shared your PowerPoint. Screen share. Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's
yes,
fine.
You need to do a full screen on that.
That's fine now.
Presenter mode.
Is it all right? Or?
Yeah, we can see.
Not yet. It's not full screen yet.
Yeah, I think I'll go with this if that's okay with you guys. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Right. Okay. Let me start from the beginning. I mean, Thank you very much to the National Science Foundation for this opportunity. As I speak here, I'm very mindful of the tragic milestone that we passed yesterday with 100,000 deaths in the UK. Now, as I said, the fact that I do some work in Africa doesn't make me an expert in African affairs. So what I want to do is draw some very generic experiences and share some thoughts which I thought may be of interest to this audience. This is the distribution of COVID currently, and I've just highlighted some countries of interest here. And I think the generic message that is coming through is that the sophistication of the health system or the size of the health budget doesn't seem to have a bearing on the severity of the pandemic as we see it. And as already been highlighted, another important lesson that is coming through is that countries with a very strong public health system seem to be doing very well. And in this context, I think sub-Saharan Africa needs a special emphasis because of what I call a toxic triad. The first is am I pointing? Can I see you? Can you all see the pointer that I'm pointing? Or
yeah, we can see it, but very faint. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The animation is working. Is it? Is the animation working or not?
Yes.
Fine. Okay. So we have a very vulnerable population in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa. We know that the prevalence of malnutrition is common, HIV, chronic lung diseases such as TB, COPD, etc. So you have a very vulnerable population and with a very rapid potential for a very, very rapid spread. And that is because, as you all know, currently Africa, 16 or 15% of humanity currently lives in Africa, and that is expected to increase exponentially. Along with that comes this very rapid unplanned urbanization. So there is a very potential for a very rapid spread there. And thirdly, when people do get the disease, they have, in general, very poor access to healthcare. And all that will lead to a situation of worsening poverty. And this is why this toxic triad and the importance of looking at sub-Saharan Africa as a separate entity. Now, when the pandemic started, at least in around May 2020, around that time, there seemed to be room for some optimism because, as you see, the numbers for Africa was very, very negligibly small indeed. So therefore, people thought perhaps the virology is different, perhaps the temperature is different, etc., etc. But this initial optimism is fast changing with a very rapid rise in the case numbers across the whole of Africa. Now, this is the picture for South Africa, not very recently, the initial peak followed by a very exponential rise here. And the similar kinds of patterns are being seen across most African countries. This is the double hump picture, which we are all familiar with for Kenya, Uganda. They seem to have passed the second hump there. So this is South Africa. Again, the steep rise I've showed. Botswana seems to be doing something different. The numbers have consistently are low and not demonstrating that characteristic, the different waveform pattern that we see in other countries, including the United Kingdom and Europe. So in this context, it's useful to look at some of the experiences in one of the African countries I work in, that's Kenya. This is data from March to September. So the total number of cases were about 50,000 with 900 deaths. Now looking at it yesterday, the numbers have almost doubled with about 100,000 total cases and almost 2,000 deaths. So this is looking at RT-PCR confirmed patients from 6 hospitals, a total of 700, about almost 800 patients. The mean age is fairly young because Africa is a young country. The population is relatively young. The symptomatology seems to be very comparable to what you see in Sri Lanka and what I see here in Manchester. The comorbidity patterns are very similar. Perhaps HIV is a bit more prevalent. ICU admission is about 10%, and that's roughly what I see here in Manchester or in the United Kingdom as well. And about 7% of the total number who is falling ill seem to be requiring mechanical ventilation. And when they do require mechanical ventilation, the mean duration is about 11 days. And that is not very dissimilar to what we see here in the UK. With an overall mortality of about 14%. Now, these figures need to be taken with a pinch of salt, because if you are lucky enough to get into one of these hospitals in Kenya, then you belong to that small segment of privileged class, I would think. Now, if you just focus on the people who have received ICU admission, if you look at people who required ventilation, the 7% of the people who required mechanical ventilation, you see an overall mortality of almost 80%. So in other words, if you are ill enough to require ICU admission, and in the ICU you require mechanical ventilation, you are seeing a very high mortality of 80% indeed. So that raises questions about health investments. Where should the priorities be? When the pandemic started, you would have seen very hugely emotionally charged television images about overcrowded ICUs, hard-pressed doctors and nurses working in all kinds of fancy costumes, and that led to the argument that there aren't enough ventilators in Africa. Some countries have only one ventilator. That argument is familiar. But I would just like to share the thought, given that only about 10% are coming to the ICU, and when they come to the ICU and when they are put on the ventilator, we are dealing with a very high mortality. Is that the right kind of focus for extremely resource-limited countries? Whereas every hospital admission will require oxygen. And the question that we have been asking in many of the countries I work with is that, are we equipped to give simultaneous oxygen therapy to large numbers of patients? Now, people of my generation, if you go back to our intern days, we would have one oxygen cylinder or two oxygen cylinder with an oxygen tube. Now, that is the kind of setup that you would find in most African hospitals. And is that enough to deal with a pandemic situation? Is that not where our focus should be? And the oxygen concentrators that are used in many of these countries in a tachypnic patient cannot provide more than 30% oxygen. So there needs to be a country-specific thought process as to where the health investments should go in the context of preparing for the current pandemic. How about the primary prevention? Of course, in this context, primary prevention is going to be extremely important. And the multimodal public health bundles recommended by the WHO have been universally adopted in the vast majority of countries. But the question here is that, are these public health interventions effective in crowded informal settlements? Because 2/3 of sub-Saharan Africa lives in informal settlements, also called slums. So are these public health interventions and the evidence base that you gather towards this going to be effective? And if not, do the benefits that they confer on the population outweigh the very significant economic hardships that will follow? So in this context, we are currently doing a pilot study looking at the effectiveness and the attitudes of people. I won't go into the details. This is very much an ongoing work. We are looking at 3 very large informal settlements in Nairobi, in Nakuru County, and in the Kisii County. It's a cross-sectional survey of randomly selected slum dwellers, looking at their attitudes and behavior and knowledge base on these various public health interventions, and also looking at how it is affecting their lifestyle. So far, we have reached almost 220,000 shanty dwellers, and as part of this study, also distributed 50,000 reusable face masks as part of the study. The study is obviously funded by the GCRF, or the Global Challenge Research Fund. Now, the challenge here is that how do you do a cross-sectional study in a situation like this? This is what the shanties there look like. So we have taken a map-based approach or a GIS-based approach. So this is Kibera slum in Nairobi. We use GIS maps and a random geolocation generator to generate random locations across the whole slum. And our teams go into each of these locations and would interview 1 or 2 men or 1 or 2 females here, so that we are fairly confident that the sample is very random and is coming from across the entire shanty, and therefore our conclusions will be generalizable to the shanty population across these 3 countries. So these are some of the preliminary data. The data is still being analyzed. I'm just showing some data that may be of interest to you. So this is phase 1, which was, we did that around July, August time, followed by a 4 or 5 month period of intervention where our teams went into these areas running a very effective public health campaign. And following that in phase 2, which is in December, we repeated the study using the exact similar methodology, the questionnaires, etc., etc. And we can see that within that period, the use of masks have improved considerably. People, this is the question, do you use a face mask, yes or no? And across the board, people who are not, across the 3 slums, the people who are not using the mask have gone down considerably. Obviously, we can't say this is because of the intervention that we made, because time is a factor. People are more used to the disease. Government interventions is a factor. But nevertheless, you can see that the behavior patterns are changing indeed. And this is an analysis of frequency of mask use. Always, when I use people who use it always, people who use it most of the time. And if you consider that as appropriate use, you can see that during the study period, the proper or appropriate use of mask has gone up. Now, I don't want to claim that this is the result of our intervention, but nevertheless, it goes to show that even in these poor, deprived areas, if the resources are provided adequately, satisfactorily, people's behavior can be changed, and more data will be coming through this survey, and we will be able to share this as we go on. Right. So what impact is this pandemic likely to have in Africa? Because I think most of you would agree that it is wrong to see COVID-19 as purely as a health problem, because it is a health problem, it is a sociological problem, it is a political problem, it's an economic problem. So all of us have to go outside our immediate specialty and look at some of these other things. So there is going to be an increased disease burden with mortality and morbidity, which can be directly attributed to the disease. There's going to be increased health-related expenditure for these countries which already have marginal budgets. There is going to be decrease in domestic productivity because of the disease and because of the interventions. There is going to be shrinking global markets for export-oriented economies, and therefore there is going to be further reduction, significant reduction in revenue. There is going to be increased borrowing and debt traps. There is going to be currency devaluation, and all that invariably will end up in social strife. So therefore, the exacerbation of poverty and social strife is going to be a common feature across the developing world and Africa in particular. And these are some of the economic forecasts that have been done by the United Nations. I don't want to go through details and sort of pretend to be an economic expert, but suffice to say, this is data from across all of Africa except 10 countries for which data was not available. And you can see whether you look at GDP, whether you look at revenue, whether you look at total exports, particularly of raw materials, fuel is most of it is coming from Nigeria, or for a variety of reasons that you can think of, there is going to be a significant hit on the revenue of these countries. And if you add tourism for countries that depend on tourism, if you add inward remittances for countries like Sri Lanka that depends on and people working abroad, this is going to be a significant problem, which we know about. So, the picture that is emerging in relation to COVID-19 in sub-Saharan Africa is that you have the COVID-19 pandemic, which is evolving, leading to a shrinking of national economies. And that leads to poverty and exacerbation of inherent inequalities in these societies. and therefore an invariable exacerbation of social conflicts and civil strife. And that will take a vicious cycle here. And that is really the problem of COVID-19. So then the question arises, is the future bleak for Africa? And if you read journals, if you listen to BBC, CNN, and that seemed to be the dominant picture that is being presented, the future is bleak, etc., etc. But the point is, I like to differ on that, because people who do that kind of prediction do not take into account the human factor. Ratan Tata summarized it very well. And he took the view that, of course, this is a challenge. We cannot ignore the challenge, but it can also be an opportunity if handled properly. And if you look at Jurassic Park, quote Jurassic Park, life will find a way. Now, the way to look at it mathematically is Prigogine's work from the Brussels schools looking at open thermodynamic systems, also called dissipative structures. These are open thermodynamic systems which are freely exchanging energy with the environment. So when the system is stable, as here, or here, I'm looking at two screens, I'm not sure which one you are seeing. So if you look at a stable system, the fluctuations are minimal. And as the system begins to lose energy because of entropy, which is an invariable, essential component of any system, which is a fact of life, the concept of entropy, you begin to see much bigger fluctuations in that system. And that is called a far from equilibrium system. And in that system, when a society is operating at that level, an external trigger hits this bifurcation point. And the effect of the external trigger is not always to make these perturbations worse. In fact, it can take it to a new state of order, new state of stability. And that, my friends, is how human society, the biological evolution has taken place. So what Ratan Tata is telling us, and what Prigogine is telling us, is that systems that are oscillating far and wide and are inherently unstable in the context of an external stress, whether it is a war, whether it is a cyclone, whether it is an upheaval, whether it's a pandemic, has the potential to evolve into a new state of order. And this is where the human factor comes in. And that is what most of the pessimists in this situation are not taking into account. So I'm not sure whether you can see the animations here properly. I will take this. So the direction in which the situation is going to evolve is going to depend on the decision-making progress. And I like to take a few minutes on the decision-making process that has gone into the pandemic process. On the one hand, the decision-making has to be evidence-based and data-driven. I have no problems with that, of course. And that is the way United Kingdom has chosen to deal with that. But the problem with that decision-making approach is that you are constantly on a reactive mode. Because you get data only after the event has taken place. So, and therefore, a strictly evidence-based, data-driven decision-making process always puts the country behind the curve, giving the perception of lack of control, indecision, leading to loss of public confidence, etc., etc. The other aspect of decision-making process is inferential or intuitive. Now, the disadvantage of intuitive decision-making or inferential decision-making is that it is prone for errors. Hydroxychloroquine is a good example. And of course, vested interests will come in saying that I think this is good, you think that is good, so-and-so appeared on my dream and said this is good. So there are problems with inferential or intuitive decision-making process of decision-making. But this is where correct leadership, firm leadership, which is able to balance these two, data-driven, but at the same time using an inferential and intuitive approach, is making, and that is what is going to determine which direction this pandemic will take Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, or any other country in that position. So as long as the decision making, I mean, we would all acknowledge that there is no one way to do this, but as long as the process is transparent, as long as the process is inclusive and carrying all segments of society together with you, and as long as that process is fair, but of course, as long as the process needs to be firm, there is potential for this pandemic to be an opportunity for the global South, including Sri Lanka. So in my final statement, I would like to directly address the Ministry of Health officials who are currently in the audience. In this, you are the guys who are making this decision-making, going through the decision-making process. As long as it is transparent, as long as it is inclusive, as long as it is fair, and as long as it's firm. And in this context, I like to close my talk with a quote from one of the favorite words in the Sinhalese language for me, is Chetanawa. And that Chetanawa of decision-making process counts. Thank you very, very much indeed for this opportunity to share some of my thoughts. Hopefully we can meet sometime later on in the year in Sri Lanka in person in happier circumstances. Thank you very much indeed.
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Professor Nirmalan, for that brilliant presentation. In fact, Professor Ranjit Senratne, who's sitting in the audience listening aptly to your presentation, would be very happy that you captured practically everything that the NSF was trying to do from this conference. You touched on the health, which is the main theme, but nevertheless, we also are looking at the economics, the social sector, and the best of all, the resilience that you're talking of. Where do you go from here and how do you address that and how do you get ready for that? Thank you very much, Professor, once again. Now, we are a little behind time, but I think the 4 presentations are so good. We deserve at least spending a couple of minutes on some questions that you might have from wherever you are. We can have at least maybe 3 questions, 4 questions, 1 per presentation. I don't know how you do the presentation. Sorry? Yeah. Chairman, Dr. Senratne, please.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting presentations. I have a very general question directed to all 4 speakers. Professor Shanti said, no one is safe
until all are safe.
And unless everyone is safe. We have so much social and economic inequalities. I think that is the root cause. Unless that is addressed, how much the health authorities, even governors put their heart and soul, we won't be able to make much. This is a $100 billion question. But I think many lessons that we could learn from your experience in other parts of the world.
Did you hear the question?
Yes, we heard.
Yeah. Quickly, can you make a quick response to? I think it deserves a long answer, but you have to make a very quick response.
Okay, thank
you. In the interest of time, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for that very important question. So I totally agree that inequalities need to be addressed, and that is a top priority in every single country. Then the second point is that the success depended on the public health capacity, as Dr. Abekon mentioned, not only the infrastructure, as Dr. Ginige said, hands-on experience of the doctors and the public health personnel. Third is the political commitment and also the coordination and accountability from the national to the regional to the grassroots level. And the preparedness of the country with a national pandemic response plan. And the fourth reason was the care of older adults. Practically all the countries have aging populations, and some of the people, the older adults, were in long care facilities, which was really quite bad for them, combined with the age vulnerability and the rising non-communicable diseases prevalence rates. That is going to be also increasing the vulnerability of populations, and that was demonstrated very well in this pandemic. And finally, the attitude of the people, not only the literacy, but the trust in governments. That's also extremely important when you want to successfully face a pandemic. And this pandemic provides a lot of lessons. Thank you.
Thank you. A quick
Professor Samita, why you want to come here and say something? Huh? Would you like to say something? Yeah. Professor Nirmalan, do you want to add one more word to what you already presented to answer Professor Senratna's question?
Yes, I mean, just one thought really. I mean, I'm a pragmatist. I live in the world as it is presented to me. Now, inequality in society is a fact of life. I mean, this is not, I mean, so the question is, how do we address this inequality despite the fact that there is going to be variations in society in terms of their socioeconomic status, etc. And this is where firm policy making comes in, support by the Ministry of Health, by the officials who are running the show, and of course the WHO. I think inequality in society has always been there, is there, and will always continue to be there. So I don't know
how you address it. Olivia, I'm sure you have a thought on that.
Dr. Palita, have been covered, Janti and Mesh, but I would like to comment in relation to vaccine equity, inequality in terms of how do we ensure vaccine equity. DG Tedros mentioned the other week about the need for all countries to advocate for vaccine equality, not only because it is morally right, but also because it will lead to some economic consequences. In a study that was conducted by the International Chamber of Commerce, it shows that about $9.2 trillion will be lost with vaccine nationalism, and almost half of this amount will be incurred by the wealthiest countries. So it actually highlights the importance of everyone having equitable access to the vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you. Samita, anything to add? No? I don't know whether we should take further questions. I can see a question on the panel. We'll take one more quickly, and then I think we will have to close this session. The question on the panel is, what do you suggest the world, if the world would have to face not only an epidemic like this, but also more severe pandemic than this? I don't know what you have to say. Is that the only question we have? Is that the only question that has come? I think we'll reserve it. Any other questions from the audience before we... Anyone here likes to raise a question to this panel? No, doesn't look like it. Yeah, I cannot... I don't think you can see the question. I'm reading it to you, but to me it's a little difficult to understand. What do you suggest the... Yeah? No, I can see it, but what do you suggest the world if the world would have to face not only an epidemic like this, but also a more severe pandemic than this? That's the question that we have received. I don't know whether you have anything to say. Any of you has a thought on that?
Can I answer that, Dr. Abeko?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Surely.
Yeah, I think the single biggest thing that the world can do is realize and appreciate that this is going to be a recurrent pattern. I think the Europe in particular and the West in particular felt that infectious diseases are an event of the past. We have conquered it, we have mastered it, etc. And NCDs would, and therefore virtually, I mean, I was head of years 3, 4, and 5 in the Manchester Medical School. Public health really disappeared from the curriculum of many Western medical schools. So that awareness, the concept that this is going to be a recurrent pattern, how do we deal with that? So if you are prepared for it, if that is in the conscience, then we will deal with that better, I think. And one of the reasons why this came was that for 100 odd years, we had nothing, and therefore we felt that we have conquered nature.
And I may like to add,
hello?
We also need implementable international health regulations. That's extremely important.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can I have one question?
Yes, please. Please identify yourself.
Yeah, I'm Professor Pires. I'll be presenting another paper again. Now, what my question is now the major the impact is different from country to country. Now,
Yes.
from a Sri Lankan point of view, we should not. I mean, we should not directly one-to-one apply other countries' thing. I mean, our distribution, our pattern, our people movement, everything is vary. Unfortunately, in Sri Lanka, we don't look at what is our conditions. Is there any suggestion from your point of from your audience, from the speakers? What Sri Lanka, what we do is we just apply China or America, USA straightforward. I mean, as somebody told me, we don't apply any data-driven decision making.
Yeah. So your question is, you're asking for comments?
The reason is why.
What is your question?
No, why don't we use the data-driven decision making?
Why don't we use data-driven decision making? I think we have to ask that from Samita.
No, I will present in the paper in another 5 minutes time.
Samita, you have a quick thing and then you can finish. You have a quick comment on that, please. That question, the person who can answer that question is right here in front of us.
Yeah,
he made a
yes.
presentation.
Yeah.
I think I can't agree with you totally, because I think most of the decisions are taken purely on evidence-based decisions were taken. Even that's why we were able to contain that up at this level. Even we can see. I think because even a selection of the crowd for the even a vaccination purely based on our epidemiology of the thing.
Yes.
Even a lockdown and other decisions were taken purely every day, considering the whatever the selection of crowd for the screening and the screening strategies, everything we were using.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Samita. I mean, that's quite what you are saying is quite clear. I think two of you might have to communicate with each other. You can exchange telephone numbers and talk to each other later. But we are going to close this session because I'm about to get thrown out of this chair. So let us give another round of applause to our presenters. It was an excellent session. And we thank you very much on behalf of the NSF. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. Come. Huh? Good. No.
I would once again like to thank the speakers and chair for for their insightful presentations. All the questions we have received via the online platform will be directed to the relevant presenters and will be answered subsequently. Next, we will move on to the technical sessions. The technical, yes, sir. Yes. The technical sessions will be conducted under 6 themes as 3 parallel sessions. Today, we are conducting 2 technical sessions consisting of 4 themes each.
We have actually started theme 2 and theme 3 sessions. Those are going online. Theme 2, resilience, is co-chaired by Professor and the Chair in Disaster Risk Management, University of Huddersfield, United Kingdom, Professor Dilanthi Amaratunga, and Senior Lecturer and Head of Department of Sociology, University of Colombo, Dr. Nishara Fernando. Theme 3, economics, is co-chaired by Executive Director and Head of Research, Verity Research Sri Lanka, Dr. Nishan Dimel, and Research Director, Verity Research Sri Lanka, Ms. Subhashini Abesingha. Technical session 1 shall commence now at this venue, and it will be under the theme Health. This session shall be co-chaired by representative of Southeast Asia to the WHO's Special Envoy to coordinate COVID-19 responses, Dr. Palitha Abekon, and Public Health Specialist and National Professional Officer on Non-Communicable Diseases and Health Systems of WHO, Country Office Sri Lanka, Dr. Nalika Gunawardana. We shall also continue to theme 6 session, Governance, at 4 p.m., and that will be co-chaired by Director and Chairman of Postgraduate Institute of Management, University of Sri Jayawardenepura, Professor Ajanta S. Dharmasiri, and Program Director, Public Policy, Postgraduate Institute of Management, University of Sri Jayawardenepura, Dr. Lloyd Fernando.
The technical session 2 will commence soon after the completion of technical session 1. Theme 4 will be on mental health and well-being and will be co-chaired by Professor Atula Sumatipala, Professor of Psychiatry and currently the Director of the Institute of Research and Development and Chairman of the National Institute of Fundamental Studies, Kandy, and Professor Pianjali D'Souza, Professor at the Department of Psychiatry, Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. Theme 2 on resilience will be continued under the chairpersons Professor Dilanthi Amaratunga and Dr. Nishara Fernando. And theme 6, building a robust and resilient supply chain, will be co-chaired by Professor Ajanta S. Dharmasiri, Director and Chairman of the Postgraduate Institute of Management, University of Sri Jawadanapura, and Dr. Trevor Mendes, Head of Academic Affairs and a member of the Board of Study at the PIM. Finally, under Theme 6, Research, Invention and Innovation will be co-chaired by Professor Ajit Dialvis, Senior Professor at the University of Moratuwa, and Mr. Manju Gunawardana, Chief Executive Officer, Research and Innovation at LOLC.
Completion of technical session 2 shall mark the end of today's conference proceedings, and we shall be meeting again tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. at the same venue to embark on day 2. Wishing you all a fruitful conference time. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to the Health Track Theme 1, the oral presentations. According to the instructions, all the presentations will be presented as pre-made 10-minute videos, which will be run by the technical team, which is assisting us. Let's move on with the first presentation, which is titled Estimation of Basic Reproduction Number for the Novel Coronavirus Disease in Sri Lanka using the Navy Cluster. The paper is presented by Abe Gunawardana LA, Sudaraka MD, and Dharmaratna SD. Over to you.
Distinguished judges, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the National Science Foundation for going ahead with these sessions in an innovative manner as necessitated by the current situation in the country, and for giving us the opportunity to present our study titled The Estimation of the Basic Reproduction Number R0 for the Novel Coronavirus Disease in Sri Lanka. The basic reproduction number, or R0, is defined as the average number of secondary infections which can be caused by a patient in a completely susceptible population throughout his infectious period. Therefore, R0 is a dimensionless number which indicates the contagiousness of a particular pathogen. It is affected by environmental conditions which will contribute to the virulence of the pathogen, and patterns of human interactions which contribute to the spread. Hence, R0 is not a constant for a pathogen itself, but rather a constant for a pathogen in a particular population. It is used to assess the ability of an infectious disease to invade the community. That is, if the R0 is greater than 1, it indicates that the disease will spread, as one individual will spread the disease to more than one other individual, as depicted in this figure. It is also used to determine the fraction of the community which need to be vaccinated to curb the spread of disease. It is given by the formula 1 minus 1 divided by R0. Therefore, if the R0 is 2, it means half of the population needs to be vaccinated. Furthermore, it is also used to compare the contagiousness of certain organisms with respect to past epidemics, notably H1N1, Ebola, etc.
as well as to gain an understanding of the intensity of control measures which need to be implemented to curb the spread of disease. With regard to the Sri Lankan situation, the first patient was diagnosed on the 27th of January 2020, a Chinese female who was visiting the country. The first local patient was detected on 11th of March 2020, a tour guide for a group of Italians. Following the detection of these cases, aggressive control measures were implemented with the Triforces, healthcare workers, and the police working in synergy. The infection of a naval officer involved in the transport of patients diagnosed on the 22nd of April 2020 led to the detection of a large number of COVID-positive naval officers. Prompt action was taken and the camp was isolated. Soldiers on leave were asked to return and the contacts of naval officers were quarantined. We aimed to estimate the R0 of the novel coronavirus disease in Sri Lanka using this particular Navy cluster. For this, the total number of confirmed COVID-19 patients belonging to the Navy cluster reported daily was extracted from the situation reports of the Epidemiology Unit, Ministry of Health, Sri Lanka. We calculated R0 using two different methods to provide a better estimate. We utilized the exponential growth rate method and the maximum likelihood estimation method. And all the calculations were done using R language version 3.6.3. The exponential growth rate method utilizes the following equation using the growth rate of the epidemic curve and the moment generating function of the generation time interval calculate the R0. The generation time interval is the time taken for an infected individual to infect another. However, generation time interval cannot be directly observed and hence is substituted frequently by the serial interval, which is the duration between symptom onset of the primary case and the symptom onset of the secondary case, which can in fact be directly observed and hence utilized for this calculation. The exponential growth rate method was first described by Wallinger and Lipsitch. The maximum likelihood estimation method, described by White and Pagano, assumes that the number of secondary cases caused by an index case is Poisson distributed. We calculate the expected number of the Poisson distributed secondary cases by maximizing the log likelihood of the observed incident cases as depicted in this formula. The calculated number is the expected value of the average number of secondary cases generated by an infected individual in the initial phase of the epidemic, which by definition is R0. Our findings yield an R0 of 1.69 with the exponential growth rate model with a 95% confidence interval of 1.47 to 1.93 with a root mean squared error for the cumulative number of patients as 15.77. The maximum likelihood estimation model yielded an R0 of 1.89 with a 95% confidence interval of 1.59 to 2.23 with a root mean squared error for the cumulative number of patients as 30.13. It can be observed that the confidence intervals of these two models overlap and the two values calculated are comparable as depicted by this figure. This figure illustrates the daily reported total number of patients plotted against the predictions made by the exponential growth rate model in red and the maximum likelihood estimation model in green. And it can be observed that both models were able to predict the actual number of cases reported quite accurately. In conclusion, the estimated R0 for the novel coronavirus disease in Sri Lanka using two different methods are 1.69 and 1.89. It is interesting to see that these are lower than the global figures, where China has reported an R0 of 2.2 and Italy 2.4 to 3.1. The global burden of COVID-19 is mapped out in this figure, where the number of confirmed cases of COVID-19 reported from the first day of the first case for Italy, Spain, USA, and Sri Lanka using a log scale are illustrated in bold, and the other countries are mapped out in thin lines. And it can be seen here too that despite being a developing country, Sri Lanka has a lesser degree of spread with respect to other countries. We would like to conclude by acknowledging the Epidemiology Unit, Ministry of Health Sri Lanka, for providing comprehensive and timely data on the COVID-19 status in Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abhigunawardena, for doing this clear presentation in spite of the subject being very complicated. Our next presentation is by Dr. Piris, TSG Piris. The title is Data-Driven Decision Making for COVID-19 in Sri Lanka. And we learned that Dr. Piris will do it in person.
Yes.
Dr. Piris, you can share your slides now.
Right, okay. Can I? Oh, right. Good afternoon to you, everybody. Now I am also present in 1 minute. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm member of the Piris. At the moment, I'm working at the SLIT. Earlier, I was in the professor in the University of Moratuwa. This is basically, again, background study is during the first, this is basically data using for the first wave COVID. I used the data from up to March, and I did, you see, I noted no applied statistician, no mathematician involved in the decision making in this first COVID decision. So thus I was forced to write newspaper articles on daily news and publish 7 articles, right? And I tried to give all these articles to doctors and decision makers. Unfortunately, it was not taken into consideration, right? Now, I remember in the previous talk, it was told data-driven decision making is more robust and efficient than taking decision by experience or by judging on judgment. Now, I got the data from the Health Ministry data from download. And this is the basic start from the up to March. You see, this is the trending. Now, I consider different ways, not the number. I just get the percentage increase daily from March to somewhere in April annually, the daily. And it is clear that is exponential decreasing. Initially, you see at the very beginning, the increase rate is 200 because sometimes 1 to 3 like that. But gradually it is decreasing. That is why it tells you later on it was reduced from increasing rate from 1.7 to 4.2. That's a good indication our COVID fluttering, the curve has a fluttering rate. There's a possibility. That's the very beginning, my first paper. In fact, I published all the 7 articles in a book just for the reference of the people. Because the reason is I have 7 articles in this paper and I have given this book to the NSF library as well and they have acknowledged it. Then I tried to estimate the R0. Now actually R0, now in the previous one, somebody talked about the maximum likelihood estimator. These techniques are totally not correct. The maximum likelihood estimators, all these things has to be, there are many assumptions. Now one is for exponential, then other one is maximum. Now this is the very simple. Now initially people were taking R naught is 2.3 to 5, and as a result, people are misleading and they were expecting 25,000, 50,000 COVID numbers will arise. But I tried to do calculate the R naught in a very simple way, where I assume the field moving infected case from 5 days. That I discussed with the doctor. They say 5 is enough. And we have the number of infected cases. And there was a time people were telling the number of testing is not sufficient. Therefore, to concentrate for that, I got 3 times the number of number of infected day. I multiply 3. When you divide by the field moving, that is the good estimate for R naught. Actually, R naught, there is no one unique. This is an estimator. Like we estimate the population mean, like for example, people say 95% effective. That's the some estimator. Like that, R naught is we can estimate different way. This is a very simple way I estimated. So this is how I did it. Very simple calculation. You see, this is for example, March 10, there was only 1 patient, so it can be up to 5. For March 13, there were 3 patients were identified. So 1, 5 like that. So finally, I can calculate all the CFI, what was the field moving thing, and then I can easily calculate R naught. So in fact, I calculated R naught. I can calculate every day. So this is I calculate different intervals. You see that? Now, definitely, I can easily challenge our R naught can't be more than 1. Even if R naught is 2, we would get more patients. Even by now, we have the number of patients, number of COVID patients so far we counted is, if you counted from the March 1, it should be like a geometric series. It can't be 2. Definitely, it should be less than 1. So I have already calculated. Therefore, I can easily suggest, I can easily conclude with, I'm telling with confidence, our probability of transmission community is almost 0. I mean, that's true. So far, we don't have a community transmission. That is because our R naught is less than definitely 1. It can't be more than 1 or 2. It can't be close to. So this is the whole finding I published well in advance. As a result, I predicted that our COVID-19 curve will be flattering by end of May. So what I did was, this was due to the unexpected. There was one incident in Navy camp. That's the unfortunate incident. So these unusual thing, how I noise, these are called noises in statistics. I use the median. Normally we consider median is a better outlier than the average. Most people take the average 5 years. So I took the median. So you see the median. This is the actual thing, this is the median. So this is how again the percentage increase. That's very important. How much increase every day. You can see as time goes, percentage increase very low. Not only that, the number of COVID is also low. So therefore, there is a very good chance this going down. Basically, this is how you calculate percentage error. This is the value of the COVID at time t, the value of the COVID, the number of patients, new cases at the previous day. So this is the percentage increase. So this tends to 0 means today's number is almost equal to yesterday's number. When the yesterday's number is very close, that tends to flatter it. That's the concept. So this is how I decide. So therefore, the figure shows clear exponential decrease in trend. The percentage value is very low. Thus, cumulative value at time t tends to cumulative value at time t minus 1. This is a good indication for flattering in the curve. Thus, it can be clung to the curve with flattering by about 10 days time after that. So that, then this is another one. I mean, this sometimes now this may be not true. That is because most people don't listen to the sampling technique and they didn't listen to the mathematician, they didn't listen to statistician. Now this is how you see the New Zealand was very, very good. Now this is how I get at the last moment number of identified new COVID after curve flattened, right? So you see in ours, zero is 98%, whereas the New Zealand 50 zeros, ours 198%. Here again 1 to 2 this much here. So present distribution New Zealand cases after sharing, is right? So what is it? The probability of zero occurrence per day in Sri Lanka is 98 since 18 May. It's extremely low compared with the other countries such as New Zealand. New Zealand is the best country so far. They're fine. For the virus to spread, it requires a susceptible individuals and an infected hospital. Those factors are conventionally captured by R0. Because I tell you, R0 is very less than 1 every time. A second wave is luckily to depend on our capability, but unfortunately we didn't follow effectively getting of this blips infection. Although we may have certain considered resources, we have been successful in identification, right? Sorry about that. Therefore, I suggest we do not want to fear for the second outbreak, provided this will be done, provided correct sampling will be done. Unfortunately, we had a very good relax. Once the factories are open, we didn't even take any sample at all. We didn't care until last moment. So my simple conclusions are, we cannot expect to get rid of the COVID-19 even though an effective vaccination is found. Because at any time, there can be some probability that I don't think no one can't say, no doctor can't say. No epidemiologist cannot tell that particular day there will be zero. No, can't. No one can exactly determine when will COVID-19 take it. However, data decision making is an effective tool to predict useful information well in advance. However, we did not practice the recommendation derived from us. Unfortunately, our scientific community, other community didn't listen. The COVID-19 in Sri Lanka does not spread as fast as in other countries, and probably community transmission is almost low. This I told before the second COVID start. Based on the day of 5th May, it was shown that COVID-19 will flatter in by later part of the 2000 that happened. A good dialogue must take place between health expert experience and experience applied statistician to come precise and efficient sample. That was the way I have been telling it, and nothing was done. Government should start the mechanism to get views from the professionals and other officers, that is to the medical personnel. Government relax various, this is the conclusion which I made prior, not now. Government can relax various restrictions so the business can start everything. However, people should susceptible to follow the medical. Unfortunately, we have only 3 things: distance, wash your hand, and the wearing mask. So these things, I don't think we don't need any medical areas after that. These are 3 common things. Anybody can calculate how many people to be accumulated if you know the areas. So these are but however, they didn't listen to our ideas. Undue fear of second COVID cannot be. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Doctor, for that interesting analysis of data.
Yes.
We will move on to the third presentation, which is titled Mitigating COVID-19 Transmission in Sri Lanka, a Mathematical Outlook for Decision Support. Presented by Ganegoda NC, and the co-authors are Pereira SSN, Goetz T, Vijaya KP, Jayatunga Y, Piris HOW, Metananda RGUI, Erandi KKWH, Gamachige RN, and Trimavitana RT. Can we get the video playing, please?
Presentation title is Mitigating COVID-19 Transmission in Sri Lanka, a Mathematical Outlook for Decision Support. Authors list is given here. I am NC Ganegoda, presenting author. Outline, introduction, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion, and references. Introduction. Burden of COVID-19 expands, not limiting into public health problems, but also into economic and social issues. Vulnerability prevailing with mixed outcome in mitigation efforts, no exceptions for Sri Lanka as well. Decision and implementing decision support systems for mitigating efforts are required. This paper aims at a decision support mechanism via risk assessment. For that risk assessment, we cover 3 categories: healthcare capacity, age-specific risk, and space-specific risk. Methodology. In our approach, we use these three categories with certain subdivisions. Healthcare decision support comes with testing capacity, recovered portion, and hospitalization details. Second category, age-specific thing, comes with distribution of confirmed cases by age, dense nature of each age class, and age-specific mobility. Third case, specific decision support comes with two autocorrelation measures and spatial mobility attraction. In the mathematical side, we use fuzzy membership functions to design this risk in each aspect. A fuzzy membership function is a function from a domain to 0, 1 range. This 0, 1 range is important because we are going to map our risk into this scale. So after having each membership function for each aspect, we combine them together through this Hammer-Chur T-norm operator. Once we have more than two functions to combine, we have to repeatedly use that operator. We use data from epidemiology unit daily situation reports, health promotion bureau information given in dashboard, and some census data. After we scale our risk into 0, 1 scale, decisions can be taken according to these three decomposition into low risk, moderate risk, and high risk. These A and B thresholds should be decided by the user. Results and discussion. Category 1, health care decision support. So the three membership functions are designed like this. First thing, for testing capacity, we use this function xt to denote number of confirmed cases in a certain time frame divided by number of tests carried out in that period. So this xt, then we think like a risk assessment function. So we convert that into a fuzzy membership function in this way, xti divided by maximum of xti in a certain period. So this function getting a normalized function into 0, 1 scale because of this division by maximum. And on the other hand, once we have higher x, then we have higher risk decided by higher membership value. Then for recovered portion, we have the same kind of a function formulation, but here y is coming with the number of confirmed cases divided by number of recovered cases. In the hospitalization category, again, we have the same formulation, but here ZTI comes with number of hospitalized cases due to confirmed cases, number of hospitalization because of suspected cases. So this one result that we took in this range of 17th December to 30th December. So now by using this Hammer-Chur T-norm output, you can see what are the days that with most risk. And a user can decide certain threshold value by using a preliminary kind of analysis on these initial graphs to take some values and then put those values into Hammer-Chur T-norm operator. Then user can decide these threshold values. Second category, age-specific decision support. The membership functions are coming like this. Now here the domain is coming with age class. Here PC goes with percentages of number of cases in each age class. And we have the same division by maximum just to normalize again and take that 0, 1 scale, and thereafter getting that higher percentages reflect higher risk and higher membership. And dense nature, we take census data for each age classes. And then age-specific mobility, we take how many number of people or percentage getting into economic activities from census data. So that measure we indirectly use into this mobility measure. This one result that we took, you can see here again that Hammer-Chur T-norm operator function. Now you can see these middle age classes are with higher risk, and these latter age classes are with lower risk. Again, user can decide certain threshold value by looking at initial functions. Third category is space-specific decision support. Here, 3 categories coming with 2 autocorrelation measures and 1 thing with mobility attraction. Autocorrelation measures we take from Moran's I index and Gary's C index. For mobility attraction, we take gravity model. So these measures will represent how far this spatial matter combination of or the adjacency of districts matter into the final number of confirmed cases in each district. Here the domain is districts. So we took this measure into our cases, and we sort them in descending order from higher risk to lower risk for certain days. So this is the result coming here. Now you can easily see how what are the districts coming with high risk and moderate risk and low risk. Therefore, thereafter one can decide what are the decision should be taken to mitigate those COVID-19 spread in each district by looking at their risk level. So conclusion, bringing a mathematical insight into COVID-19 related decision making via assessing risk. That is our main task here. 3 categories considered, and we design membership function for each category, again with subdivision into 9 aspects. And membership values are aggregated via Hamilton T-norm operator to quantify overall risk in each category. Thereafter, risk levels are designed as low, moderate, and high, choosing suitable barriers in 0-1 scale. This can be customized according to the requirements of the user. So decisions on mitigating efforts can be drawn via these risk levels finally. That is the end of the presentation, putting these references here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that mathematical insight. Hope, sir, that you will stay on with us for any questions at the end. Let's now move on to the presentation number 4, which is titled Guiding the Frontliners to Face the Pandemic, Story of Preparing Guidelines for Sri Lankan Primary Care for COVID-19. The authors are Mendis K, De Silva A. H.W., who will be doing the presentation, Anthony A, Randini Kumara S, Vitana S, Arulanandam K, Atapattu C, Halaba Achige P, Kotugodalla D, Mutugala R, Pereira A, Ratnam G, Senaratna L, Senaviratna S, Silva S, Veerasinghe T, and Vikramasinghe R. Can we have the video going?
Good day to all of you. We would like to thank the organizers for selecting our paper, which is Guiding the Frontliners to Face the Pandemic, the story of preparing guidelines for Sri Lankan primary care for COVID-19 pandemic. Sri Lanka began part of the COVID-19 pandemic with the detection of a foreign lady on 27 January and local transmission with the detection of first local case detected on 10th March. Sri Lanka responded with unique strategies to mitigate the pandemic. Sri Lanka adopted a community-based approach with public health missions in addition to providing guidance to secondary and tertiary care. Ministry published its first guideline as early as 6 February, focusing on hospital-based management. Initially, no guidance was available for the primary community care services. Later, some guidelines were issued by the ministry for primary care settings in major government hospitals, but they were not applicable to all primary care settings and also were scattered in different guidelines. The foreign guidelines could not be adopted for the local primary care settings due to many reasons, and some guidelines even contradicted ministry guidelines. With the rapid advancement of knowledge, guidelines kept on changing, making it difficult for the physician to keep up to date. To cap it all, during the first wave, the ministry advised the private sector GPs to close their clinics temporarily due to lack of directives and protective equipment. Due to the above multiple reasons, the abundant primary care resource was not harvested for the management of the pandemic initially. I would like to highlight the primary community care service contribution to the health service. According to the 2018 Health Bulletin, there had been 2,647 OPD visits. When multiplied by the population, there had been 57 billion consultations in the OPDs of the government sector. When we add the private sector consultation, there is an enormous number of consultations taking place in primary community care sector annually. So our objective was to formulate a guideline for the primary community care doctors to continue their services as before, while helping to detect COVID-19 suspected patients and to care for them and their families in different aspects in the management. To formulate guidelines that is reader-friendly, correlating ministry and other guidelines supplemented by other resources. Our team consists of academics and clinicians working in primary community care with a keen interest and knowledge on COVID-19 and involved in detection and management of COVID-19 patients. We have a team leader who constantly guides us. The academics are from medical faculties of Caledonia, Colombo, and Batticaloa. The government sector was represented by consultant family physicians managing divisional hospitals, medical officers managing COVID-19 treatment centers and OPDs, and postgraduate trainees in family medicines. The private sector was represented by senior and junior general practitioners, and guidelines were reviewed by senior consultants in different fields. Many brainstorming sessions were held deep into the night on Zoom. Our guideline is evidence-based. Search was done only in recognized and reliable sites. It was constant battle to keep up to date with ever-changing information. Local guidelines and circulars were from the ministry website. International guidelines, research, and other evidence-based recommendations were obtained from well-recognized international websites. Our team worked with good team spirit to produce a formidable document. Finally, we were able to formulate an information-rich, well-structured, reader-friendly guideline which is tailor-made for the primary care physician. Version 1 was named COVID-19 Outbreak in Sri Lanka, Guidance for Sri Lankan General Practitioner. It was released on 17th March during the first wave of the pandemic to help the GP in the private sector, and was presented to the College of General Practitioners of Sri Lanka and was uploaded to the college website. It highlighted the challenges faced by the GP and promoted remote consultations, which is the idea during a pandemic. Version 2 was named COVID-19 Outbreak in Sri Lanka, Guidance for Sri Lankan Primary Care Physician. It was released on March 25th, still during the first wave. It contained more information and guidance for all primary care settings of the country. It was approved by the Ministry of Health. Version 3.1 was named COVID-19 Outbreak in Sri Lanka, Interim Guidelines for the Sri Lankan Primary Care Physician. It was released on 23rd April, still during the first wave. It is comprehensive and provides guidance for all primary care settings in the country. It was uploaded to our website, Primary Care Physicians Sri Lanka. Version 3.1 was presented to the ministry as a guideline for the primary care settings under the ministry. It was accepted by the ministry officials and was uploaded to the ministry website on 23rd April with the other guidelines and directives issued by the ministry for managing COVID-19 pandemic. This was a groundbreaking achievement for us, as no organization has formulated guidelines for the ministry primary community care services without direct involvement of the ministry, nor have they accepted any such guideline in the past. Our guideline is a concise, all-inclusive document consisting of 16 chapters. Case definitions, dispositions, investigations, and management of COVID-19 suspected patients are according to the ministry guidelines and circulars to comply with the national strategy. We use many infographics to illustrate the guideline in a simple and clear manner. Remote consultations were a big step we advised during the pandemic. We promoted remote consultations with colorful infographics for easy reference. Remote consultations were strongly encouraged before seeing patients in person. Also, how to interview a suspected COVID-19 patient was illustrated with a quick fact sheet. How to triage patients when they visit a GP clinic was another illustration. How to organize and triage patients when they visit a government primary care unit was also an illustration. Guidance for the primary care doctor and the staff on how to organize the clinic to suit the pandemic situation and the precautions to be taken were illustrated. Guidance on follow-up of COVID-19 patients after discharge and how to assess them with their mental state and the family were also discussed. Home visits and handling death in the community, which are part of primary care, was discussed. As mentioned before, our guideline was published in the ministry website with other guidelines for management of COVID-19 pandemic. Our guideline was also published in the College of Community Physicians website. An article was published called The Role of Telehealth in ensuring continued access to health services in the Primary Health Care Performance Initiative website. Our guideline was reviewed in an article published in the British Medical Journal under the heading National Primary Care Response to COVID-19, a rapid review of literature. Out of 247 articles that were considered, only 17 publications met the review criteria. Our guideline has satisfied 7 out of 11 criteria that they had looked into. Our guideline was published in the Asia Preparedness Partnership website. In conclusion, the early and timely formulation of our guideline, COVID-19 outbreak in Sri Lanka, interim guidelines for Sri Lanka primary care physicians, helped to meet the national need of providing primary care physicians evidence-based, up-to-date recommendations to function effectively in the front line. It enables smooth functioning of primary care services during the pandemic, helping to manage both COVID and non-COVID patients within the unique primary care system and to prevent negative impact on the management of non-COVID patients. With all guidance in place, Sri Lanka was able to face the second wave when it came in mid-October. Thank you for your patient listening. Good day to all of you.
And thank you for this very elaborative description of a very important aspect of this pandemic response in Sri Lanka. Let's move on to the next presentation, which is titled Chest Radiographic Features of 133 Patients with COVID-19, Findings of a Multi-Center Study. The paper is presented by Liyanage U.A., Abewardana K., Gunasekara P.A.D., Dimel V.P.R.S., Ranatunga R.M.A.S., Lakmal K., Paliyavadana S.H., De Silva, and Valiyange A.A.S.H.
Chest radiograph features of 133 patients with COVID-19, findings of a multi-center study. The role of chest imaging in COVID-19 continues to be discussed. There is a need to arrive at a consensus in the role of imaging in COVID-19, and this has been recognized early in the pandemic. Compared to CT imaging findings in COVID-19, chest X-ray findings, the studies done on chest X-ray findings are relatively less. Based on the evidence that is available, chest X-ray is considered effective as a first-line imaging modality in COVID-19. But the current evidence has come mostly from few countries with community transmission and higher case fatality rates. So we need to look at our setting, the Sri Lankan setting, and see how frequently and when should we expect abnormal chest X-rays in symptomatic patients with COVID-19. What kind of abnormalities are to be expected? The objectives of this study was to describe chest radiograph features of COVID-19. The specific objectives were to identify radiographic features, their frequency of occurrence, and their distribution in the lungs, and to describe degree of lung involvement in terms of a severity score. Also, to correlate the lung severity scores with the duration of symptoms, presence of comorbidities, age, sex, and smoking status. We carried out a retrospective study at 4 main hospitals dedicated for managing COVID-19 patients in Sri Lanka from January to 15th May 2020 during the first wave of COVID-19 in the country. At this point of time, there were 925 RT-PCR COVID-19 cases reported in the country, and these 4 hospitals managed 70.8% out of these patients. And we included all RT-PCR positive patients who were admitted to these hospitals and who subsequently underwent chest radiography. Both the initial chest X-rays of these patients and their follow-up chest X-rays were included. The patients whose chest X-rays were not saved in a retrievable format in the departments of radiology of these hospitals were excluded. The clinical and demographic data were retrieved from the hospital BHTs and hospital registers. In the chest X-rays, we looked for radiographic signs, the distribution and degree of lung involvement. The X-rays were first reported by the radiologist or consultant or the acting radiologist of the same hospital, and then they were double reported by another consultant radiologist or acting consultant radiologist who was blinded to the findings of the first radiologist. And then discrepancies were sorted, and if there were discrepancies in reporting, those X-rays were again reported by another radiologist who with 12 years of experience post-MD. Radiographic findings were analyzed and compared with clinical data, and a severity score was calculated later according to radiographic assessment of lung edema proposed by Wallen et al. Scores of the initial chest X-rays, all the chest X-rays including initial and follow-up chest X-rays, and severity scores of chest X-rays with highest severity score for each patient were analyzed separately. Associations were also analyzed for chest X-rays with a severity score of 1 or more using chi-square statistics, Mann-Whitney U-test, followed by logistic regression. So basically this slide shows how we recruited the patients and the number of chest X-rays that we studied. Study population was 150. 150 patients underwent chest radiography subsequent to admission to these 4 hospitals after being RT-PCR positive. And out of these 150 patients, we had to exclude 17 patients because their X-rays were not in a retrievable format. So we were left with 133 patients to study. And all these 133 patients underwent at least one X-ray. So there were 133 initial chest X-rays. In addition to that, 33 out of the 133 underwent follow-up chest radiography. So there were altogether 84 follow-up chest radiographs belonging to 33 patients. Altogether, we studied a total of 217 chest X-rays of 133 patients. Basically, there were 133 initial chest X-rays and 84 follow-up chest radiographs. So our findings, the age of these patients, 133 patients, ranged from 4 years to 94 years with a mean of 43.9 years. Majority were males. The female to male ratio was 34 to 99, and 37.59% had comorbidities. And the commonest was hypertension, closely followed by diabetes. 15.78% had hypertension and 15.37% had diabetes. And the risk factor profile indicated that 14.3% were current smokers. All patients who underwent chest radiography, except for one patient, that is 132 out of 133, were symptomatic at the time of the initial chest X-ray. And mean duration of symptoms at the initial chest X-ray was 5.67 days. And cough was the commonest symptom. You can see that 69.2% had cough, followed by fever in 43.6%. And 10 patients received ICU care during the study period, and 4 patients included in the studies succumbed to illness. Looking at our chest X-rays, the highest number of chest X-rays done in a single patient was 12. 80.64 were AP inward portable chest radiographs, and 179 out of 217 X-rays were taken within the first 2 weeks from the onset of symptoms, and discrepancies in reporting were present only in 32 out of 217 chest X-rays. Looking at the initial chest X-rays, there were 133 initial chest X-rays. 72.2% of the initial chest X-rays were normal. Now, this is the main finding of our study. Majority of the initial chest X-rays were normal. And also none of the patients with initially normal chest X-rays who underwent follow-up chest radiography had abnormal chest X-rays. So all these patients, some of these patients underwent follow-up radiography, but their X-rays were also normal. Out of the abnormal chest X-rays, there were 37 abnormal chest X-rays, and consolidation was the commonest radiographic finding seen in 25 out of 133 X-rays. Ground glass opacities was the second abnormality seen in 20 out of 133 X-rays, And in 43.2%, these are out of the patients who had abnormal chest X-rays, that is 16 out of 37 abnormal chest X-rays had bilateral changes, and 26 out of 37, that is 70%, had abnormalities distributed in a peripheral location. And predominant lower zone involvement was seen in 86.5% of the abnormal chest X-rays, and under the X-rays showed upper zone alone involvement. Looking at the severity scores of different categories, and considering the highest severity score of each patient, 96 had severity score of 0, meaning normal chest X-rays, and 16 plus 5, that is 21 out of the 133 patients had the maximum severity score of 1 to 2, meaning they had mild lung involvement. The mean severity score was the highest when the duration of the illness was between 15th to 20th day. Looking at the severity scores, those with comorbidities, male sex and advancing age were positively associated with a severity score of 1 or more, and this result was persistently seen in the multivariate analysis. In conclusion, majority of patients with RT-PCR positive COVID-19 had normal chest X-rays, and because our population, in our population had except one, all were symptomatic, we can also conclude that majority of the symptomatic patients with RT-PCR positive COVID-19 had normal chest X-rays. And when looking at the abnormal chest X-rays, when patients with abnormal chest X-rays, majority of the patients with abnormal chest X-rays had mild lung involvement. So these findings we want to highlight in our study because these are different to some of the studies that have been published. Also, the findings that are in concurrence with the current studies are the chest X-ray features of COVID-19 patients commonly manifest as consolidation or ground glass opacity or both. And chest X-ray severity score of 1 or more was positively associated with advancing age, male sex, and the presence of comorbidities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that interesting paper. We are moving on to our next paper. Increased intensity of PCR testing reduced COVID-19 transmission within countries during the first pandemic wave. The paper is presented by R.P. Rananneliya, N. Vijay Munige, J.R.N.A. Gunawardena, S.N. Amarasinghe, Ishwari Sivanyanam, Sachini Fonseca, Yazodhara Kapuge, and Chaturani P. Sigera. I believe Dr. Rananneliya will present in person. Dr. Rananneliya, you can share your slides now.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think the host needs to enable screen sharing. Whoever's managing the computer. Okay. Let me just see. I can share now. Good. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let me move on because I know we're running behind time. Let me just briefly thank Dr. Nalika, Dr. Palitha for giving us a chance to present our work, which we're very grateful for. But I'll proceed now straight to discussing what we did. I should just mention I'm presenting on behalf of my many other colleagues at the Institute for Health Policy in Sri Lanka. So this is basically Sri Lankan research work that was done in the past year. Now, this is the paper. This was published actually a couple of weeks ago in the January 2021 issue of Health Affairs. And actually appears alongside a paper on vaccine deployment strategy by Professor Rochelle Walensky, who has just been appointed, I think, Biden's CDC director. Interesting about this paper, nice for us, I guess, is that it's probably received a lot of attention outside Sri Lanka, a lot of public attention. And in fact, for those of you who are familiar with altimetric scores, we had a score of 1,200 this morning, which indicates a lot of interest outside on social media and by other academics. Now, let me turn to why we did this study. Basically, the study dates back to the situation in lockdown in April 2020, some time back. Many of us, myself and other colleagues, were very frustrated at the time at what we thought was the unwillingness of health officials in Sri Lanka to accept the critical importance of increasing PCR testing for control. But when we looked to this further, what we realized was, in a sense, there was some explanation for this, because although WHO was recommending increased testing, they had been given recommendations like 1 in 10 tests should be positive, something that Dr. Kinige mentioned earlier today. There was actually no scientific evidence behind any of these recommendations. And it turns out there wasn't any published analysis in the literature, even as late as November of 2020, on what was the specific impact of testing rates on transmission. And the third thing we noticed was that in most countries, public health professionals were essentially ignoring the message that was coming out of China at the time, that testing was absolutely critical to transmission. So we ended up with these questions: how much testing do we need to control COVID-19, and what is an adequate level? And the questions were initially being asked in the Sri Lankan context, but what we ended up doing was a global study. Now, what we did, read the paper to get all the details, but very briefly, we used the standard epidemiological model. It's been used by, for example, Hong Kong and Harvard researchers to look at the effect of interventions on things like flu or COVID-19, including Professor Cowling at Hong Kong University. What this basically does is it carries out a linear regression of COVID-19 transmissibility against the intensity of your various interventions with a suitable timeline. Now, what we chose as the outcome variable in our analysis was transmissibility, that is essentially the number of people that the average case infects. And we looked at transmissibility in countries during March to June, which is basically the first wave. And this is measured using the average reproduction number. I won't get into the details of how we estimated that, but we basically estimated the R number for over 200 countries in the world. Now, our overall sample that went into the analysis was all countries and territories with more than 100 cases of COVID-19 by June the 15th. This essentially accounts for 99% of the global COVID-19 caseload at the time. One other thing I should just flag, we did something I think is fairly innovative, at least for this kind of research. One of the problems with this kind of research is that when you have so many countries and so many variables as we did, you end up having a lot of missing data and you end up with very small sample sizes. We dealt with this by using multiple imputation, which is a method which is more established in the clinical trials research literature. Now, what was in the model? We obviously had testing, and we measured testing using the test-to-case ratio. This is the inverse of the positivity rate. And why we did that, well, there's a number of technical reasons, but it turns out this is the most sensitive indicator of testing intensity and the indicator which is most related to effectiveness. Other interventions we looked at include face mask wearing, school closures, lockdowns. We used a large amount of data from Google and Facebook on population mobility changes. We looked at climate, things like temperature and humidity, geographical location, BCG vaccination, because that was something that people have suggested is important, air pollution, and even the level of democracy. We also looked at health indicators, economic indicators, and age structure and other things. At the end of the day, when we estimated our model, it had incredibly good fit with the data. It's an R-squared of about 0.81. For those of you who are familiar with this kind of research, this is really almost a perfect model, because pretty much what's not explained can often be explained by bad data and other things. So we're fairly confident that our model captures most of the things that explain the variations in COVID transmission across countries. Now, let me turn to the results. The first result, before I get into the estimation result, this is the actual variation in testing across countries. This is data that we produced. We compiled in Sri Lanka what we think is the largest database of testing data across the world. And what we found was that there was 1,000-fold variation in testing intensity, between 1 in Peru to over 1,000 in China and Vietnam. Sri Lanka, as you can see in orange there in the middle, it's somewhere in the middle, pretty average. But the other thing to note about this chart is that we've color-coded the countries in terms of performance. The green colored countries up there at the top are the countries who are on the track to achieve elimination. Their reproduction number was below 0.9. The blue countries had it between 0.9 and 0.95, and the rest, were at higher levels of R. But you can see that the countries which were doing the best, even in this kind of bivariate analysis, had the highest testing intensity rates during the first wave. Now, let me turn to our model estimation results. This is kind of a snapshot of the results. This shows you the relative effect sizes of the different variables or the key variables in our model. And you can see in the whiskers here, for example, you can see the size of the confidence intervals. What we found is that testing intensity is the most influential predictor of performance during the first wave and had a very significant effect. Effectively, a 10-fold increase in testing intensity reduces the reproduction number by almost 10%. We also found some benefits, but much smaller, from school closures and mask usage. But interestingly, we showed that globally, lockdowns, and these are the two measures that we use for lockdowns, lockdowns were not effective in controlling spread, largely because in most countries, home transmission outweighed the effect of reducing people's time outside. I won't go into the other variables, you can read the paper. So the relationship of testing to transmissibility is basically logarithmic, and this is what we show here in a logarithmic chart. Remember what our key question was, what's an optimal level? Well, it turns out our results indicate there is no optimal level. It really depends what else you're doing. If you could define optimality as the level you need to reduce the R number below 1, that is to slow the number of cases. For the average country, and this is a chart for the average country, you needed to be at a testing ratio of 65 tests for every case, substantially higher than the WHO recommendations of 10 or 30, and certainly substantially higher than where Sri Lanka is currently. And that's the rate at which you would need to be for the average country to start bringing cases down. What are the implications of this? My final two slides. Global implications. We very clearly show that the intensity of testing was the most influential intervention in controlling spread during the first wave. And the critical metric is not test per capita, which is what President Trump used to use. It's actually test to cases, the seropositivity rate. Higher testing intensity, in fact, is the only factor that explains all the successful countries and regions. If you want to know why East Asia did better than the rest of the world, why Norway does better than Sweden, why Australia does better than the UK, the only single explanation, common explanation, is testing. And countries which had high levels of testing achieved essentially elimination. How does this work? Countries with high testing rates, what they're doing is they're having very low symptomatic thresholds for testing. I'm in Sydney right now in Australia. Here they encourage anyone with any kind of symptom to come forward and be tested. They encourage people with coughs or colds, even if you feel under the weather, if you have a loss of smell, if you have a runny nose, they encourage you to come forward and get tested for free. And they do this testing at the primary healthcare level. There was a previous presentation on PHC guidelines. Primary healthcare level is where the action is. Why is this important? It's only with this very high levels of testing that you can identify or maximize the detection of hidden cases in the community, which can then trigger tracing and isolation to stop transmission. Now, what are the implications finally for Sri Lanka? In terms of our national COVID-19 strategy, we think there's a serious flaw. The strategy essentially talks about surveillance testing at the hospital level. This is wrong. The surveillance testing should be at primary care level. Second, we think that the reason that we failed to prevent our current second wave is very clearly the failure to increase testing capacity and routine testing after May, when we were having very few cases. The countries like us, which eliminated their first wave, but then went on to prevent a second wave, unlike us, all of those countries ramped up testing to TCR levels of 1,000 and above. They include some very poor countries like Cambodia, etc. So it's not a question of how much money you have. Finally, in terms of controlling this outbreak, we think that our model continues to fit the data very well. It tells us that we need to increase testing to about 50,000 a day to get rapid control of the outbreak. And the reason we're failing, why cases continue to go up, is that our testing remains inadequate. Finally, just a thought about the future in terms of vaccinations. Vaccinations were mentioned earlier, but the thing that hasn't been flagged, I don't know about the other sessions, The increasing evidence in the past 2 weeks is that the emergence of these more infectious variants will make many vaccines, including, for example, AstraZeneca, insufficient to achieve herd immunity, even if you vaccinate the whole population. And this is of incredible concern to everyone. If you want to control COVID, you need to use other measures. And I would just flag a paper that appears alongside ours in Health Affairs. It's a paper by Professor Rachel Walensky, Biden's CDC director, as I mentioned, and she basically says the other measures are also equally important in order for vaccines to be effective. So to summarize or to end, this testing is the least costly, least burdensome intervention that countries have to control this epidemic, to eliminate COVID, and to ensure that a vaccination strategy will achieve eventual elimination. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Annanelia and the team for sharing us this very scientific analysis. Let's move on with the presentations and take the questions at the end. Our next presentation is Effects of Vitamin D in Boosting Immunity and Prevention of COVID-19 and its Complications. The paper is presented by Bimala Vansa S.J. and the co-author is Polonovita A.
Mr. Chairman and the Scientific Committee of the National Science Foundation, thank you for inviting me to give this presentation on vitamin D in reducing the incidence of complication and deaths through boosting the immune system. This is from myself and my colleague, Dr. Atula Polonovita. Vitamin D is in fact an essential hormone for our survival. So let's look at the evidence supporting the relation between vitamin D and COVID-19. Vast majority of people admitted to ICUs throughout the world or died with the COVID-19 had been reported to having hypovitaminosis D. In addition, the highest incidence of COVID-19 related deaths are occurring in the countries with less sunshine and related to less ultraviolet B radiation. So Black, Asians, and ethnic minority individuals has a disproportionately high death rates due to COVID, which I will allude later. So lack of exposure to sunshine and deaths from COVID, in fact, seems to be related to vitamin D. And like my colleague, Dr. Grant, and others have suggested that if we proactively given vitamin D as a supplement in a reasonable doses at the nursing home, the death rate could have been reduced by up to 17%. Nevertheless, the combination of advanced age, poor health, comorbidity, and vitamin D deficiency indeed seems to be lethal for many of our senior citizens. So there are many studies have been published, but I'm just showing you a handful of them. And one of these is this one from Germany. It's shown that the groups with age between 50 and 70, and in fact, the people with the serum 25 hydroxyvitamin D less than 12 nanograms per ml, which is severe deficiency, are likely to die from it over 14 times. So another study showing the relation between COVID-19 cases per million in y-axis and the serum concentration of 25-hydroxyvitamin D in x-axis, showing that around 30 nanograms per ml on blood concentration, the cases per million, as well as the death per million, seems to be dramatically reduced. So let's look at the ethnic disparities of COVID. In this case, hospital death per 100,000 in various ethnic groups in UK. It clearly shows that the person with the higher melanin content in the skin, in other words, a darker skin color like Black Caribbeans, and other ethnic minorities with a darker skin color has a higher death rate and the hospital admissions from COVID. This is another study from description from USA showing that the cases of per 10,000 people by age and the race. You can see compared to all ages, you can see that the whites has the least number of cases per 10,000 or million per per population, and the blacks and Latinos has a much higher incidence of hospital admission and deaths. So another neat study actually came from Dr. Grimes from UK, showing the difference between the whites and ethnic minorities living in UK. In this case, had been used doctors as a group, so that most of the heterogeneity and confounders had been reduced. As you see here in the whites, you can see that the average death rate is about age 82, whereas the ethnic minorities, the death rate occur in doctors around age 52. So it's a major discrepancy between these two groups of people, with almost 30-year difference in age when they die from COVID. So this alluded to the main difference is actually the exposure to sunshine, the ability to develop or generate vitamin D from the skin. So the goal for those with the comorbidity condition, and especially those with the darker skin color during the COVID-19 era, is to maintain the serum 25-hydroxy D between 40 and 60, or at least about 30 nanograms per ml. So what are the other recent data on COVID-19 and relationship to vitamin D? Here's one such study showing the relationship of COVID to latitude and the mortality. You can easily see that those who are living in the two ends of the northern and southern hemisphere had the highest mortality per million population. In fact, this usually occurs above the 42nd parallel with the south or north, and you can see the death rate going up dramatically compared to those who are living around the equator. No matter what they do, what's the healthcare services, whether there's a curfew or lockdown, their death rates are uniformly lower, except in India. But it seems to be getting under control there. So let me show you a couple of other important areas. The gathering, for example, allowing gathering is mass gathering, as happened in the Memorial Day in the United Kingdom. 2 weeks later, we saw that the highest peak of COVID spreading around the country. This has been shown after opening the universities and spreading dramatically COVID in university cities in the United States. So also let me show you some relationship between the vitamin D in reduction of the severity and deaths. There's one such study showing that white non-Hispanic compared to Hispanics and black non-Hispanic, you can see the rate of COVID positivity, PCR positivity, higher, not only between the group, but also when the serum level of 24-hydroxy D is lower. Is irrespective of the level, actually still you can see the major difference between these ethnic groups, with a 40% reduction of PCR positivity with increasing PCR. Similar data was published by Kaufman et al. And using about 192,000 people's data, and show that the PCR positive rate had been reduced by 40% in those who with a higher concentration, and they are significantly related. To show another neat experiment, short term had been done in Andalusia in Spain, where you can see that the hospital admission rate was markedly reduced during the summertime due to sunshine and availability of vitamin D. And then it peaked up again in November and early December, where they introduced vitamin D in hospital patients. And that markedly reduced. Same happened in the ICU admissions, which up, down summertime is very low, and then went up with the winter arise, and they reduce with vitamin D deficiency. So as the death rates, you can see that markedly reduced. Nevertheless, now towards the end of January, it had been complicated by the death rate going up again, and they were not sure exactly what's the reason of death rates going up. but it's thought to be due to a new variant has arrived in Andalusia region of COVID from South America, and that is supposed to be spreading rapidly, much rapidly than they thought. But there could be other reasons as well. Nevertheless, let me also show you the comparison between Andalusia vitamin D experiment, where during winter time it actually death rate reduced, whereas the United Kingdom has actually it's markedly the opposite, rates are still going up. So let me show you one meta-analysis of the effectiveness of vitamin D in controlling COVID-19. This you can see in the websites and vdmetaanalysis.com, and where you can see the all the studies except two here have been shown to have a significant effect on reduction of the early, to a certain degree late, and indeed the symptomatic COVID-19 with usage of vitamin D with a reduction up to 75% of incidence. So in summary, the vitamin D benefits controlling COVID-19, including the stimulation of immune cells, both innate and adaptive. Vitamin D is a potent anti-inflammatory and antioxidant effect. It's antimicrobial properties against viruses and bacteria. It prevents complication like cytokine storm. Formation of neutralizing antibody increases, and increases in soluble ACE2, I didn't have time to speak about, which is a very beneficial component reducing COVID. So let me show you two slides on the randomized control studies going on globally. This one back in June, July region, we too had a study proposed with using the 400,000 units of this COVID prevention study, but that was not allowed or approved. That one we are using the 200,000 subjects with placebo and control. Currently, there are just over 50 very large studies going on. They have been using the doses from 100,000, 300,000, in some cases 1.2 million international units of vitamin D using as a preventing or treatment. And you can see the dose varies tremendously from 100,000 to 500,000 and so on. So large doses of vitamin D used in emergencies like COVID is not unusual, and it is the way to control the disease compared to the some pundits talking about adverse effect. In fact, these doses used on the single doses and never been shown to have any adverse effects. So this is just summarize the effect of vitamin D, effect of various agents you can use in coronaviruses to control it. And what is more important actually, to effect of vitamin D has been affecting every steps of these diseases in helping to control the disease. So for benefits for the Sri Lanka, for example, is actually vitamin D is effective against many viral diseases, especially dengue, and reduce the incidence and severity and deaths from dengue if your serum 25 hydroxy vitamin D level is in excess of 30 nanograms per ml. Let me go show one slide on vitamin D in reducing COVID severity, COVID control. Here's the death spiral of COVID-19, which can be blocked by vitamin D. The entry is blocked, can be blocked, so as the production of ACE2 receptors in pulmonary and other epithelial cells beneficially, and can use also ACE inhibitors and angiotensin receptor blockers, which also block this renin-angiotensin vicious cycle, and then that means through this means can prevention or reduce the complication of COVID-19. Nevertheless, we have to get back to the basics of wearing face mask. That's an N95. As a caution, is that cloth masks are not very efficient and probably no efficient than the 30 to 40% hand washing and avoiding these crowd gathering. So, few important things to keep in mind for the last two slides. There had been a handful of fake data reported with COVID-19 in vitamin D field early last year. in key scientific journals. These have now been withdrawn from this journal. Vitamin D is one factor of many contributing to the stimulating the immunity. Therefore, the balanced approach is essential for controlling and treating COVID-19. Importantly, vitamin D, although effective, it is not the panacea. It's not the answer to everything. So it is essential to adhere to all public health measures to control COVID. In summary, maintain the serum 25-hydroxy concentration about 30 nanograms per ml, keep the immune system alert. Emergency situation, however, the doses, as I showed with the randomized control trial, it need to be 100,000, 400,000 range to rapidly boost the immune system. Alternatively, one can use a partially activated vitamin D, calcidiol, which can start acting within few hours of its application. After that, after taking several weeks or months, you can get back to the normal dose of vitamin D. These kind of coherent strategies can not only save lives and also save the economy. So adequate vitamin D levels reduce the incidence of COVID-19 and complication and deaths. Thank you and have a great day. Enjoy the
Thank you,
symposium.
sir. Yes. Let's move with the presentations. The next paper is titled Mitigation of Post-COVID-19 Disorders and Secondary Infections Through Stimulation of Human Immunity and Direct Targeting of Organ Persisting Pathogens by Immunomodulatory Nanocarriers Enriched Food Formulations. The authors of the paper are Jayasinghe JSM, Amunugoda PNRJ, who will be presenting, Arawawala LDAM, Aberatna PABP, Sarangapani C, and Karunaratna V. Over to the video, please.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am going to talk about the strategies of mitigation of post-COVID-19 disorders and secondary infections by direct targeting and biosensing of organ-persistent pathogens to stimulate the human immunity using immunomodulatory nanocarriers enriched food formulations. Coronaviruses belongs to genus beta coronavirus, which contains single-stranded RNA in their genome. And among three main human pathogenic strains, novel coronavirus or COVID-19 have low mortality rate and higher spreading and receptor binding ability when compared to other two strains. Toward COVID-19, the human immune responses are activated by producing cytokines and antibodies. Up to now, more than 50 vaccines and antiviral drugs have been designed for this COVID-19 treatment with high efficacy and advantages, as well as with limitations in cost, time requirement, and storage. Similar traditional medicine are being using the full advantage of herbal plant extract with immunomodulatory compounds. However, the concern on these kinds of techniques are very limited up to now. Majority of foods contain bioactive compounds which can influence the immune cell functions. Vitamin C has recognized as a key factor in decreasing the risk of COVID-19 and viral persistence. Long-term consumption of vitamin C-rich foods and organic foods into their meal in Asian countries will be one reason for lower the severity of COVID-19 when compared to European countries. However, there is no clear concern about dose-dependent delivery of bioactive compounds using food systems. Therefore, the objectives of this project is to report the research pathways for enhance the human immunity and suppress the pathogenic persistence on long-lived cells by direct targeting or biosensing of these persistent pathogens, especially viruses, to mitigate post-COVID-19 disorders by formulating functional foods aimed with nanocarriers with immunomodulatory bioactive compounds. To carry out the research methodology, there are 5 major aspects and findings. They are how uncontrolled immunity has been affected for the post-COVID-19 disorders, and what are the recent advances in biosensing and nanotechnology for rapid virus diagnosis, and how the bioavailability of bioactive compounds can be increased in oral delivery, and how encapsulation efficacy can be affected for the dose-dependent release of bioactive compounds inside human body and also inside food matrix. Finally, what are the problems in traditional medicine to overcome in order to level up and higher the competitiveness of this system to meet urgent and long-term pandemic situations? After binding to the human ACE2 receptors by COVID-19, it will produce thousands of particles by replication inside human cells and spread into the ACE receptor concentrated regions such as lungs, heart, kidney, and brain via the protein-protein interaction and vascular system. And this immune cell responsive cell activation near these sensitive organs is very low. Due to that, the viral persistence near these sensitive organs is high. But the immune system always try to overproduce the cytokines and unbalance their functions to clear these viral particles, thereby produce post-COVID-19 disorders, such as neurological complications by brain damages and heart failures due to the increased blood troponin level, and acute kidney injury because of the tissue damage, and acute respiratory syndromes because of fibrin deposition on lungs. Biosensors recognize target elements and convert it into measurable signals. Nanomaterials are acting as nanobiosensors by direct targeting of ultrastructures, secondary metabolites, and nucleic acids of viruses, bacteria, and also fungus. After this recognition and release the encapsulated materials, it can be fully or partially inactive the pathogens and also can be regulate the human immunity function. Combined approaches of optical and thermal biosensors are being used in rapid diagnosis or detection of COVID-19 recently. In the oral delivery of immunomodulatory compounds should be concerned the stability of bioactive compounds inside gastrointestinal tract and whether it is reached to the target region by overcome the metabolic pathways and levels of toxicity inside human body. The increment of transmembrane absorption and the prolonged retention inside near the specific site has been achieved by the surface modifications of nanomaterials. There are very limited research are conducted on immunomodulatory nanocarriers enriched food formulations, even though these encapsulation of bioactive compounds has increased the stability of bioactive compounds inside formulated foods. To increase the involvement of traditional medicine in this medical system, it is essential to increase the facilities to critical clinical trials under recommended laws and policies, and it should be strong the interaction and relationship between the Western medicine and traditional medicine. And then it will increase the competitiveness of these medical systems and increase the acceptance of these herbal products by patients and population. Therefore, it can be concluded these nanomaterials are acting as biosensors, which have a capability to direct target COVID-19 viruses, and the surface modifications of these nanomaterials can increase the bioavailability of bioactive compounds inside formulated foods and also inside gastrointestinal tract. After the recognition and binding of nanomaterials, they can release the bioactive compounds in order to inactivate or control the activity of viruses and also toward persistent pathogens. Thereby, it repairs the disequilibrium of human immunity, which cause for long-term COVID-19 persistence. And the novel food formulations can reduce the risk of toxicity with the controlled release or dose-dependent release of bioactive compounds only at targeted sites. And these food formulations will reduce the risk of forthcoming pandemics with the long-term consumption with bioactive compounds that enhance or strengthen the immune system. And the concluding remarks are to meet the national and global demand of traditional medicine. It should be strong and upgrade and standardize the clinical studies facilities opposed to Western medicine to have a better competitiveness in this medical system. Thank you for listening.
Thank you from us also for this interesting paper. Moving on, we have the next presentation on the use of cloud-based electronic health records during COVID-19 pandemic. The paper is presented by Mendis K, De Silva HW, Lianage UP, Veerasurya CT, Vitana SS, who will be presenting, Ramanayaka K, RPJC, Veerasingha TC, Ranavirachi S, Rupasingha K, and Solangarachi M.
Good afternoon. The use of a cloud-based personal electronic health record during COVID pandemic. In 2015, OPD visits in Sri Lanka exceeded 100 million. And in 2027, the estimated number is almost double at 200 million. This comes from the National Health Bulletin of 2015. However, no paper or electronic medical records are available for more than 90% of OPD visits, either in the private sector or in the government sector. Providing quality primary care depends on medical records having at least a paper record. However, in 1990, the Institute of Medicine, I can repeat this, 1990, the computer-based medical record was identified as an essential technology for healthcare. And a book was published by the Institute of Medicine. In 2017, a leading open source electronic medical record, OpenEMR, was re-engineered by a group of academics from the University of Kelaniya to function in the Sri Lankan primary care setting. So what we did was we got the leading open source EMR that has been going on for 12 years. That is, source code is completely free. We downloaded this and modified over a long period of time, maybe to get a basic version for Sri Lankan setting of more than 1 year, but we did it slowly but steadily. And it was named Sri Lankan Open EMR. So the Sri Lankan Open EMR is a cloud-based personal electronic health record system that can be accessed by authorized users with an internet connection. It is protected by all security measures, and by a two-factor authentication, as you all will know when you use Google email. The University Family Medicine Center at the University of Kelaniya Ragama is an academic teaching facility and OPD clinic established in 1996 catering to the Ragama population. In 2018, we commenced the paper record migration to SL Open EMR. In 2019, almost all paper records were converted to the electronic format. And by 2020 January, all new registrants of patients attending the University Family Medicine Clinic were in the electronic format. And the practice was almost paperless, almost. Then the COVID hit us in 2020. And in March lockdown, we were ready to care for our patients from a distance. We had about 24 hours to get things ready because we were not planning to use this electronic medical record in a COVID scenario, but we did it with some quick thinking. We purchased SIM cards and gave it to all 5 doctors and some to our clinic staff and displayed these numbers on our faculty web page. And also we posted paper notices in front of our clinic wall so that the patients who come to the entrance of the University Family Medicine Center will be able to see the notices and contact the doctors as instructed on this web page and the notices. One of the first things that we did, as you know, the COVID-19 affects mainly the elderly and those with comorbidities. We generated a list of 300 such patients from the Sri Lanka Open EMR database within minutes running a query. And then we distributed these 300 patient details among our 5 doctors. So each had to contact about 50 patients when the lockdown began. And we did this probably within 3 days of the lockdown, informing each and every patient of the availability of remote consultation services linked with our electronic medical record. And we just told them not to get panicky. And we are there for them and they can contact at any time on the numbers that we had given them. We also use WhatsApp messaging system, a simple, secure and reliable messaging system, one of the leading messaging systems in the world that can be used with any mobile phone for little bit more than electronic record. We sometimes wanted to see patients' signs. Example, this particular person complained of he was under treatment for blood pressure, diabetes, and he complained of swelling on both of his legs for the last 3 days and then breathlessness. So we just wanted to make sure whether this man had pitting edema. So this is how we instructed him to press on the over the top of the ankle, and then we knew that it was pitting edema, and then we promptly referred him to hospital to get him under medication for most possible right heart failure. So we communicated also with the consultants in the hospital. So this electronic medical record system was converted to on-the-run telemedicine app combining the SLO, EMR, and WhatsApp. How the patients adapted to this technology without any previous training was remarkable. Especially the senior citizens' children and grandchildren helped with using WhatsApp when we needed a remote clinical examination, as we just demonstrated a few slides ago. And more than anything, the satisfaction that we as doctors got, we could care for our patients from the convenience of our home was simply overwhelming. We applied for a competitive grant of innovative projects for the PSSP from the World Bank. The grant money was $1 million to implement a SLO-EMR program in Ragama among the whole of the health area with a population of 70,000. Using open SLO-EMR, we proposed an innovative concept of having a single electronic patient record for each person in this Ragama health area, which can be accessed from public or private hospital OPDs, family doctors, consultants in general practice, almost any doctor who has a valid Sri Lankan Medical Council registration number. The grant was obtained, or at least we got it on paper. It was just 20 million out of the 1 million grants. We are still awaiting for the funds to start this project for more than 1 year. We hope and pray that at least this conference will give us a stimulating push to the ministry to give us the permission to start this in the most needing era during this COVID pandemic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mendis. We move on to the next paper, which is titled The Economics of COVID-19 in Sri Lanka, the Direct and Indirect Costs. The paper is presented by A. Gamage. The other authors are Kenneth A. Samaravikrama M. and De Silva A. Over to the video, please.
Good afternoon, dear sir, madam. The title of the presentation is Economics of COVID-19 in Sri Lanka, Direct and Indirect Costs. This would be the outline of the presentation. Treatment and disease control decisions made in any circumstances should also consider resources availability, scarcity, the opportunity cost of each decision, and the consequences and trade-offs that arises through such decisions. Accurate knowledge about cost of illness is essential to formulate and prioritize healthcare policies and interventions and eventually allocate healthcare resources in accordance with budget constraints in order to achieve efficiency. The purpose of cost of illness studies are to argue that policies on a disease should be given a high priority in policy agenda setting. The cost estimates help appropriately target specific problems and revise guidelines, serves as a baseline measure to determine the efficiency of health policies, programs, or any types of interventions. Depending on the types of expenditure data, the cost could be categorized into direct costs, indirect costs, psychic, the intangible cost that is. The direct healthcare costs can be further categorized into direct healthcare and direct non-healthcare costs. Keeping this in mind, the objective of the current study were to assess the direct healthcare cost of a diagnosed COVID-19 patient admitted or isolated for treatment, to assess the indirect cost of a diagnosed COVID-19 patient admitted or isolated for treatment. This was a scenario-based costing study which assessed direct cost of treatment and direct and indirect cost of quarantine. Cost analysis considered the system perspective for direct and indirect costs. For the direct healthcare costs, 4 treatment categories were considered and adopted in estimating the costs. These were asymptomatic, symptomatic with oxygen saturation more than 93%, symptomatic with oxygen saturation less than 93%, and critically ill. Data for direct costs. Hospital and quarantine hotel cost per day was based on WHO choice model and adjusted for 2020 from base year 2008 using consumer price index. ICU bed cost per day was based on personal communication. Other data were obtained from the medical supplies division, hospitals and laboratories. Average stay per patient, days taken off work and daily wages were taken from statistical sources and documents. Number of days absent from work. The number of days absent from work relating to patients and their first contacts were identified using guidelines of the Ministry of Health and Indigenous Medical Services, Sri Lanka and other Sri Lankan documents. Calculation of first degree contacts. A non-quarantined infected person contacts an average of 20 different people a day. Therefore, for 14 days, the index case could put 280 people at risk from the virus causing the spread of disease. RO, which represents the average number of people infected by one infected individual. If there are no preventive measures, the RO was taken as 5.4. One person can therefore infect on an average 5.4 people. With preventive measures intact, the average number of people an index case can infect will be 1.4. All 3 scenarios were considered in calculating loss of production due to quarantine primary contacts. Labor force participation among patients and contacts were taken as 51%, as reported by the Department of Census and Statistics for the first quarter of 2020. Earnings was taken by the salary structure documented by the Ministry of Public Administration and Management of Sri Lanka. The mean per capita income per month of Sri Lanka was taken as 16,377 Sri Lankan rupees based on 2019 figures. Data collection was done using data extraction sheets designed for the purpose of this study. The calculation of indirect cost of quarantine, daily wages were multiplied by the number of days that were quarantined. The daily wages were calculated using the monthly income. All calculations were done using Microsoft Excel. Moving on to findings, direct cost due to COVID-19. The average hospital stay for categories 1 to 4 was 17, 17.5, 16.5 and 13.2. This was based on literature. The total cost per stay per patient is 113,200 for an asymptomatic patient, 125,000 for a symptomatic patient with oxygen saturation more than 93%, 144,000 for a symptomatic patient with oxygen saturation less than 93%, and 920,000 for a critically ill patient. The repeated PCR testing per patient for categories 1 to 4 was responsible for 17%, 21%, 18%, 3% of the total cost per stay respectively. Other investigations for categories 1 to 4 were accountable for 1.4, 1.8, 8.5 and 17.2 of the total costs. As shown in table number 2, after the revised guidelines where repeated PCRs were not done for categories 1 and 2 patients, the total cost per stay per patient was for categories 1 to 4 were 100,000, 105,000, 144,000 and 920,000 respectively. The revised PCR testing strategy per patient for categories 1 to 4 were responsible for 6.5, 6.1, 18% and 3% of the total cost per stay, whereas other costs of treatment remained the same. The quarantine hotel cost per day per patient was 1,610 rupees per day. The mean income loss due to hospitalization per patient for 14 days working in the informal sector would be 11,500 Sri Lankan rupees. Considering a government sector worker, the loss to the government would be 30,000 for 14 days. This can be considered as the loss of output. Considering loss of work or loss of output, the figures are taken for 31st of December 2020. Patients being home quarantined for 14 days after discharge from the hospital would be 126 million rupees. Putting the primary contacts of the index case in quarantine, if he puts 280 people at risk, would amount to 58 billion Sri Lankan rupees. Putting the primary contacts, if the RO is 5.4, would be 16 billion Sri Lankan rupees. Putting the primary contacts, if the RO is 1.4, would be 4 billion Sri Lankan rupees. Conclusions and recommendations based on our study findings. The treatment costs among COVID-19 patients depended on the severity of their illness. PCR testing and investigations accounted for considerable amount of system costs. As the disease evolves, treatment and discharge and guidelines may have to be revised considering the availability of resources and the disease burden. Considerable fraction of the cost of COVID-19 is incurred in terms of lost earnings or output. There will be a major loss in terms of lifetime earnings caused by mortality. A high magnitude of psychic cost would have been incurred by households, but this was too complex to measure in this context. COVID-19 prevention and treatment strategies should consider the cost incurred by each strategy for effective and efficient decision making. Each country is different, and therefore the decisions should suit the country context.
Thank you, Anuji, for that interesting analysis. Now we have come to the last paper in this health theme, which is titled An Audit of Implementation of the Hospital Preparedness Program to Prevent COVID-19 in Nuwara District in Sri Lanka in 2020. The authors are Amarasena WDJK, Senaviratna SSHMS WWGM, Vijay Vikrama RGPNK, Premasiri DGKMM, Liyanage ALLSK, Pereira ING, Talagala DS, and Dharmaratna SD.
An audit on implementation of the hospital preparedness program to prevent COVID-19 in Nuwara District, Sri Lanka in 2020. I am Dr. WDJK Amarasena from Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Coronaviruses are a family of RNA viruses causing respiratory tract infections that range from mild to severe, causing even death. Fatal varieties can cause severe acute respiratory syndrome, Middle East respiratory syndrome, and COVID-19. COVID-19 was first detected in Wuhan, China, caused by a newly emerged virus named SARS-CoV-2. It spread from China to the other parts of the world, carried by travelers from affected regions.
The World Health Organization declared this as a pandemic on 11th March 2020. Pandemics in the past caused by fatal coronaviruses like SARS and MERS have been characterized by large nosocomial outbreaks. One of the main strategies implemented globally as well as in Sri Lanka for the control of COVID-19 included strengthening the hospital emergency preparedness and response plan. The objective of this study was to assess the implementation of the hospital preparedness plan to prevent COVID-19 in Nuwara district, Sri Lanka in 2020. The audit was conducted in Nuwara district based on healthcare institutions. In Nuwara district, there is one district general hospital with 2 base hospitals, 24 divisional hospitals and 21 primary medical care units. All healthcare institutions in Nuwara district were assessed in May 2020 by the investigators. It's 1 month after the implementing program. An implicit checklist with 10 questions elaborating 10 thematic areas was developed, reviewing the recommended guidelines with judgmental validation. The 10 thematic areas include hand washing practices, social distancing, health education for patients via posters and handbills, isolation facilities, knowledge updating sessions for healthcare workers, situation updating sessions by in-charge officer for healthcare workers, arrangements in the patient examination area, maternal care arrangement for suspected pregnant mothers, availability of plans for arranged duties of staff in emergency, and buffer stocks of personal protective equipment and other logistics. Questions were formulated in best possible simplicity to enhance compliance. Data collection done within very short period in whole district and to reduce bias due to transferring information. Once the data entry was completed, the investigators rechecked the data set by eyeballing, checking for missing values, checking for descriptive statistics for any errors or incompatibility before proceeding to the analysis. Analysis was done with SPSS version 23 and descriptive statistics were used with frequencies and percentages. The results. The sample consisted of 48 healthcare institutions in Nuwara district, mainly the curative healthcare institutions. The corresponding response rate was 100%. The results are presented according to key thematic areas in the checklist. The first thematic area is hand washing facilities at the entrance of the hospital. Hand washing at the entrance with the soap and water available in 98.5% of hospitals, and availability of sink was observed in 98.5% of hospital, and availability of hand rub is all observed in 100% hospitals. Patient separation and keeping social distancing at the hospital. Keeping 1 meter social distancing of patient practiced in all hospitals, but triaging and arrange them in separate 2 rows was practiced among 91.7% and 97.9% of institutions respectively. Patient examination area arrangements. The expected arrangements in the patient examination area with symptoms checklist and availability of mask at patient examination area was missing only 1 institution, so 97.9% were arranged successfully. Cleaning chart for normal day was available only among 81.3% of institutions, but cleaning chart for after transferring suspected patient was observed in 97.9 hospitals. Next thematic area is knowledge updating sessions for healthcare workers. As you can see in the graph, the updated knowledge regarding identification of suspected patients and regarding notification of suspected patients and regarding how to transfer suspected patient, regarding where to transfer suspected patient is 100%. It means all the healthcare workers' knowledge in all hospitals were updated regarding above topics. Regarding the remaining thematic areas, the isolation facilities for suspected patients were available only in 95.8% of institutions. And health education for patients via posters and handbills were not in expected level in one institution, and maternal care arrangement for suspected pregnant mothers arranged most of the hospitals. But separate isolation area was not arranged in two institutions, and also separate delivery kit was not arranged in some hospital. They complain they have only one delivery kit. Because of that, they can't arrange separate delivery kit for suspected pregnant mothers. And the plan available for arranged duties of staff was set in for 54% of hospitals only. It is the lowest percentage they have had among the 10 thematic areas. And the logistics, personnel protective equipment, masks, gown, gloves, supply, and also the maintaining buffer stocks was observed adequately in all institutions during the first wave in 2020 COVID-19 pandemic. Based on all the results, the conclusion and recommendations are: hospital preparedness program for controlling COVID-19 has been well implemented in Nuwara district in general during first wave of COVID-19 in 2020. The proper mediation by the district coordination team is seemingly an effective strategy, and also the contribution of the healthcare staff in the healthcare institution in Nuwara district. And healthcare workers' knowledge was updated regarding several essential aspects. As you can remember, they have updated knowledge regarding how to identify suspected patient, how to notify a suspected patient, and how to transfer a suspected patient and where to transfer suspected patient. But it was not checked with post test or observation, practice observation to see the knowledge was gained adequately. And it was essential to identify areas that need further improvement. So we are recommending to update knowledge as well as follow up them and observe their practices and check their knowledge to improve and update their knowledge. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the oral abstract presentation in the health team. With permission from my co-chair, we have decided to actually close this session, considering that there is another track which will begin shortly. I'll just take 2 minutes to summarize what was presented. We had 3 papers estimating the basic virological parameters using data, and also papers describing how we can make use of this data for reducing transmission. And the key feature is there were 2 papers presented by professionals in mathematics field, and they are advising to use the mathematical models. Then we had a paper emphasizing the importance of increasing testing with a target to eliminate COVID transmission in Sri Lanka. There were a series of papers describing the interventions for better patient management. Firstly, we heard 2 papers from the primary healthcare physicians on how they rose to occasion by quickly making the primary healthcare guidelines to manage COVID-19 patients better, and also how they the method that they tested to keep up the other essential services in the COVID pandemic. We had a paper describing the chest radiographic changes, which is also a highly discussed topic in this COVID pandemic. And we had 2 papers giving us some evidence on the effects of vitamin D, and also immunomodulatory nano-enriched food formulation to prevent complications of COVID-19. Then finally, we had 2 papers talking about the economic burden, estimating the economic burden on COVID patient management to the government, and one on how Sri Lankan hospital settings in one district got ready with the guidelines to manage COVID-19 patients, which I think should draw the attention of policymakers in this country. So thank you very much, all the presenters and all the participants who are online. If you have any direct questions to the authors, we request you to contact them directly. Thank you very much.
As we are running behind the time, I'm going to straight away start the sessions. I'm Professor Atula Sumutipala, and my co-chair is Professor Pianjali Disoisa, Professor of Psychology at the Medical Faculty of Colombo. So let's start with the first one. Pianjali, do you want to introduce? Okay. The first presenter is going to talk about the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the subjective well-being of executives in the private and public sector organization Sri Lanka. The paper is presented by Nagasena PMCP, and the co-authors include Veragoda, RBL, and Dharmasiri AS. Over to you. You may start. Okay. You're being told that the first one is not there. Apologies. Switch on.
Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. So the second paper is the impact of personality dimensions and associated factors on COVID-19 pandemic-related risk perception and adherence behavior among university undergraduates, presented by T.J. Gunawardana. Co-authors are G.R.K. Disanayaka, A. Bulatwatta, P.Y.O. Pereira, R.M. Ratnayaka, P.M.G.U. Nirmani, and N. Hettiarachi, all from the Department of Psychology at the Faculty of Arts, University of Peradeniya.
Good morning. My name is Tehani Gunawardana, representing the Department of Psychology of the University of Peradeniya. I will be presenting our findings on the research conducted on the impact of personality dimensions and associated factors on COVID-19 related risk perception and adherence behavior among undergraduate students. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a drastic impact on the physical health as well as the psychological well-being of individuals around the world. Though it has impacted individuals globally, the extent of the impact would vary depending on the subpopulation one belongs to. One such subpopulation that has drastically been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic is the university student population. And this is largely due to the continuous closure in universities and also the shifting of the mode of learning to an online platform. The manner in which individuals react to a pandemic situation could be cognitive and behavioral in nature. Perception of risk is one such cognitive element, and adherence to safety measures with the purpose of prevention is a behavioral response. Personality factors such as locus of control and self-efficacy, as well as socio-demographic factors such as gender and residential province, has been found to play a role in the perception of risk and also in influencing adherence-related behaviors. If we look at what previous research has said about the interconnection between these different variables, risk perception has been found to be a key psychological factor that determines adherence to safety behaviors. These safety behaviors could include things like using protective gear, like face masks and gloves, and also engaging in social distancing. Another very important factor that affects adherence behavior is whether an individual has accessibility to safety products. The relationship between the personality dimension of locus of control and risk perception is less conclusive when it comes to previous research findings, with some studies reporting higher internal locus of control leading to higher risk perception, and another group of studies saying that higher external locus of control leads to high levels of risk perception. Individuals who have high self-efficacy has also been found to engage more in adherence behavior. And when socio-demographic factors are considered, being female, living closer to high-risk areas, and being a non-medical student, and having higher COVID-19 related knowledge has been found to increase risk perception. There were two main objectives to this study. The first one was to look at the influence of personality factors such as locus of control and self-efficacy and their influence on risk perception and adherence behavior. And also we want to look at whether socio-demographic factors within a university student population has an effect on influencing risk perception and adherence behavior. And also the second objective was mainly to assess the predictive nature of personality dimensions and accessibility to safety products on COVID-19 related risk perception and adherence to safety measures. The participants in the study included 371 undergraduate students from the arts faculty at the University of Peradeniya, and they mainly belong to the 20 to 26 age group. And all 4 years of study were represented, as were the various socioeconomic groups. When we look at geographical backgrounds, all the provinces except for the northern province was represented by the sample in this study. The instruments that were taken for this study included the locus of control scale, a self-efficacy scale, a COVID-19 perceived risk scale, as well as two measures that were developed particularly for this study, looking at adherence to safety measures, as well as accessibility to safety products. If you look at the procedure, as the three main scales that were used in the study were developed in other countries. These scales were taken through a forward translation and backward translation process and then carried through a content and consensual validation process using the Delphi method. And after the questionnaires were finalized, Google Forms were developed, and there were two versions, the Sinhala and the English versions. And these were circulated among the undergraduate students of the Faculty of Arts, University of Peradeniya. If we look at the main findings, we can see that risk perception when it comes to this particular sample was differentiated based on emotional risk perception and cognitive risk perception. And descriptive statistic-based analysis revealed that emotional risk perception, which would lead to more worrying-like behavior, was higher than cognitive risk perception in this particular student sample. When taking a highest individual total score of 30, the adherence of to safety measures was also on average at a higher level in the student sample. If we look at the locus of control dimensions, external locus of control was marginally higher in this sample than internal locus of control. If you look at self-efficacy levels were also marginally higher, showing that the students thought that they were able to handle the risky situation that they were in. When we look at inferential statistics-based analysis, gender, year of study, socioeconomic status, and residential province were not significantly differentiating levels of risk perception. When it comes to adherence to safety measures, females showed higher levels of adherence than males. However, year of study, socioeconomic status, and residential province did not significantly affect adherence to safety precautions. When we look at the main determining factors and the outcome variables, similar to one group of research conducted, even in this study, higher external locus of control was shown to be linked to higher levels of risk perception. This could be due to the individuals with higher external locus of control, depending more on the health system to intervene in their illness, rather than taking responsibility themselves, which enhances risk perception. Self-efficacy reported a significantly negative relationship with risk perception and was also positively correlated to adherence. Previous research has also found that when self-efficacy is low, there would be an increase in risk perception, which would lead individuals to adhere more to safety precautions. When it comes to accessibility to safety products, this research showed that when accessibility is higher, adherence levels also increases, which is again similar to previous research findings, where it has been concluded that adherence is directly linked to accessibility to safety products. And if individuals do not have enough accessibility to safety products, then adherence levels will be lower. And this is also true in the case when accessibility has been there for some time, but then it is stopped for some reason or discontinued, and which will lead to a decrease in adherence levels. When looking at which variables are predictive of COVID-19 related risk perception, self-efficacy and external locus of control was found to be significantly predictive, while self-efficacy and accessibility to safety products was found to be predictive of adherence to safety measures. So these variables can be possibly taken as elements that could be manipulated when it comes to preventing the spread of the virus. If we look at the conclusions of this study, external locus of control and self-efficacy was found to have an influencing role as personality factors when it comes to risk perception. Self-efficacy and accessibility to safety products was also found to be important for promoting adherence-related behavior. Recommendations of this study includes, since the male sample was low in adherence level, it's important to implement methods to increase adherence in this particular subpopulation, especially because increasing engagement in risky behavior would be also pose as a risk factor for the rest of the community in a pandemic situation. Providing free sanitary products, and especially when it comes to the COVID-19 safety and hygiene related products, would be one way in which, even with high risk perception levels, adherence can be improved among the university sample. If we look at recommendations for future research can look at taking samples from a wider student population, and especially when it comes to students who are directly exposed to COVID-19 related risky situations, such as students in the medical and dental faculties, would make research findings more generalizable to the university student population. And these are the references that were used for this particular presentation, and thank you.
Let's move to the next presentation. Alcohol and tobacco usage during the COVID-19 situation in Sri Lanka. The paper will be presented by D. Sairam H.S. The co-authors include Tena A.O.B., Sumanasekara, R. Ranchagoda T.E. and Selladurai N.
I am going to present the study that conducted by Alcohol and Drug Information Center, ADDIC Sri Lanka regarding alcohol and tobacco consumption in COVID-19 restriction in Sri Lanka. COVID-19 prevention measures in Sri Lanka led to closure of alcohol outlets between mid-March to May 2020 and restrictions in cigarette sales, thus reducing availability. Evidence suggests reduced availability of alcohol and tobacco results in reduced consumption. The Alcohol and Drug Information Center, ADDIC, Sri Lanka conducted this study on alcohol, legal and illegal, users and tobacco smokers and their families to ascertain changes in alcohol and tobacco consumption during the COVID-19 situation in Sri Lanka, aiming to inform ADDIC policy advocacy and community interventions. Data for this study was collected between the 1st to the 10th of May 2020 from a sample of 2019 individuals covering all 25 districts of Sri Lanka. 2 divisional secretariat areas were randomly selected from each district. However, the survey could not be administered in certain randomly selected divisional secretariat areas due to practical difficulties. In this event, these areas were replaced with a convenient divisional secretariat area to administer the survey. Data was collected from 40 to 50 people in each divisional secretariat area. Inclusion criteria were Sri Lanka adults over 18 years who consumed alcohol from before the COVID-19 pandemic. In the selected divisional secretariat areas, data was collected from individuals in 3 to 4 villages and snowball sampling method was used to find individuals fitting the inclusion criteria. Data was collected through trained data collectors of ADDIC by administering a questionnaire developed by ADDIC to individuals physically or via telephone. Specifically in Colombo, Gampaha, Kaluthara and Putlam districts, data was collected through telephone interviews. When collecting data from married men, qualitative data was collected from their wives on how their husband's reduction or quitting alcohol and tobacco use was beneficial to them and their families. The study was conducted as routine work of ADDIC, and hence ethical approval was not obtained. All COVID-19 protection measures such as mask use and physical distancing was employed when questionnaires were administered to participants physically. Data was collected from a total of 2019 individuals, out of which 58% were male, 42% were female. Age distribution was as follows: 23% respondents were between 21 to 24 years, 47% were between 25 to 40 years, and 30% were above 40 years. Alcohol consumption during COVID-19. The study found that during the COVID-19 situation, 80% respondents who consume alcohol reported a reduction in their alcohol consumption. Only 5% mentioned their consumption increase and 15% stated that there is no change of their consumption. Reasons for reducing, quitting alcohol consumption during COVID-19. In the sample, 54% respondents who quit or reduced alcohol consumption during COVID-19 reported closure of alcohol outlets as the reason for their change in consumption. The opinion of 84% respondents who quit or reduced alcohol consumption was that restrictions on alcohol availability was helpful in quitting or reducing their alcohol consumption. It is possible that a large proportion of respondents held this opinion because under normal circumstances many users miss out on the benefits of becoming free from alcohol use, unlike in the special situation during COVID-19 which would have enabled them to experience firsthand the benefits of becoming alcohol-free. Only 16% respondents claimed the restrictions did not help them to quit or reduce their alcohol consumption. Respondents' willingness to maintain reducing alcohol consumption during COVID-19 in future. Out of those who reported reducing alcohol consumption during the COVID-19 period, 37% were prepared to continue the change in future, while 13% reported they will start consuming alcohol as before COVID-19 and 42% could not say what they would do in future. We interviewed wives of men who reduced alcohol consumption. According to the responses of wives of men who reduced alcohol consumption, 49% reported a reduction in family problems and 40% reported an increase in family savings due to husband reducing alcohol use. In this study, 54% respondents reported smoking tobacco from before COVID-19. The study found that out of respondents who were smoking tobacco, a majority of 68% reduced their tobacco smoking during the COVID-19 situation. Among them, 48% have reduced tobacco smoking while 20% quit smoking tobacco. The possible reason for this result is that many individuals who smoke tobacco would have used the restricted availability of tobacco during COVID-19 as an opportunity to reduce or quit their smoking. It must be noted that respondents were more willing to maintain the reduction, quitting of tobacco use than of alcohol consumption. It is possible that the public health awareness interventions regarding tobacco harms have been successful in increasing willingness among those who smoke to quit or reduce their use. Meanwhile, the myths and norms associated with alcohol are more pervasive and hence challenging to break down with public health awareness interventions. Additionally, the alcohol industry strategies to increase consumption are more subtle, hence escape being identified by the general public. These reasons could have led to more participants being uncertain of maintaining their change in reduction of alcohol consumption. Several limitations of the study must be noted. The sample is not representative, therefore, findings cannot be generalized to the entire population. Population and racial differences in each district and divisional secretariat area were not taken into consideration in sample selection, and use of snowball sampling may have led to a homogeneous sample non-representative of differences in the population. As with all self-reported surveys, the answers by the respondents may have been affected by social desirability bias due to the public opinion that it is beneficial to not use alcohol or smoke tobacco during COVID-19. The respondents may have also withheld reporting about illicit alcohol consumption. Many practical limitations were faced due to the COVID-19 pandemic and curfew measures across the country. Recommendations. During the period of COVID-19, users were able to experience living without alcohol and tobacco. In an ordinary situation, users do not get the opportunity to have this experience. The COVID-19 situation led users experience that living without alcohol and tobacco is beneficial for them, and that it is not that difficult and uncomfortable as they were taught. Thus, strengthening availability restrictions on alcohol and tobacco via national policies is an effective policy measure to reduce population-level alcohol and tobacco use. The amendments to the National Authority on Tobacco and Alcohol (NATA) Act, which are pending, include strengthened availability restrictions such as the 100-meter ban on cigarette sale from an educational institution, among other evidence-based policy measures to reduce alcohol and tobacco use in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's move to the next speaker.
Yes. The abstract number 4 is nurses' experiences of personal protective equipment and COVID-19, points to ponder, presented by B. Vikramarachi, co-authored by MBL Samanmali, M. Hettiarachchi, and B. Pereira from the University of Ruhuna, Galle, Sri Lanka.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am Manjula Hettiarachchi from Faculty of Medicine, Galle, making this presentation on behalf of my team. Even though my contribution was limited to the study design and the manuscript editing, I am doing this presentation for the team as the first author, Mrs. Bimba Vikramarachi, has to face her thesis defense in Malaysia. Mrs. Samanmali has to perform her duties as the Director of Nursing in the Ministry of Health. while my other colleague, Professor Bilesh Ferreira, is under quarantine following his return from overseas. So kindly bear with me next few minutes on this presentation, nurses' experience of personal protective equipment and COVID-19 points to ponder. So it has almost reached to 100 million confirmed patients with over 2 million deaths in worldwide. Data shown here were at the time of submission of this paper in early December. Surely we all agree that the nurses have responsibilities as the frontline health workers in Sri Lanka to work in this situation. We need to understand that the healthcare workers either have to or forced to work beyond their capacities to get this outbreak to a manageable level. Hence, the psychological issues among nursing officers related to any pandemic are huge and multifaceted. They have to work long hours with direct contact in the care and management of critically ill patients. Hence, the provision of personal protective equipment with not only masks and gloves, but also with face shields, appropriate body covers, and occupational safety measures are very, very important, not only to improve their work efficiency, but also to reduce the stress and anxiety among them. Shortage of staff, transport issues, stigmatization, and worries about family and dependents are invariably intensify the level of stress among them. Therefore, I am presenting this part of the study where we looked at the availability of PPE among nursing officers who worked in different healthcare settings during the initial period of this pandemic and how this occupational health issue affecting the psychological well-being among them. This is an online survey conducted in first 3 weeks of May 2020 among nursing officers in Sri Lanka. We collected data on demography and psychosocial issues with the use of a scale that is called Epidemiological Studies Depression Scale Revised 10 version, which include 10 points in a Likert scale. This CESDR-10 is a reliable and valid tool to assess depressive symptoms where the total score ranged from 0 to 30. Higher the score, higher the depressive status. These nursing officers who are working in government hospitals were approached by us for their voluntary participation through different modes as described here. We have used Google Form based questionnaire to be answered in an online platform. Once they submit it, an Excel worksheet is auto-generated, which was forwarded directly to the first author's email account. The questionnaire contained several questions, and one of the questions we directly asked, do you have adequate personal protective equipment to work with COVID-19 patients? Where he or she can answer either yes or no. There were a total of 386 nurses who participated in this study with a mean age of 38 years and the work experience, I am giving the breakdown here, on average it's around 13 years. And the majority, that is 72%, are working either in teaching or general hospitals in Sri Lanka, while around 19% from base hospitals. We are lucky to get nearly 10% of participants from peripheral healthcare settings so that our study sample has a very good representation from teaching hospital to the peripheral healthcare settings. Of these total participants, 70% of nurses involved in the management of COVID-19 confirmed or suspected patients at the time of the survey. This is mainly that most of these confirmed or suspected patients have the specific hospitals to be admitted, not to the each and every hospital in Sri Lanka. The majority of participants, that is around 57, were with the opinion that they have had not adequate PPE to work as healthcare workers during this pandemic beginning. Further, 22%, that means 2 out of 10, mentioned that they were not getting occupational safety measures during this period. A slightly higher percentage of nurses who did not work with COVID-19 confirmed or suspected patients at the time of the survey reported that they had no adequate PPE compared to nurses who did work with COVID-19 confirmed or suspected patients at the time of the survey. 70.7% versus 62.4. This may be the one reason that all the suspected patients were admitted to the specific hospitals only. Mean scores for CESDR was 10.5 and 11 for these two groups who reported having had adequate or inadequate PPE respectively, where we didn't see any significant difference between these two groups. Even though the provision of PPE seems to be not associated with the development of depressive symptoms among nursing officers, government and health systems should minimize nurses' mental burden by delivering adequate personal protection equipment, strengthening mutual support among health team members, providing psychological counseling, and delivering timely information and educational supports are necessary. However, we believe as Sri Lankans who naturally instinct with voluntarism, which had contributed to lower psychological burden even among these set of nursing officers. The natural motivation of Sri Lankan culture to make their own PPE or buying from stores and to prepare their own sanitizers need to be mentioned. Hence, the committee support to recover from adversities such as inadequate supply of PPE during COVID-19 pandemic time seems to be a strong psychological strength for Sri Lankan nurses to be spirited at hard times. So,
thank you for that. Let me invite Professor Pianjali Soisa to summarize and make a few remarks before we move to one of the most important invited speeches on public engagement.
Yes, so we had, there were 4 abstracts that had been presented, but only 3 ultimately was. The first one was on risk perception of COVID in the undergraduate population. And the interesting points was that they looked at correlates such as locus of control and self-efficacy in risk perception. And they recommended that these psychological constructs could be manipulated, of course, in long-term psychological interventions in order to improve risk perception and therefore adherence to health guidelines. The third abstract was on alcohol and tobacco use during COVID. And that was a really interesting one because they saw a huge sample, 80% reduction in the consumption of alcohol. And the main reason was due to the unavailability of it, which increased savings and which they themselves felt was very beneficial for them. So in the long-term recommendation, mental health policies on really on alcohol use and reduction of the availability could be something that could be taken from a COVID context to a general substance use context. The final presentation we had was on the use of PPEs, personal protective equipment, and the mental health status of nurses. And what the presenter said was that nurses in Sri Lanka was not provided with adequate PPE. Despite not being provided with adequate PPE, their mental health was not impacted, possibly because of certain socio-cultural conditions in our country.
Thank you, Pianjali, for that. Let's move to one of the most important talks today, talking about the grassroots level people's involvement and engagement during COVID pandemic to empower the community. This is presented by Dr. Duminda Guruge, who is the head of Health Promotion Department, Faculty of Allied Sciences, Rajarata University of Sri Lanka. And I have absolutely no doubt this is going to be a very interesting demonstration of how they have engaged and involved the grassroots level people. Over to you.
Hello, I am Duminda Guruge from Rajarata University of Sri Lanka. I thank the National Science Foundation for this opportunity to share our COVID-related work with you. Today's presentation is on grassroots level people's involvement and engagement during COVID pandemic to empower the community. Our work is mainly through health promotion. So, what exactly does health promotion do? It tries to enable people to take control over the condition that govern their lives. The condition may include any aspects such as illness prevention, improving health and well-being, and etc. Under the idea of taking control over the condition that govern their lives, people have to first analyze the condition and then work out how to assess the changes. We try to work out indicators of changes before people start thinking of actions. Now let me explain our work. I'm sure you all remember the days we spent our lives during the nationwide lockdown last year. With the rapid spread of the virus, many people experienced fear, undue anxiety, and uncertainty caused by the COVID outbreak. There were stigma and discrimination towards being affected, and many people got affected negatively in a number of ways. It was during this period we initiated our health promotion intervention. We are still continuing in several rural communities in Anuradhapura, Trincomalee, Monragala, and Matara districts. Usually, in health promotion interventions, we go to the community, meet people in person, and we take initiatives with them. But this time, we had difficulties in meeting people face to face. There were restrictions on gathering people. Therefore, all of our discussions were through telephone and online platforms such as WhatsApp or Zoom. Our main strength was having several active community mobilizers previously trained for health promotion work. They are housewives. These housewives had been working with us for more than 10 years at least. Our participants didn't have a high level of formal education, but they are educated in other ways. The majority of them had formal school-based education up to O-level or below. In this slide, you see framework we use for our intervention. This figure shows the process I explained in a previous slide and also the steps we followed. The purpose of this intervention was to raise awareness and enable lay communities to deal better with COVID-related matters. We had to use distant communication methods. We used and interesting methods to create interest among the community members. We created several imaginary stories relating to COVID transmission, safety precautions, and best practices that could be adhered to by them. We first shared this with the community mobilizers, and the mobilizers then shared with others. We conducted several discussions with them and initiated the actions identified and prioritized by them. based on their needs and capacity. We also provided our inputs only when required using telephone and Zoom technology. The trained community mobilizers were able to lead the intervention successfully. Now I'm going to share with you a few success stories. You will meet our community mobilizers in this video tape.
කොරෝනා වෛරසය තුරන් කිරීම සඳහා සෞඛ්‍ය ප්‍රවර්ධන රාජපුර මැදවච්චිය අපේ මව්ජාලය මොනවද කරන්න ඕනේ කියන එක මාර්තු මාසයේ අපි සාකච්ඡා කළා.
මම නවීන විනෝදනයේ වෙන කම්පලේ ඒකම දිස්ත්‍රික්කේ කම්පලේ තමයි ජීවත් වෙන්නේ. ඒකම තමයි ගෙදර ඉන්න වෙලාවක් මේ දවස්වල දැන් ඉස්කෝලේ පටන් ගත්තද ඒ දවස්වල අපිට පහසු වුණා. එන්න අපි ගිහිල්ලා කොවිඩ් වල මොනවද කරන්නේ නැත්නම් අපේ මොනවද කරන්නේ ඒ දේවල් කතා කරේ නෑ. මීටින් එක කරන සාකච්ඡා එක කියන්නේ අපිට ගිහිල්ලා මොනවද කියලා එහෙම කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් කමක් තිබුණේ නෑ. දැන් යන්න ඒ නිසා තමයි ෆෝන් වලින් තමයි මේ කතා කරේ.
මුලින්ම කොරෝනා මර්ධනය කරගන්න අත් සෝදන්නේ කොහොමද මාස්ක් පාවිච්චි කරන එකෙන් කරන්න පුළුවන් ඊළඟට මීටරේ දුර තියාගන්න එක ඒ වගේ අපි සාකච්ඡා කළා. අපිට හිතුණ හරියට අත් සෝදන්න මාධ්‍යයෙන් අපිව දැනුවත් කරා. ඒ වුණාට අපි ගෙවල් වල ඒව හරියට කරනවද කියන එක අපි දැනගෙන හිටියේ නෑ.
කවුරු හෝ පිටට ගිහිල්ලා එක්කෝ ටවුන් එකට ගිහිල්ලා එහෙම නැත්නම් බෙහෙත් ටිකක් ගන්න ගිහලා හොස්පිටල් වලට කොහේ හරි ගිහිල්ලා ඇවිල්ලා මේගොල්ලෝ දැන් අත් හොදන්නේ ගෙදරට ඇතුල් වෙලා. එතකොට මං හිතන්නේ ගෙදර ඇතුළට වෛරස් එක ගිහින් ඉවරයි. ඒ නිසා අපි මේ ඒක අත් හොදන එක විධිමත්ව හරි විදිහට කොහොමද කරන්නේ කියන එක අපි අම්මලාත් එක්ක සාකච්ඡා කරා. ඊට අමතරව අපි බැලුවා දැන් ගෙදර වෙනදා අපි ඉන්න විදිහ. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් උදාහරණයක් හැටියට කඩේට යන්නේ කවුද? ගෙදර වැඩි හිටියද? දැන් කියන මේකෙන් කියන වයෝවෘද්ධාය අනිවාර්යෙන් ගෙදර සුරක්ෂිත විය යුතුයි. එතකොට පුංචි පොඩි දරුවෝ එකට යනවනේ. වෙනදාට දවසට වාර ගණන වැඩි කඩේට යන. එතකොට යන්නේ කවුද? සුදුසු කෙනාද? එතන කිරියත්තා ඉන්නවා කියමුකෝ, කිරියම්ම ඉන්නවා කියමුකෝ. අන්න ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි සමහරට කඩේට යන්නේ. ඊළඟට පිටින් එන කෙනා ගෙදරට අපි කොහොමද යාව වෙනදා වගේම ගෙදරට එන්න කියලා වාඩි වෙන්න කියලා යාව පිළි අරගෙන ඒ කරන වැඩ වෙනස් විදිහකට. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ වෛරස් එක අරන් එන්නේ නැති විදිහට ගේ ඇතුළට අපි කොහොමද කරන්නේ කියන එක අපි අපේ ගෙවල් වලින්ම අපි මනින්න පටන් ගත්තා.
මේ තියෙන්නේ දරුවා විහිං මේ විදිහේ කැලෙන්ඩරයක් හදාගෙන මේකට අපි කීපයක්ම කොන්දේසි කීපයක්ම අපි දාගත්තා. එතනදී මෙතනින් එක කොන්දේසියක් හරි අපි කඩ කළොත් සාමාන්‍ය මුහුණ ඊළඟට කීපයක් කඩ කළොත් තරහ මුහුණ කඩ කළේ නැත්නම් එදා දවසට සතුටු මුහුණ. අන්න ඒ විදිහට තමයි මේ කැලෙන්ඩරය ලකුණු කරන්න පටන් ගත්තේ. මේක ගෙවල් කීපයක වගේ දැනට කරගෙන යනවා. අපි ගත්ත තොරතුරු තමයි මේ තියෙන්නේ. හරියට අත් හොදනවද සාමාන්‍ය විදිහට අත් හොදනවද අපි මේ වගේ දේවල් අපි මනින්න පටන් ගත්තා.
කරගත්තා මේක ගෙදරින්. ඒ කියන්නේ කොහොමද ගෙදර කෙනෙක් අවධානයට යොමු වෙන එක නවත්තන්නේ කොවිඩ් වලින් කියලා. එතකොට මේකට යෝජනා යොදාගත්තේ අපි දිනේ දාලා ගෙදර ඉන්න අයට මේ විදිහට තීරුවෙන් කරලා ගෙදරින් පිටට එළියට ගියොත් කවුරු හරි සහ පිටතින් කවුරු හරි ගෙදරට ආවොත් එදා දවසේ ඉන්න හැමෝටම මෙන්න මේ තද රතු වර්ණයක් අපි ලකුණු කරනවා. කවුරුත් ගෙදරට ආවෙත් නැත්නම් අපි එළියට ගියෙත් නැත්නම් එදා දවසේ අපි කොළ පාට වර්ණයෙන් ලකුණු කරන්න ගත්තා. මේ ප්‍රදේශය ඇත්තටම කුච කාර්මික ප්‍රදේශයක්. ඒකෙදි ගොවිතැන් වැඩ කරනකොට මිනිස්සු වෙලා හිටියා මේ සිගරට් බොන්න, බීඩි බොන්න වගේම විට කන්නත්. ඒතකොට මේ විට කෙල ටික දාන්නේ නිකම්ම එළියට. එතකොට ඒ කාර්යකෘත පියවරක් විදිහට කොහොමද යොදාගන්නේ ඒක වළක්වගන්නේ කොහොමද කියලා මෙන්න මේ අපේ අපේවත්ම අපි මලින් තියෙන කැලෙන්ඩරය අපි ළඟට පටන් ගත්තා. ආරක්ෂිත පියවරයන් ටික වගේම විට කෙල හරියට නිරාවරණය කරනවාද එළියට විසි කරනවාද කියන එක සහ තවත් කරුණු 8ක් එකතු කරගෙන මෙන්න මේක අපි යොදාගත්තා. ඒකෙදි හරියට මේ පියවරයන් අනුගමනය කරනවා නම් ඔව් කියලා මෙන්න මේ කහ පාටිනුත් නැත්තම් රතු කියන පාටිනුත් ලකුණු කරන්න ගත්තා. එකදී එක එක්කෙනා එක එක විදිහට මේ කැලෙන්ඩරේ නිර්මාණය කරගෙන තිබ්බා. ඒතර මේ වැඩේ මෙහෙම යනකොට අපි ඊළඟට සැලසුමක් හැදුවා කොහොමද මේක ඉස්සරහට අරගෙන යන්නේ සහ මේක දිගටම තිබ්බොත් මොකද කරන්න කියලා. ඒකෙදි සැලසුමක් විදිහට අපි යොදාගත්තා දරුවන්ගේ ආරක්ෂාව සහ බරතහ බුද්ධි වර්ධනය දරුවගේ ඒ වගේම ගෙදර ආර්ථිකය ඒ වගේම බෝනවන රෝග වලින් කොහොමද අපි ඉවත් වෙලා ඉන්නේ වැළකීලා ඉන්නේ ඊළඟට කාන්තා ළමා හිංසනය සඳහා අපි මොනවද අනුගමනය කරන්න ඕන දේවල් කියලා. ඒකෙදි අපි සතුටු කැලෙන්ඩරය කියලා එකක් හදාගෙන මේ සතුටු කැලෙන්ඩරේ ලකුණු කරනවා ගෙදර පරිසරයේ තියෙන සතුට රැක ගන්න මෙන්න මේ වගේ සතුටු කැලෙන්ඩරයකුත් දරුවන්ගේ හිංසනය අඩු කරන්න මෙන්න මේ වගේ කැලෙන්ඩරයකුත් දරුවන් කරන වැරදි ටික අපි තරහා යන්නේ නැතුව කොහොමද කරගන්නේ අඩු කරගන්නේ කොහොමද ළමයි මේ ඉතුරු කරපු සල්ලි ටිකක් ඒ කියන්නේ රුපියල් 51000කට වැඩි මුදලක් ඉතුරු කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණා මෙන්න මේ වගේ ගිණුම් 27ක් දැනට ආරම්භ කරලා තියෙනවා මේවා පිටරට හරක්කු වීඩියෝ වලට යන සල්ලි තමයි මේක ඉතුරු කරලා තියෙන්නේ
කරන්නේ ඉඩම් නැති අවස්ථාවල රයි වැට ඉදිරියෙන් වගාකලා පින්නට සංකල්ප කියන එක අපි අඳුන්වලා දුන්නා. මේක සාර්ථක වුණා. ඒ කියන්නේ අහලපහ නැති කෙනාට කඩාගෙන යන්න පුළුවන් විදිහට තමයි අම්මලා වගා කරේ. මට මේ වෛරසය ආවොත් අපි මොකක්ද කරන්න ඕනේ දැන් අපේ ගමේ කෙනෙක් ආරක්ෂා කරගන්න අපේ ගමේ නිරෝධාන මධ්‍යස්ථානයක් හදා තිබුණොත් හොඳයි කියලා. පස්සේ අපේ මක්ක කෙනෙක් කිව්වා අපේ මාමා කෙනෙක්ගේ ගෙදරක් තියෙනවා ඒ ගෙදර එහෙනම් අපි ගමු මධ්‍යස්ථානයක් හදාගන්න. ඒ ඉඩකඩ මන්දියායට තමයි එහෙම අපි නිරෝධාන මධ්‍යස්ථානයක් හදාගෙන අපේම ගමේම කෙනෙක් අපිම රැකගන්න ඒ වගේ දෙයක් අපි සාකච්ඡා කරගත්තා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම තමයි ගමේ මිනිස්සු එකතු වෙන විශේෂ තැන් අපි ඉලක්ක කරගත්තා. විශේෂයෙන්ම වතුර බීමට වතුර අරගෙන යන පිරිතරය ඊළඟට මිනිස්සු කොටන මිල්ලක ඒ වගේම කඩය ඒ වගේම පන්සල ඒ තැන්වල අපේ මිනිසුන්ට දකින්න දේවල් ටිකක් අපි කොරෝනා මර්ධනය කරගන්න ගිහිල්ලා මේ වෙන තවත් ඒ දේවල් ගහලා තියෙනවා ගමට ඇතුල් වෙන තැන අපේ ගමට කොරෝනා ගේන්න එපා කියන පණිවිඩය පවා අපි දීලා තියෙනවා.
සුද්දක් විදියට අපේ ජීවිත සාහිත්‍යයේ ගොඩක් තියෙනවා 3-4ක් මම දැක්ක තියෙනවා. මේ පොලිසියෙන් හදාලා අර තේදුරයි ඊළඟ යන කෙනායි අතර තියෙන ගහලා තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ යාලා යන්න කලින් පිරිසිදු කරන මොනවා හරි දෙයක් විස බීජ හරණය කරන මොනවා හරි දෙයක් පාවිච්චි කරනවා. ඒකෙන් බැස්සට පස්සෙත් ඒ වගේ. ඒකට එයාලා ඒක නිකන් ඔතෝ ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක නිකන් අර සාමාන්‍ය දෙයක් බවට පත් කරගන්න ඒ කතා බහත් එක තමයි අපි උනන්දු වෙන්නේ.
ඇයි පස්සෙන්දා ඉඳලා මැයි 9 වෙනිදා දක්වා කැලෙන්ඩරේ ප්‍රතිඵල මේ තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට අවදානම් නැති පවුල් විදියට පවුල් 22කුත් තරමක අවදානම් විදියට පවුල් 9කුත් අවදානම් වැඩි පවුල් 4කුත් අඳුනගත්තා. මෙතන පවුල් වසන් 6ක් තුල පවුල් 32කින් තමයි පටන් ගන්නේ. 32 දක්වා වැඩි වුණා අපේ.
අදින වෙදිත් එක වෙනම වැලක දාන්න ඒක සත්ෝදන් එන්න තැනක් තිබුණ නැත්නම් ඒවා තිබිච්ච නැති තැන් තිබුණානේ. ඒක එහෙම තැනකට ටැප් එකේ ඉස්සරහට හයි කරලා ඊට පස්සේ අස්තේදීම සඳහා ඒ අවශ්‍ය කරන සමන් ඒ වගේ දේවල් කියන්නේ ඒක නිකන් හුරුවක් බවට පත් වෙනවා. නිකන් ඒක පුරුද්දක් විදියට දැන් ඔතෝ වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ සමහර වෙලාවට මුලින් මාර්තු මාසෙ විතර වගේ තමයි මේක මුලින්ම කොරෝනා එනකොට පටන් ගත්තේ. නමුත් ඒකෝට ඒක අපි හිතලා කරන්න ඕනේ. සමහර තැන්වල එහෙම තිබුණා හිතලා කරන්න ඕනේ. නමුත් දැන් එහෙම නෑ. ඒකෝට සබන් කැලක් විතර නැත්තම් කොහොමද සබන් කැලක් නෑ නේද කියලා ගෙදර කෙනෙකුට හිතන විදිහට. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක ඔතෝ වෙනවා දැන්. වෙලාවට ඒ කියන්නේ අපේ ජීවිතේ කොටසක් බවට දැන් ඒකපත් වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒක ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අපි මේකට මුලින්ම බය වුණා. ඇත්තටම කිව්වොත් කොරෝනා කියනකොට නිකන් ඇත්තටම බයයි තමයි. නමුත් ඒක නිකන් ලොකු අවදානමක් ඇත්තටම තියෙනවා. නමුත් එහෙම ඒ ගැන තියෙන අර කතා කරන එක පවා දැන් අර ඒ තියෙනවා මේ තියෙනවා කියන එක සාමාන්‍ය දෙයක් වලට දැන්පත් වෙලා තියෙනවා. නමුත් ඒකට මුහුණ දෙන්න ඕන අභියෝග වලට මුහුණ දෙන්න ඕනේ කොහොමද කියන එක කියන නිසා ඒ බය කියන එක පොඩ්ඩක් අඩු වෙලා තියෙනවා. දැන් අපි මේක කතා කරගෙන යනකොට බාධක කියන ඒවා එනවනේ. නමුත් අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට එමෝෂන් එකත් එක්ක නැත්තම් සම්බන්ධ වෙච්ච අවස්ථා අඩු වුණා. නමුත් ප්‍රදේශීය කවුන්සිලකට නිතරම දැනට අපිට කතා කරලා අපි දැන් මේ වෙනකොට සෞඛ්‍ය වෛද්‍ය නිලධාරී කාර්යාලය හරහා මව් හවුලක් විදිහට හදාගෙන ඒක දැන් මව් හවුලේ 20ක් විතර ඉන්නවා. මේ කණ්ඩායම හරහා මේ මුළු ගමේම මේ කොවිඩ් සංගතේ කොහොමද අපේ ළමයට ගෙන්නගන්නේ නැතුව ඉන්නේ කියන එක බලන්න විවිධ ක්‍රම පාවිච්චි කරමින් ඒ තමයි යන්නත් අපිට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා.
As I mentioned before, the key to success in this intervention was lay people taking control over the condition that govern their lives. In this case, about COVID prevention. This is a part of the broad health promotion approach. The example listed here summarize the outcomes and impact of the interventions. People identified the ways of COVID virus may gain entry into their house or village, and people identified those who are at risk of being infected, and also they developed a number of tools to assess the COVID risk and also overall health and well-being during the lockdown period. They collectively took actions to prevent COVID spread, measure the risk at individual, family and community level, and also care for and support each other. They also worked minimize tobacco smoking and alcohol consumption as well. We also saw an active involvement of adults as well as children. People were able to overcome their fears, anxiety, and stigma, and also they felt more confident and in control. They could save money, and there were positive and healthier lifestyle changes also were there. Here are some examples of activities done by the community members. There are just pictures to give you a flavor of how people take ownership and take pride in showing what they are doing and how they take over while we take a back seat. In conclusion, use of telephone and online platforms to engage people was success. Lay people can be empowered and enabled for better long-term handling of COVID-19 related issues when they are better informed and involved in decisions and actions. People can be collectively responsible to handle the potential risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Duminda, for that excellent presentation. I'm sure everybody would agree, such a strong example of really empowering people at the grassroots, because in the fight to COVID, we can preach things, we can give advice, but at the end of the day, it's how to mobilize people. And as I'm sure, my co-chair will agree, as behavioral scientists, we do believe at the end of the day, taking up this challenge has to be the grassroots level people, and this is only a fraction of work they do. Thank you, Duminda. I'm sure, that's, we have already, running out of time, but we have time for either one or two comments or questions. Our chair is here, and NSF, Professor Senaratna, do you want to make any comments?
Hello. Hello. Dr. Guruge, our appreciation for your work engaging and empowering community. Actually, many people really work from offices, but you have reached out to the community, and we know nearly 70% of our population, they are living in rural areas, and what we really preach from these officers and from these rooms will not really reach out to them. So you have really reached out to them and contacted them. I think this is really to be appreciated. I think NSF would be happy to really join forces with them and also with Professor Atul Sudipala really to expand on this work. And we very much look forward to supporting this type of work. And I wish to see now whether because of this lockdown situation in elderly persons, there has been isolation.
Turn around. Turn around.
Turn around.
Just turn around towards that side.
Camera is there.
Camera is there.
Sorry, right. Now, elderly people, actually, they are living in isolation. And in the village areas, I think the isolation is less severe than in urban areas. And if you have got any information about how the community, because you find greater social capital in rural areas, could you comment on that, Dr. Guruge?
Duminda, are you there? He's online.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir, giving this chance to people's voice. Actually, we are.
Hello? I think we lost there.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Duminder. Yes.
I'm sorry. Actually, sir, in rural area, they have their own system to look after the people. So that's why I think they had the idea about community quarantine center. So at that time, actually, at the first wave came, that first wave time, so they had that idea. So they thought they had to look after those people in their village. So I think it was not a problem at village level. Even they had that idea and the concept. And especially I thank National Science Foundation and Professor Atul Sumutipala and others to give this chance. This is a really very good opportunity for our lay community. I think they will be very happy because they presented their voice in this very important national conference. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Duminder. Thank you for that. And you have got an offer from the chairman of National Science Foundation to expand this. I'm a great believer in this intervention. I have seen you have presented only a fraction of work you all do all over the island. So thank you again. Good night, Duminder. Thanks for the presentation and for your team as well. Thank you, Priyanjali, for co-chairing it. And thank you, Professor Naratna, giving us this opportunity. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.